Also looks like John went live with Lost Ark. Good for him. Let's see. I don't know what the fuck that is, though. Alright, my audio's fine. Oh, fuck. I didn't even realize it was... Well, whoopsie. Alright. Everyone. Everyone. It's time again for the worst show I make. SACing MAL Eternal now with booze. Okay, and let's start for realsies now. So, I have. So, I got this sick ass Sailor Moon shirt. I got it for Target. I was just walking by Target for like. And I saw it for like, I don't know, like $5, something like that. Actually, this can go higher. There you go. Yeah, I saw it for it was like $12 or anything. And I'm like, yeah, I'll get that for like $12. We also got something else special for tonight's stream. That's too high. You can see my fan now. You can see behind the green screen. That's bad. That's good enough for me. Anyway, I got a screwdriver. Yeah, we haven't had a screwdriver since I got way too drunk. Way too drunk. Playing arena. So this is gonna be a stream, but don't worry. I also have coffee and I have water, so we'll get it out of my system if it goes too far. But yeah, let's just start this shit up. Starting from 1986, My goal for tonight is to power through till the end of 90. Is what I'm aiming for. I want to go through 86 to 90. I think this is a little. We'll just adjust the camera a little bit. No, fuck me. Well, you get what you get, I guess. Um, yeah. So my goal is like 86 through 90, and yeah, let's start it off with Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball. This is part of the things I've dropped because I watched 3 episodes on Cartoon Network once, and that's about it. Not because I actually have a problem with Dragon Ball. One day I will get it done, but not until I'm done with Kirby. Kirby. Goku's son is a young boy who lives in the woods all alone. That is until a girl named Bulma runs into him in her search for a set of magical objects called the Dragon Balls. Since the artifacts are said to grant one wish to whoever collects all 7, Bulma hopes to gather them and wish for a perfect boyfriend. Goku... that was really Bulma's... Wow. Goku happens to be in possession of a Dragon Ball, but unfortunately for Bulma, he refuses to part ways with it. So she makes him a deal. He can tag along on her journey if he lets her borrow the Dragon Ball's power. With that, the two set off on a journey of a lifetime. They don't go on the journey alone. On the way, they meet old Muten Roshi and wannabe disciple Kuririn, with whom Goku trains to become a stronger martial artist for the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament. However, it's not all fun and games. The ability to make any wish come true is a powerful one, and there are others who would do much worse than just wish for a boyfriend. To stop those who would try to abuse the legendary power, they train to become stronger fighters, using their newfound strength to help the people around them along the way. Everyone knows Dragon Ball, but I felt like it would be incomplete if I didn't read it. I Shoujo Pollyann story. Motherless since birth, Pollyann was an ordinary happy-go-lucky girl, living peacefully with her father, the Vicar. Then one day, her life changes completely when her father dies and she has to live with her aunt whom she's never met before. In the beginning, she seems to be detested by her, but as time passes, they develop a very strong bond. Let's maneuver the water closer to me than the coffee for now. That doesn't sound particularly interesting. Mapletown Monogatari. Mapletown Stories is about friendship, adventure, and the troubles the children, Patty Rabbit, Bobby Bear, and Fanny Fox, who are main characters of the show, fall into. Wild Wolf is a homeless thief who lives in the forest and usually steals from the town and does other mischief. But the kids are always there to stop him and set things right, slowly making him understand the wrongs of his ways. That sounds like just like a straight-up kids show. I put a little too much vodka into that. I put a little too much vodka into that. Hey, Bone, what's going on? It's a drinking stream. I made a screwdriver. There's a little too much vodka in it. How are you doing tonight? Check out my new Sailor Moon shirt. I got it for like 12 bucks at a Target. I'm not sure if you've ever seen this, but I just read this is the show where I read every anime ever made. That's what this is. We're doing 1986 through probably 1990. And we're just seeing what sounds good. Ucho-sen Sagittarius, working for the multi-purpose space agency. Toppy and Rana make friends with Giraffe, a scientist, and go through various adventures in space. The three encounter danger at times, but their friendship always saves them in just the nick of time. So how are you doing tonight, by the way? How's your day going? Anything going on? This doesn't sound terrible, but it also doesn't sound like anything I would actually care to watch. It's kind of got a cute little art style, though. I have been here once for this. We saw Fishing Mech. That's right, you were here for the last one. Yeah, I try to do this on Saturdays. Yeah. Let's go through all of this. I reviewed that on stream, or I reviewed that once so I don't have to talk about that. The Humanoid Eye Wukusei Lazaria. Dr. Watson has created his masterpiece, a beautiful woman made of metal. A wonder of science, Antoinette is a child-like innocent who holds the key to an ancient civilization that could save the world or destroy it. And when a mad tyrant kidnaps the man she loves, Antoinette finally discovers the courage and amazing fighting skills that are her true calling. This has an average score of 4.78. It's a 47-minute OVA. Honestly, it does sound interesting. I wonder if anyone on my list has seen this. No one has probably heard of this. I am the first person to have ever heard of this in 10 years. I would like to give this a shot, actually. This sounds interesting. Yeah. Got sort of like a Terminator-esque kind of body of steel, heart of gold, the humanoid. Yeah, I bet this has been dubbed even. Went to a flea market, scored a milkshake candle. Ooh. I was just thinking the other day when I was in Target and I got this shirt that I would like to get a candle. And then I remembered that I live in a fire hazard. So that would be a terrible idea for me. I was like, ooh, I could go for a nice scented candle, get the scent in, really, really spruce up the place. And then I look around and I'm like, everything is flammable. Everything is flammable. This one booth was selling candles that look really ornate and fancy milkshakes. Oh, so it's just like I was thinking it would be like milkshake scented, but it like looks like a milkshake. That's actually really cool. Cool, bye. Two brothers are riding around their hover bikes when suddenly a giant metal fortress gets in their way. After a brief battle, the duo manages to gravely wound the fortress. It retreats and dumps our heroic pair in a wasteland. But this wasteland is inhabited by nomads that indicate the fortress was hidden inside a mountain. The nomads plead for the duo to finish the job. The two natives go with them as guides. Along the way, they gain the help of a fairy that can transform into a mech warrior woman. The one I got is Dreamsicle. That's like an orange thing, right? Studio Boogie. What the shit? Has anyone ever heard of Studio Boogie before? Studio Boogie. They made Cyborg Kurochan, whatever this is that looks really cute, from 1998, Cool Bye, and Hiro Kun. Futugarashi follows an inspiring erotic mangaka named Kenji Aoyama, in order to pay rent his friend's in order to pay rent, his friend's younger brother, Hikari Sato, offers become his roommate. However, it turns out that he, in almost every way, is a girl. The series revolves around Kenji and Hikari getting involved with various women. Oh, is this... Wait, is this... Futagarashi? Oh, no, this is just... Is this a trap thing? It might be a trap thing. It's only 8 minutes. Oh, for 36 episodes. Really? I'd actually like to watch this, just to see where it goes. Anyway, Cool Cool Bye was directed by Tomonori Kogawa. Yeah, Dreamsicle is an orange thing, isn't it? Am I wrong about that? I think I'm right about that. Yeah, it's this is what too much vodka looks like. Yeah, a thing with traps in it. This man has directed. He was an animation director on Lupin the Third, 2015, so he's still in the industry. Yeah, he's often an animation character designer, so he does animation, key animation, character design. But I'm not seeing him as an actual. I'm not seeing him in a directorial role for anything other than this, which means this might not be very good. Here's the fun part. Oh, he directed Greed, which was also pretty poorly received. Um, the only animator that worked on Gundam 79 and Evangelion and Yamato. Legendary. Hmm. Honestly, this sounds like an interesting plot. I'm not a fan of the art style. Oh my god, am I not a fan of the art style? Holy shit. Holy shit, that looks terrible. Oh my god, that looks like Dreamsicle is a cream-filled orange popsicle. I was right. That looks like that the art style used by the not the long Clone Wars series, but the short Clone Wars series. The original Clone Wars series that was made as like a little bit of animation spice between commercial breaks. That's what this animation style looks like to me. Why are you coming in here with the Eternal Punishment made? Oh, this is a drinking stream. I got Screwdriver. So we're screwed, driver. Duh. Fuck, that's too much. That's too much booze. I have to stop drinking that every time I say that I have it. Welcome. How's your day going? The plot sounds kind of cool. It's only 30 minutes. I think I'd like to give this a shot. Even though everything about it tells me it's probably bad. You know how that be. See, 86 to 90 is the golden age of bullshit animation. About to mix up some Fireball with something. I'm not terribly familiar with Fireball. I actually don't know that much about alcohol myself. This is your eternal punishment. To be honest, I think Digimon was my eternal punishment. The universe itself decided we were done with that playthrough. Yeah, this is the golden age of just violent tit-filled anime. Like, that's all 86... Like, 86 to early 90s was just like, here's some tits and some blood. So that's where we're at now. I'm doing good. Just finished Half-Life on PS2. Most people don't know it was ported to PS2. Also Dreamcast. I actually only knew of it on Xbox. I didn't find out it was on other things till later, and it was like, it was on not Xbox? Like, I knew it was on PC and Xbox, but I was like, it was on things that weren't those things? Fireball is a cinnamon whiskey. Ah, see, I don't like whiskey. I drank whiskey once. I was told to get whiskey and some Coke. I didn't add ice. I didn't know that was an ingredient, but I got whiskey and Coke, and I was like, this is terrible, and I hate this, and I would rather just be drinking regular Coke. I didn't like regular whiskey, and I drank enough that I vomited at one point. And people say if you vomit on whiskey once, you're done with whiskey, and I am done with whiskey. So... This is Adatsugata Maho no Sanin Musume. This is a recap crossover episode in which Mommy, Persia, and Emmy go to a hot spring together. So this is based on Creamy Mommy. This is a... Wait, this is is this a crossover between like 3 different Magical Girl series? This is a crossover between Persia, Creamy Mommy, and Emmy. Wow. How is this a recap episode? It's a recap heavy crossover special. Okay. I was like, what a crazy... Where in time are you? We just started 86. Literally, it's you have missed basically nothing. You missed Cool by Humanoid, Prefectural Earth Defense Force, which I didn't read because I talked about it already, and Ucho Sen Sagittarius, Mapletown Monogatari, iShoujo Polyan, and Dragon Ball. That's all you've missed. That was it. Just Winter 86. Kikau Guy Gallant OVA. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I'm not a whiskey person. I like vodka because it's just alcohol. It's like literal alcohol. It's just like dumping booze into something. So then you can do whatever the hell you want with it. It's like whiskey's, I'm not a fan of the rye flavoring. Excuse me. I'm, okay with wine. I don't like rum, and that's mostly my alcohol experience. I'm not much of a drinker, to be honest. Kikau Guy Gallant OV, which is honestly a good thing. Can't become an alcoholic if you don't like alcohol. First 2 episode summaries of the TV series. The third one takes place in an alternate universe. If you want just literal alcohol, you need Everclear. That's a little strong for me, and it's also probably more expensive. You can get just like a $10 bottle of vodka, and it'll be like the size of your torso. Everclear is, you're not really supposed to drink raw Everclear anyway. It's mostly a glass coater to like spice a drink up, you know. Sometimes you'll add in like maybe a shot, half a shot. Well, I don't know if you would add in I think you would add in like a spoon of Everclear. I don't think you would ever drop a shot of Everclear. I think that will get you fucked up. Want to hear a crazy heresy? Half-Life on Dreamcast has no autosave or quick save, and you aim with the thumbstick and walk with the button. I hope someone was fired over that. You prefer Malibu? Welcome, Max here. How are you doing tonight? Yeah, I'm not a rum person. I never liked it. Rum is okay, I think, maybe in some other stuff, but like even like rum cake I'm not into. I also don't like beer. I don't like alcohol. I like alcohol. I wanted to make a joke, and I couldn't. Well, now I feel like I've missed my opportunity. I like my alcohol like I like my gentleman. Fruity and overly sweet. That would have been funnier if I nailed the timing on it. I will say, I immediately thought of the joke and was like, is that offensive? Should I say that? Can I say that? Or is that a thing you shouldn't be saying? And then I just went for it. But it would have been so much funnier if I'd flowed into it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. I mistimed my joke. My brother used to drink Everclear and Kool-Aid in a 1-to-2 ratio. I thought he'd gone crazy. Is he alive still? I'm sorry for your loss, Bone. Let's see. Soko Kihei Vitom's recap. Yeah, how are you doing tonight, Max here? We got a surprisingly full house for, again, the worst thing I make is in the next room to mine. How's his liver, though? Armored Trooper Vitom's recap. This is just a summarized version of the TV series in 4 parts. So I could watch this and watch all of Vitom's. Sounds like when I mix some Malibu with fruit punch. That I could see working. I could see that working. Get a little fruity in there. Doing okay? Good to hear. Okay is good for you. Usually you're like, bored. Oh. Well, hopefully we can spice you up a little bit with some good conversation and me reading a bunch of anime no one has ever heard of or cares about. Kurosawa Syndrome. I feel like I've heard of this. It's an action comedy about a young man's persistent sexual fantasies. It has 4 distinct art styles: a manga style, an SD style, a realistic style, and an art graphic pencil style. I feel like I've heard of this. Liver damage or not, he's still coherent. Good for him. Why have I heard of this? I've heard of this. I know what this is. Why do I know what Oh, maybe I've heard of the manga? Kurosawa syndrome? I legitimately have heard of this for some reason. I'm not joking. I don't know why. Why do I know this? Was it directed by someone famous? Mizuho Nishikobu? Did this man do something? What did this man do? Why do I know what this is? What the fuck is... What is this? Why do I know what this is? He directed California Crisis, which I have seen, but I don't think California Crisis is famous enough for me to know who directed it. He directed Miyuki. Maybe I know of it because he directed Miyuki. He directed E.G. Most of this isn't... Oh, by the way, this is a drinking stream. I don't know if you caught that, Magtier. That's why we're talking about boozes right now. That's why we're talking about... I made a screwdriver. Every time I mention I made a screwdriver, I take another sip of screwdriver. It gets less terrible the more I sip at it, which probably tells me I'm getting more drunk the more I sip at it. This man has made almost nothing I've heard of. Why do I know what Kurosawa syndrome is? Well, now I kind of want to watch this just because I apparently have heard of this thing, and I don't know why I've heard of this. Does anyone know what this is? Has someone seen this before? No one I know has seen this. What is this? Why have I heard of that? Okubuyo na Venus. Story about a singer-dancer. There's music and singing throughout almost the entire OVA. Basically, this is one of those, like, animated music videos that go on forever. One of those long-form music video. Oh, God, the booze is hitting. Oh, God, the booze is hitting. Oh, God, it hit. Vodka just comes at you. Hono no Alphenrose. 2-part OVA that summarizes the entire Hono Alphenrose TV series featuring a dub and reworked scenes. Zach, you fool. I feel like we've talked about Alphenrose before. Yeah, I had to have read this because this was an 85 anime. It's too early. It's okay. I have, like, water. I can get it out of my system if I need to. Geba Geba Showtime, based on the original story by Kinoshita Renzo. Yeah, I can switch out of the alcohol if it gets too much. Bhutan Monogatari, an animated film telling of famous Buddhist scriptures. The OVA series focuses on the early days of Buddhism surrounding Gautama Buddha / Siddhartha. Interesting. No one has seen this, which tells me if I wanted to find it, I couldn't. So, moving on. Movies. Hokuto no Ken movie. Fist of the North Star. Following a cataclysmic nuclear war, the world teeters on the brink of complete destruction. Civilization is polarized into degenerate society, where opposing packs of marauding scavengers prey on the helpless, homeless nomads. For those who are lucky enough to survive the constant brutality and danger, it is a bleak existence. Life and death blur into abstraction. The only hope left for mankind is to find a hero worthy of becoming the Fist of the North Star, an enlightened warrior who is capable of leading those with the will to survive out into the barrenness into a new world. But in this savage no-man's land of shifting loyalties and power-hungry demigods, heroes are in short supply. Seen it? Have you? What did you give it? Let's find out right now. Dun, 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 dun. It's a 7 out of 10. Cool. Uritsei Yutsura, movie 4, Lum the Forever. Here, the thing is, I feel like 85, like 86... to 90, the stream we're doing tonight, this is the territory where probably only Maid and I have seen it. When we get into the 90s, that's where I start to think, like, okay, maybe other people have also seen these. Like this is where I have to, because like most people who I think who watch me don't go that far back in the past, other than Made. So I think next stream is when we start getting into things where I'm expecting people to be like, I know this one. I've seen this for once. Finally, SACing MAL Eternal has gotten to things people have heard of. Or have seen. I feel like 86 to 90 is where we're talking about things you've heard of, and then once we get into the 90s, that's where we're talking about things you've seen. That's my thing. The movie was censored, so when they released it uncut, the footage is still VHS quality. Strange things began happening in Tomobiki Town when a great cherry tree, Taro Zakura, is cut down while Lum and Co. are making a movie. Lum loses her horns and her powers. Thus begins the strangest, most lyrical of the Urusei Yatsura movies. What, isn't Lum an alien? Why would cutting down a tree make her lose her powers? I guess I'd have to watch the film to find out. Okay, moving on to Arion. Neo-heroic fantasia action. Okay, that sounds cool. 640, what is this? What am I looking at? Oh, I have desktop muted. I might actually be able to watch this raw. Oh, is this where he walks through the collapsing building? Yeah, I've seen that clip. That clip's pretty famous. Oh, no, this is the censorship thing. Oh, wow. Oh, that looks so terrible. That looks so bad. You want to see this movie? In Is this in Greece? This is in Greece, so it'd be Thrake. Yeah, in Thrake, Arion is taken from his mother to meet her by the god Hades. In the underworld, Arion is trained to be a warrior. His training is driven by revenge. Arion was told that his mother's blindness was caused by Zeus, and Zeus's death will remove the curse. Finally, Arion and Guido, a huge ape-like creature who became Arion's friend and companion, left the underworld to find Zeus. Seneca, a small thief, makes off with Arion's sword and leads Arion to his first encounter with the forces of Zeus, commanded by his daughter Athena. Arion is captured, but is later set free by Lesphena, Athena's mute serving girl. As Arion rejoins Ghetto and Seneca and worries about Lesphena, by the forces of Zeus and Poseidon face each other in battle. In the background sits the scheming Hades and the calm Apollon, who seems to have plans of his own. That actually sounds kind of interesting. The uncut footage is stuck in like 240. This actually sounds interesting. I'd actually like to watch this. This could be a fun one. Bum 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 bum. Captain Tsubasa Asuni Mukate Hashire. The third Captain Tsubasa movie is basically about training match of the all-Japan boys soccer team, but most of the time you see flashbacks of former matches. For instance, the final match is Nankatsu versus Toho, or when Wakabayashi challenges team captains of different sports. So it's a fucking... Is this a full-length recap movie? No, it's a 35-minute TV recap movie, basically. Okay, that's not as bad. If it was a full-length recap movie, I would be like, 80s, what the hell? Gegege no Kitaro Yokai Daisenso. This is a movie based on the 85 TV anime with an original plot. So basically, this is just a Gegege movie. Bum bum bum. Kaniku Man, New York Kiki Patsu. Bum 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 bum. Terry Man, Robin Mask, and the other Justice Chojins are participating in a tournament in New York. Suddenly, Akuma Shogun, not the same guy from the series, arrives and defeats... Why is it not the same guy from the series? Arrives and defeats all the Justice Chojins and absorbs their power, all except Kaniku Man, who was late for the tournament because he was busy eating Gyodon. Now, Kaniku Man must defeat Akuma Shogun, who now possesses the combined strength of all the Justice Chojins. Crisis in New York is the sixth theatrical film based on the anime series Kaniku Man. It was released in Japan on March 15th, 1986, alongside Captain Tsubasa, Race Towards Tomorrow, Gegege no Kutaro, no The Great Yokai War, and Cho Shinsei Flashman. It is set after the Dream Chojin Tag arc. This was the last film to feature a cameo from series creators Yuta Tamago, and it was the second and last film to feature the announcer. The villain in the film is Akuma Shogun, who appeared in the original manga and anime series as the leader of the Devil Knights during the Golden Mask arc. Seiyu Hidekatsu Shibata returns as the main antagonist of this film, having previously played that role in The Great Riot, Seigi Chojin. What is Gyoden right now? Does anyone know? I'm going to find out right now. Bum ba dum bum 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 bum. Gyoden. I don't know what this is. It looks... Oh, it's a Japanese beef bowl. This looks so fucking good. Holy shit. What the fuck? Oh my god. I do remember Descendants of the Darkness. It was bad. This so... Oh my god. Too much beef for you? Oh, fuck, that looks good. With, like, the sea... Oh, I'm gonna end the stream early if I have to look at that any longer. Holy shit. When did Descendants of Darkness come out? 90s, early 2000s? Good thing I already ate. I think I only ate once today, and now I'm fucking starving. Descendants. I don't know how to spell Descendants. Descendants of Darkness. What would it be? It would be Yami. It's not Yami Shibai. I don't know how to spell Descendants. Descendants. Here, we'll look up when Descendants of Darkness is. This is the second time MacTears mentioned it. This says you're still wrong. Here it is. Yami no Mutose. Descendants of Darkness. This aired in 2000. Oh, MacTear, we are so long. It's going to be so long until we get here. Oh, we're nowhere close to this piece of crap. Holy shit. Holy shit. We're like 25 years off from this. 15 years. I can math. Shut up. You can't. Seito Shokun Kokoro ni Midori no Neckerchief Wo, based on the shoujo manga Seito Shokun by Shoujo Yoko, serialized in Kandasha Shoujo Friend. Students who do not trust teachers, teachers who give up faith in education, parents who blame schools for their children's misbehavior. Naoko, who was at a loss when she was assigned as a new high school teacher. Times have changed, and the students are no longer easy to control, but she must choose not to look away. Instead, Naoko reaches out to try and discover the various issues hidden in the modern education system. That sounds so bad. It occasionally pops into your head. I'm sorry to hear that. It's not very good. Oh yeah, I want to watch Touch because apparently it's one of the best-selling manga of all time, and I want to know what's the deal with this. Dun 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 dun. I know what you're thinking, Sack. It would be faster for you to read it, and my answer is it would be faster for me to read everything. That was my only answer. Okay. Mai-san Ikaku. In the town of Clock Hill, there is an old boarding house called Mai-san Ikaku. While the residence itself is fairly normal, most of its occupants are not. Yusaku Godai, its most quiet tenant, has finally reached his limit with his neighbors' constant disruptions and boisterous partying. Wanting a calmer place to call home so that they can study in peace, he prepares to move away. However, his plans to leave are suddenly interrupted when he meets the new boarding house manager, Kyoko Otonashi. Falling madly in love with her, he decides that the boarding house may not be such a bad place to live after all. Unfortunately for him, Kyoko has her own romantic troubles. She is a widow whose husband died 6 months into their marriage, and despite her blossoming feelings for Godai, Kyoko still cherishes her dearly departed husband, and she believes that no other man could possibly fill the void in her heart. But with Godai's persistence and some help of the other eccentric tenants, she may experience true love once again. Seen it. I know that. Boy, do I know that. You're the one who convinced me to watch it. I may play Skyward Sword. Wish it would get a Blu-ray. I've never played Skyward Sword. I hear it's terrible. The Skyward Sword is the craziest thing ever because everyone shit on it when it came out and continued to shit on it all up until it got a Switch release. And then it got a Switch release and everyone was like, yeah, Skyward Sword! Whoop whoop! Best Zelda game! And I'm like, what the fuck? Where did this come from? It's like the Skyward Sword people were like cockroaches coming out of the woodwork suddenly talking about how great Skyward Sword was out of nowhere because everyone fucking hated that game on the Wii. Mobile Stute Gundam Zzz. Me with more Tokyo Mirage Sessions, yeah. In Universal Century, so this is a canon Zelda. Canon Zelda. This is canon Zelda. The booze is already coming in there. It's a little like Breath of the Wild. Is it? Is that as maybe that's where it's coming from? In Universal Century 0088, the Anti-Earth Union, AEUG, has emerged victorious in its war with the Earth Federation Titans at cost of devastating losses. Neo-Zeon, the third faction in the war, formerly known as Axis Zeon, remains as powerful as ever. Led by new type Hamin Karn, Neo-Zeon has been implementing plans to take over both Earth and the space colonies. The AEUG flagship Argama heads to the Side 1 colony Shangri-La for repairs. Living in the colony in Judao Ashta, 14-year-old junk dealer who is struggling to make enough money to put his younger sister through school. Upon discovery of an escape pod containing former Titans pilot, Judo and his friends are quickly led to Argama in hopes of stealing a mobile suit which they can sell for a fortune. However, with the arrival of Neo-Zeon ships seeking to defeat Argama, Judo and his friends are dragged into a conflict that will bring them across space and Earth. So all I know about Universal Century is it's the main Zelda timeline that spawns off of Mobile Suit Gundam. So this sounds like this is like main timeline Gundam, but I know there's multiple other Gundam timelines. Also, if that's the sister, she's a cutie. Ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. Actually, these are some pretty strong character designs, at least for the females. The men are just like, I'm 80s anime man. Except for this guy. This guy's got something going on with him. But the women designs are pretty strong. Yeah. Whoever did the character designs for this show can do women and only women. Man after my own heart. Ginga Nagaraboshi Gin. Gin is a silver Torage. I don't know what that is. Named after his coat color. Shortly after being born, he watches his father Riki get killed by Akakabuto, a bear that terrorizes everything in his path. Being the third generation of bear dogs to try to stand up against Akakabuto, he ventures to find dogs to join him in his fight. Is this the anime that's really, really popular in like Sweden or Switzerland or... Because there's one anime about like dogs that's like super fucking popular in like Sweden and Switzerland, and it for some reason, and like only there, and it's way more popular over there, and that's why it's one of the best-selling series of all time. Hikari no Densetsu. Hikari is a young schoolgirl who dreams of becoming a great champion in sport of rhythmic gymnastics like her idol, Delina. The alcohol is getting to me just a little bit. Gorguava. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Despite all her setbacks while performing, she works hard, and with the help and support of Takaki Oshi, the best male gymnast of her school, soon becomes a member of the rhythmic gymnastics team in her school. She develops feelings for Oshi, but she's not the only one. Hazuki Shina, the best gymnast in the entire school, also has feelings for Oshi. Soon a friendship between Hikari and Shina develops, but also a rivalry, as well as the support and for the love of Oshi. Hikari is also torn between her feelings for Oshi and her conflicting feelings for Mao Natsukawa, an old childhood friend who is also the lead singer of the band Mr. D. He composes the music she uses while performing and has been developing feelings for her since childhood. So this is like two love triangles interconnected with each other and also rhythmic gymnastics. It sounds like there's something going there, but the thing that's going is not a thing I am on board for. Seishun Anime Zenshu, a brilliant collection of beautifully animated episodes based on selected masterpieces of Japanese modern literature. The aim of the series is to appeal to the viewer at large and give him or her some idea of the variety and individuality which Japanese literature has developed over the last 100 years. The author range from Higuchi Ichao, who did Takakuraba, Mori Ogai, The Dancing Girl, and Natsumi Soseki, who did Bochan, to Kuwabata Yasunari, The Izu Dancer, Nobel Lacerette of 1968, and Mishima Yukio, The Sound of Waves, which I think I might have heard of the last one and only the last one. That is the dog anime they love in Sweden and Finland. There we go. There we go. The one that's like weirdly popular and like one of the best-selling manga of all time, but not because but because like one country is really into it for some reason. Wonder Beat, like there's like statues dedicated to it. In 2119, the spaceship Green Sleeves found 3 planets attacked by X-23. Oh shit! Wolverine's clone. A moving planet heading to, Jodo-chen? Joden-chen. Fight Ipatsu Joden-chen. I actually, you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. No. You've actually got me on this one, Mac Tier. You got me. It's a 2009 anime, meeting Plug and an unusual girl from a parallel world. Plug is a judo-chin capable of recharging people down on their luck, spreading good cheer wherever she goes. No, I've never heard of it. It is apparently not very popular. Has anyone I know ever seen this? Sporkster dropped it at 2 episodes. But Sporkster drops everything, so who's to say? Man, I can't speak anymore. You gave up on it after the first episode? Fair enough. A moving planet heading Earth. Oh, I just realized the reason I couldn't say that is because it didn't make any sense grammatically. The Earth government ordered Greensleeves to attack X-23, but Dr. Sugita, the captain of Greensleeves, refused because he believed they could coexist. Then the communication with Greensleeves was cut abruptly. In 2121, Susumu, the son of Dr. Sugita, is visited by strangers. They take him to Dr. Mia, one of the few supporters to Dr. Sugita's decision. While most blamed him as a traitor, Dr. Mia recommends Susumu to join White Pegasus, a team of special medical recurs. Their micronizer system can shrink human so that they can cure from the inside of the body. Shortly afterwards, X-23 has come in visual range at last. Hughes, the aliens of X-23, choose Sumusu's friend as their first target. Sumusu and the other members of White Pegasus manage to defeat Hughes inside of the body, but Sumusu finds the signals emitted from the chips within Hughes are the music composed by himself and his mother as a gift to Dr. Sugita. So, it has a good idea, but it's brought down by fetish stuff. Nothing's ever brought down by fetish stuff, Mac Tier. It's only ever brought up. Fetish is life. Fetish is God. Have you ever seen Miru tights? You gotta love the feet and the tights. You gotta get that sweaty, wet tights in you. This is what you get with Drunk Sack. You get whatever the fuck that was. This reminds me, Wonder Beat Scramble. This reminds me of that movie where they shrink down and go inside of the person's body to help them. It's a pretty famous movie. Everyone has heard of it. Everyone knows it, or they've seen it parodied. That's what this reminds me of. But also, there's Alien Planet, and also there's like music and shit. It sounds like an interesting concept if I gave a shit, and I don't. Moving on. Go Q Chojin Ikaman. Bum 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 bum. Ikamon is superhuman alien, but he doesn't know it. He was raised in a farm by an old couple. When his girlfriend dumps him to become a star, Ikamon swears to himself he will become a superstar, even more famous than her, so they can get back together. And so he leaves the farm for the city. There he interrupts the match of the Battle Ball team, Blue Planets, the Battle Ball champions of Earth, and he decides to join them with his superhuman discovered abilities. With the Blue Planets, Ikamon will play against an alien enemies for the title of champion and for the sake of the planet Earth. It's about helping people with depression, and the main girl is always pissing herself. Yo, that sounds hot. But don't drink piss, though. It's bad for you, and it tastes bad. That reminds me, Summer's always pissing herself in Rick and Morty, too. And most people are like, yeah, that's somewhat on the writing team's fetish. that's someone's thing. So this is about a guy who gets dumped, basically, by his girlfriend who wants to go become a star. And then he's like, I'm going to get back together her if I become more famous than her. And so he joins a world-saving battle baseball team. Yeah, you do that, Bone. You definitely stay away from piss drinking. Piss drinking is not good for you. It's not sterile. That's a lie. That is a lie people tell themselves when they drink the pee. They're like, the things that come out of the body are meant to not be in the body anymore, except blood. Blood is supposed to be in the body, but that's the main thing. That's the big one that stays in you. You're all super drunk. You've actually seen this. Sokehei, MD Geist. In the distant future, mankind has colonized other planets in the universe. While many planets lived in peace, the planet Jera has been ravaged by decades of war. Geist is an MDS, most dangerous soldier. That's a terrible. An enhanced human with unsurpassed combat abilities and an irresistible lust for battle. Because of his uncontrollable nature, Geist is cryogenically frozen and locked in a satellite. Several years later, the satellite crushes and Geist wakes up from his sleep to engage in another war, this time to help the army to stop Planet Central Computer from activating a doomsday device that will lead to the total annihilation of all life on Jira. It sucks. Let's see how bad it sucks. 4! Fair enough. Fair enough. What about semen? Semen is meant to go inside of you. That is a good point. Semen is meant to be inside of you. It's either meant to be inside the dude or the lady because you need babies for the semen to go inside. My advice for you, however, is it's not about the semen because semen's just semen. Make sure before partaking in semen that the semen dispensary you are currently utilizing to dispense said semen is safe and clean, because semen is more dangerous if the dispenser isn't safe. Um, yeah, like if the semen dispenser has like, I don't know, herpes or something, fucking stay away from that semen dispenser. You don't need that. It's wasteful if you. It's not wasteful if you swallow. That's actually the thing. There's a lot of health benefits for eating semen. So there's nothing wrong with eating semen, but it all depends on where you get your semen from, right? Like ketchup, for example. Let's compare semen to ketchup. First off, I think semen is healthier for you than ketchup. But if you are drinking ketchup, right? Like, if this is a nice, fresh, clean bottle of ketchup, no problem taking a little swig of ketchup, right? But if you've got like a gross, like flea infested, like you've got like crap all over it, there's little crusties, maybe don't take a sip of that ketchup bottle. You know what I'm saying? Like, watch what you're getting your semen from. Make sure the bottle is clean before you drink the semen. Ketchup is gross by itself. Oh, I just straight up don't like ketchup. I was just thinking of something that dispenses a liquid you could theoretically drink. Yeah, you got to get that clean semen dispensary permit. Yes. Make sure your semen dispenser is regularly tested for anything that compromises its semen quality. I'm not drunk, you are. What the hell was I doing? Violence Jack Harlem Bomber Hen. Kanto Hell earthquake has demolished the metropolitan completely. After the earthquake, Slum King is kidnapping girls to sell them as sex slaves. Mirai is wandering on the devastated field looking for her lover Ken, but she is also kidnapped by them. While she is tortured and trained as a sex slave, Ken saves her. Ken has become the master Slum King. The king offers condition to him. In return for her and for return for releasing her, he has to kill Violence Jack. Wouldn't mayonnaise work better? I just thought of the first thing I could think of that was just mayonnaise would have worked better. I was just thinking the first thing I could think of that comes out of a bottle. Excuse me. I'm not drunk, you are. I chose bagel sandwich over whiskey last minute. What is this thing? This sounds like an interesting plot for a movie, but I haven't seen Violence Jack. And I don't know if I have Violence Jack on my list at all. Did I even agree to watch Violence Jack? Violence Jack is a sequel to Devilman? What? 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 Violence Jack Evil Town 88. So is this the first Violence Jack? Gona Guy said he was very disappointed in how Violence Jack OVAs ended up. Even Gona Guy hated it. Oh, really? It sounds like a decent plot for a movie. I mean, it sounds super edgy, and that might be it. It might be the alcohol talking where I'm like, that sounds like a thing that I would watch. I probably shouldn't be making anime choices while drunk. You gave it a 4. You've seen it. It sounds pretty watchable. I didn't know Violence Jack was a spinoff of Devilman. This says sequel to Devilman. Isn't the fucking world destroyed at the end of Devilman? How is Violence Jack a sequel to Devilman? How does that happen? I thought everyone dies at the end of Devilman. Isn't that like the whole thing about Devilman? Is everyone's fucking dead at the end? Anyway, this is Maurice the Chojo. I review it on an episode of Water that may or may not have come out yet. I don't know anymore. Neither do you. Shut up. Um, it's part of Rumic World. Let's see. Transformers, Scramble City. Robots in disguise, beginning with a recap of the coming of the Transformers to Earth and the story of the Devastator, the OVA, then gets its original story underway, as the Autobots are shown to be in the midst of constructing the powerful Scramble City, overseen by their newest arrival, Ultra Magnus. When the Decepticons learn of this, their Combiner robots are deployed to attack, and a battle between them and the Autobots' counterparts ensues. Gonagai pulled it out of his ass near the end of the manga. Jack is reincarnated Akira. Huh. I thought all the humans die at the end of Devilman. Did just most of the humans die at the end of Devilman? Choju Kishin Dan Cougar Ushina War Eta Monotachi E no Requiem. No, they all died. Okay, all right. So how the hell does Violence Jack happen then? The Dan Cougar team prepares for the ultimate showdown with their arch nemesis, Zorbados. The team has to travel to the strange dimension of the alien invaders to once and for all save the Earth. Fighting on the home grounds of the enemy will take all their strength and cunning. The Dan Cougar will have to fight its way to the strange alien red dimension before it can start its final assault and assure the safety of mankind forever. This sounds like the plot of Doom. Because it wasn't a sequel at first. Oh, okay. It specifically says only demons and Devilman are left. Violence Jack was a big influence on Fist of the North Star. Interesting. I want to talk about this word right here. Arch enemy. So arch is it comes from Greek, right? And the ancient Greeks don't, and I don't even think the modern Greeks have a C sound. So people will say arch. Archa, it's arca, arc enemy, not arch enemy. You don't walk under the enemy. It's an arc enemy, the apex of an enemy, the archetype. In fact, literally, it's basically it uses the same root word as archetype. No one says archetype, and if you do, you deserve to be slapped lightly for saying archetype. It's archetype, arc enemy, arc demon, arc devil, arc whatever the fuck. Just arc. The word is arc. The word is fucking arc. God damn it. Ah, I should have stopped drinking several rants ago. Anyway, this sounds like Doom. Bari Densetsu. The main character, Gun, rides a customized Honda CB750F cafe racer and eventually evolves into a pro road racer. This just straight up sounds like an advertisement for a motorcycle. Demons on Mars. Yeah, instead of Demons on Mars, it's Demons in Red Dimension. Pelican Road Club Karucha. High school boy Kenichi Watanabe is crazy about his MBX50 motor. What the fuck is? Why have we gotten two of these? He and his buddies organize a motorcycle club, which they call Culture. What the? Why are there? Is this was this a thing in the 80s? Was just motorcycle club? Maho No Star Magical Emmy Finale. Summary of the Maho No Star Magical Emmy series. Advertisement, apparently. Go Toремon. Based on manga Takahashi Haro. Project Eiko, an anime that I have been told is a classic, but I've never fucking heard of before. That has an average score of 6.84 with 7,000 users, which I'm not saying it's not a classic, but what I am saying is I think that actually really goes to show how divided the anime community used to be back during the 80s and 90s, that like certain communities would have their own like classic like peak anime that wouldn't even be arrived at by other communities, and they eventually just like with the advent of the internet, all of these like anime clubs and communities that existed independently of each other like merged together into like one collective anime consciousness. It's really interesting. Anyway, I've never fucking heard of this outside of Maid talking about it. 16 years after its destruction by a meteor, Graviton City has been rebuilt into a futuristic metropolis. However, this is of little concern to superpowered high school student Aiko Magami. I can't pronounce Japanese right now. Who only cares about her best friend Shiko Kotobuki and arriving at school on time. Unfortunately, the incredibly intelligent Baiko Daitukoji intends to befriend Shiko, taking Aiko's place as the Shiko's best friend using any means she can. I'm sure that made sense. That sounds like me messing up. Biko decides that to accomplish this, she must defeat Iko in combat. In order to overcome her super strength and speed, Biko creates a mecha and challenges Iko in front of the school gate. As the two commence their battle, an extremely large spaceship hovers over Earth, searching for something left behind. Project Iko was the first anime released by Central Park Media and had heavy play on Sci-Fi Network. It was originally going to be a hentai. Interesting. I could see that with this art style. I could see a hentai going on. Yeah, I never saw it play on Sci-Fi Network. I did see some things play on Sci-Fi Network, but never this. So, interesting. Interesting. Initially it was going to be apart from Cream Lemon, some hentai series from the 80s. I don't think we talked about Cream. I've heard of Cream Lemon. I don't think I've seen it. Have I seen Cream Lemon? I think I've heard of it. I've heard of Cream Lemon. Cream Lemon Angel 87, franchise combining real-life idol trio and limited edition short stories where their cartoon alter egos run into various bizarre, generally sexual situations. I've heard of this, but I've never seen it, apparently. Wait, am I sure I haven't seen this? This looks really familiar. I probably haven't seen it. If I claim I haven't seen it, I haven't seen it. Don't watch the dub, by the way. You're telling me to watch the sub, though. Sci-fi before sci-fi. Oh, this would definitely be, if there was a name change, it was before the name change for sure. Z's. Was that original Sailor Moon voice? That actually doesn't sound that bad of a dub. I'm gonna start saying that. I feel real mad. I've seen some of that on Pornhub. I think I might just be. I don't know why I'm familiar with it. I don't think I've actually seen it. If it's not on my list, I probably haven't seen it. This is Project Eiko Hadachi no Gen 2. If you want to see that, go check out 101 Challenge video from March 20. Who gives a shit? I already reviewed that movie. Touch Sabunago no Nai Ala, a compilation movie of the first year of Touch Timeline, contains plot differences, edit scenes, and an alternate ending with a lot more touching. Excuse me. The script was changed a bit. Oh, okay. Mm. This is Sango Sho Densetsu Aoi Umi no Elfie. This is apparently a ripoff of another anime, but it's famous for one, being a really blatant ripoff of another anime, and two, having a really, really dark ending, I think, right? Isn't that what this is? In the future, the oceans have risen to flood all the continents due to humanity's. That might be a different thing I'm thinking of. Negligence of the environment. Only a few bits of land have been spared, and one of those island where Alfie lives with her grandmother. One day, due to an underwater incident, she discovers that she can breathe underwater. Her grandfather reveals the truth, that she is one of the mythical sea people. Using the sea folks' xenophobia, local politicians spark a war with the hidden people to distract people from their current resource problems, and Alfie is caught in the middle of it. I might be thinking of a different anime with a very similar plot, because I thought the thing I was thinking of was a series. I think I'm thinking of something similar. Looks like it was made in the 70s. I think Kenny Lauderdale did a video on this, or the thing that ripped this off. Hang on. We're gonna go to Kenny Lauderdale's YouTube's real quick. He talked about this at one point. Oh, no. I think this is the thing that this was the no, yeah. Elfie is a Studio Ghibli anime style, like, yeah, this is what this is. Yeah, this is a ripoff. This is the thing. This has a really dark ending. I don't know what the dark ending is, but I think I'm probably everyone dies or some shit. Yeah. Kenny Lauderdale talked about this. Yeah. I'm curious what the ending is. It's like an hour. My brain says, Sack, this sounds fucking terrible. You'd hate watching this. Don't add this to your list. But part of me is like, but what's the ending, though? You know what I'm saying? Why is it so dark? How's it end? Does everyone die? Does the world end? Does she fuck a dolphin? What's going on with this? We see the dolphin going into a hole. 15 people a year are raped by dolphins. You ever think about that? Dolphins suck, man. They're smart. They have like the intelligence of 11-year-olds. Dolphins are scary. Hank Hill got raped by a dolphin. You ever think about that? Dolphin rape. I wouldn't swim with a dolphin. They're like fucking 300 pounds and they can swim, and I can't swim very well. I'd lose a fight to a dolphin. If I'm in the water and I have to fight a dolphin, that dolphin gonna win 100 out of 100 times, is all I'm saying. And they're fucking smart, horny bastards. I'm probably not gonna watch this. Tabadachi Ame Shushio, movie based on the Ami series of the Cream Lemon franchise. This movie co-aired with the Project A-ko movie. Oh, this is like a cross-off with Cream Lemon and Project A-ko. Isn't that fun? Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I have a Persona 4 song stuck in my head, which is weird because I think Persona 4 is one of my least favorite Persona soundtracks. Um, Reminds me of a documentary about a guy who had a relationship with a dolphin. Yeah, get it, dude. No, wait, am I supposed to support that? No, don't fuck dolphins. I don't know what the official position. Look, I'm gonna be totally honest. This is drunk sack talking. You can't hold what drunk sack says against sober sack. I legitimately don't care if you fuck a dolphin. I wouldn't recommend it. That dolphin can kill you real easy. It's a fucking dolphin. I would highly recommend not fucking dolphins. I like how I started to say I don't care if you fuck a dolphin and ended by being like, you know what? Actually, the more I think about this, the more fucking a dolphin sounds like a terrible idea. Don't fuck dolphins. Never mind. You know what? I've changed my opinion by speaking out loud. I was gonna say I don't care if you do it. Now I'm like, hey, don't do it. But don't not fuck dolphins for me. I want you to not fuck dolphins for you because dolphins will fucking kill you. Like you don't have a like if you make a safe word with a dolphin, you're like, "Hey, my safe word is like dreamsicle." Mr. Dolphin, the dolphin will be like, and then you'll be like into it with the dolphin, and then the dolphin will just fucking drown you. And like, try saying dream sick. The dolphin ain't gonna hear you. Your fucking face is underwater. We're gonna ignore that dolphins have good hearing underwater, but like, you try saying dreamsicle underwater to give that dolphin your safe word, it ain't gonna happen. That dolphin gonna drown and fuck you, and then you're gonna be fucked to death by a dolphin underwater. You imagine that on your fucking tombstone? That's not gonna look good on your tombstone. People are gonna talk about you on your fucking funeral, and they're gonna be like, "That dude got fucked to death by a dolphin underwater," and then they're gonna laugh at you. Don't fuck dolphins. Don't fuck dolphins. Tansui, early experimental film by Koji Yamamura. Niji no Kanata e Shoujo Diana Monogatari. The rare anime biography of Princess Diana from her birth to her early teen years. I'm going to be super honest with you. I actually don't know a whole lot about Princess Diana. I know she's dead, and she might have been assassinated. That's about it. And I know the assassination thing is a conspiracy theory. That's what I know about Princess Di. Machine Robo Kronos no Dai Kushu. The journey of Robot Prince begins. The planet Kronos is a world of super robotic life forms ruled by the wise master Kira. I thought we were done with super robo bullshit. Anime about Princess Diana, weird. Yeah, apparently it said it's pretty rare and only 100 people have seen it, so it might be a Japan only thing, and even in Japan it might be really rare to get a hold of. The journey of a robot prince begins. The planet Kronos is a weird world of super robotic life forms ruled by the wise Master Kirai. But their peaceful existence is shattered by the conquering armies of the Gondor robots. Now the machine combats machine in an epic battle for the planet. Master Karai's son, Rom, must lead a company of transformable mecha warriors into the fray. Fun fact, Rom is one of the two sisters of Blanc in Nep. I actually beat Mega Dimension Neptunia. I got the middle ending. I'm trying to get the bad ending so that when I get the good ending, I'll have gotten the good ending. Bum 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 bum. Call me night. Rumi's met a lot of guys through her job, and it's probably fair to assume that most of them could be said to have some sort of problem. But a man who literally turns into a beast when he gets turned on, maybe outside of this perky call girl's field of expertise. Still a little challenge every now and again stimulates the mind and makes life so much more interesting, so she's willing to give it a shot. This sounds like a hentai. This is a comedy, horror, romance, sci-fi. It's 30 minutes. It's rated R. High school student found part-time work as a prostitute, works for Madonna, and has developed feelings for Yo. Despite his unusual condition, instead of avoiding him, she finds ways to help him overcome his unusual condition by seducing him. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very interested. Not for the sex thing. I just want to see. I want to see where this is going. You know what I'm saying? Don't you want to know? Like, she seduced it. Like, what's gonna happen in this? This could go any. Like, does she get mauled at the end? I don't know. Pink Noise. I think I've heard of Pink Noise before. Oh, did I read the manga? I might have read the manga. I didn't read the manga. None of this is manga. Bum 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 bum. California Crisis I've already reviewed. Amon Saga. This almost looks like this inspired Claymore's art style. Set in a world of fantasy and adventure, Amon is a young boy embarking on a quest to avenge the death of his mother. When the hunt leads him ultimately to the kingdom of Valhis, Amon enlists the ranks of the Emperor's army in order to gain an opportunity to exact his revenge. However, a chance encounter with Princess Lycia, being held captive by the Emperor in an effort to ransom a map away from his main rival, King Dorai Sem. Amon must decide whether to follow his path of revenge to help or rescue the princess in an effort to save a lost kingdom. That sounds cool. California Crisis, not whatever that is. Yeah, I fucking reviewed California Crisis already. California Crisis is good if you haven't seen it. I mean, this sounds good. I'd like to watch this. I'll watch this. I'll watch whatever this is. Toei anime. I haven't seen it. I plan to watch it. I'll watch this. That's cool. It's got a cool little art style. Dun 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 dun! California Crisis has the song Too Hot at the ending credits, and it's like really good, by the way. It's just on YouTube. The song Too Hot. If you haven't heard Too Hot, check it out on YouTube. I'd tell you I'd link it in the music section of my Discord, but you shouldn't trust anything I say right now. Excuse me. Not even when I'm telling you not to trust me. Don't trust that either. Soko Kihei Vatom's Big Battle. Big Battle is the worst subtitle for a movie I think I've seen in my entire life. And I am including the movie that's actual subtitle was Electric Boogaloo, which that is a real movie. Big Battle is a one-shot OVA set after the climax of the original Vatom story, but before the epilogue at the end of the series itself. With the Gilgamesh and the Ballarat forces still trying to advance their PS programs, Chiriko and his old friends are forced into one last gladiatorial battle against a special PS and a formidable land battleship. Why would you call something a land battleship? That just seems like you've misnamed your thing. Ships are, by definition, not for land. Ba-ba-da-bum-ba! Root Search Shokushin Butai X. When a research crew in deep space discovers the desolate ship Green Planet that warps into their area, they encounter Buzz, the commander and sole survivor of the ship. Being too incapacitated to make him aware of the situation in his ship, the research team will soon discover that they've found something far, far worse. This is a cool little poster. I kind of like the art style, honestly. Doesn't that kind of look cool? I'd like to give this a shake. I'd like to watch this. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Shonen Bakusozuku. In Japan, the country that inspired the slogan, "Born to be mild." The blood of young men still runs hot. In the old days, they go off into the country and hack out each other up with swords, but these days, with what with school, that isn't very practical. So some of them do some very un-Japanese. So they strap on a big bike, roar around annoying people, and pound anyone they consider dishonorable. Now meet Iguchi Yosuke, leader of the high school biker gang and the school's handicrafts club, which means he divides his time between fistfights and fancy needlework. And if you think he's weird, wait till you meet the rest of the gang. So I do know that Kenny Lauderdale did make a video about Shonen Bakusozuku. He also said that there should have been more episodes of this show, and also we should have had a subtitled version of this show over a subtitled version of Ueno-chan, and I took offense to that because Ueno-chan was actually really good, an underrated show about a cute little inventor girl. That's all I had to say about that. Yes, we did need an Ueno-chan sub. Fuck you, Kenny Lauderdale. You're great, but fuck you. We did need an Ueno-chan. We did need an Ueno-chan sub, and I'm glad I watched Ueno-chan. I'm probably not actually going to watch this. I thought I was going to watch this. I thought I was going to add this to my list, and then I didn't want to. Maybe I'm more select. Maybe I should only do SACing MAL while drunk. That OVA doesn't look special at all. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I'm actually more selective while drunk, and maybe from now on, all SACing MALs should be done drunk. This is Cosmo Pink Shot, which I like the name of. Based on the 84 serial run of Anime Vision video magazine, the original material was compiled into a one-shot video. I don't even think I could find this if I wanted to. But I like the name, and I like the character design. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Aoki Ryusei SPT Leisner OVA. The Leisner OVA serves as an alternative version of the TC series. The first episode, titled AG 1996, recaps the first part of the series, episodes 0 through 24. The second episode, Lacan, Lacaine, 1999 takes place after the time in the far future of 1999 takes place after the time skip, which contains episodes 26 through 37. The final episode, Seal 2000, is an expanded version of the final episode of the TV series, episode 38, which features new animation and a longer epilogue. Cool. Did I talk about this at one point? They're fucking naked on this videotape. I did. Apparently I wanted to watch this for some reason. I will trust Past Me. Past Me has a better head on better head on your shoulders than I do. Kizu Bioto, Wounded Man. That's just a real dude's chest with a fucking anime face on it. Biker Dudes with Pompadours, which is which one? There's a bunch of those. Yuko Kusaka is a Japanese journalist sent to Brazil to do a report on the gold rush phenomenon that seems to be making many people rich from night to day. Rumors say that among the many Gremapierre's gold diggers currently on the Amazon forest, there is a Japanese known as Rio Baraki. Reaching their destination, her crew member is promptly attacked and she is raped as a warning to stop their work and return immediately to their home country. Determined to do her job, she stays and finds out from the attacker that he is none other than Baraki. and white-haired, muscular man with a large scar on his back. Later, she discovers that his real name is Kisuke Ibaraki. Once a promising quarterback, he ended up falsely incriminated by a powerful organization known as GPX. That covers something. This looks like a shitty romance thing, doesn't it? Like a romance novel? Like, it looks like Fabio is on there. This is an action-adventure suspense setting. I thought this was going to be a romance, and I was like, is this a romance that opens up with the main character, like the main hero, raping the main heroine? Because that sounds like a really bad romance. Is this fucking Magic Bus? Did fucking Magic Bus make this? Fucking Magic Bus made this. Magic Bus makes hentai and hentai adjacent things. Yeah, they make erotica. They make I can't believe it's not hentai, is what I call it. Mal calls it erotica. I call it I can't believe it's not hentai. I'm gonna be totally honest. I want to watch this just to fucking see. Nayuta. Sci-fi tale of a young girl who acquires ESP powers, based on a manga by Sasaki Junko, published in 3 volumes by Shokugakukan under the Flower Comics label. This looks like Cirrus Victoria from Hellsing. This does not. I need to watch more ecchi shit or I'm gonna lose my ecchi achievements. Majo Demo Steady. Hasashi Seki, an ordinary working guy, wakes up one morning to find a naked and very amorous girl in his bed. He's happy to take advantage of the situation to their mutual satisfaction. However, yeah, mutual satisfaction, my guy. However, the girl's appearance leads to all sort of increasingly strange phenomena. The cause of lies, sort of Jungian psychology. The girl, whom he has named Asami, is from a parallel dimension where people are ideal partners, the anima to their animus, or vice versa. Not really what that means, but okay. Reside. Asami's longing has allowed her to cross dimensions to be with Seki, but her presence in this world upsets the natural order. She goes back, and Seki must venture to her world to save her. The lovers are reunited. However, matters don't turn out quite as they hoped. That sounds good. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I actually legitimately would like to watch that. Dun, 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 dun. I have Plastic Love stuck in my head now. You know, she made a music video for that in like November of last year, despite the song coming out in like the 70s, 80s. I thought animus was a person's inner masculinity or femininity. You are completely correct, Maid. That's why I said that's not at all what that means. It sounds like a really interesting concept for a show, but it is definitely not what that means. Getting caught up in a... this is Shojuku Romanesque Sammy missing 999. Fun fact, anima and animus are concepts addressed in an episode of Kirby, Right Back at Ya, which I am currently having to suffer through. Actually, I will say that Kirby Right Back at Ya is better than the Pokemon show that I had to fucking watch. But yeah, there was an episode where an enemy divides you in two, and so it actually, there's a set of characters that's just like one character that got split in half for the entirety of their lives, and it's just the male version and the female version because it literally got divided by the monster. Plastic Love, what are you humming? I thought it was Looking Out My Back Door. It is sometimes Plastic Love, and then sometimes it's like that one song from Persona 4. I'm too drunk to say consistent on what I'm humming. Yeah, there was also another episode where a monster disguises itself as J.K. Rowling, and they have to fight J.K. Rowling. I thought that was funny. You don't get that in Pokemon. That's why Kirby is better than Pokemon. Anyway, getting caught up in a gang fight would be a bad day in anybody's life, but for high school student Sami Yoshino, things go from bad to worse as she finds herself thrown across time and space to unknown worlds. Now she's caught up in a gang fight of biblical proportions between the divine masters of the universe and the demons who seek to destroy it. As it turns out, Sammy hides phenomenal cosmic powers within her, and the demons will stop at nothing to suppress it. Can Sammy ever escape the conflict, be returned to a normal girl? Is the whole universe going to die? See, that sounds more like an SMT plotline than the actual SMT movie. All I hear is do 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 looking out my back door. I actually don't know what song you're referencing. That sounds watchable. I'd watch this is a thing I'm going to say constantly while doing this show because I'm too drunk to stop myself. I have poor impulse control. Pew 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 pew. Maho no Star Magical Emmy Sami Shigure. Sami Shigure. An OVA that summarizes and continues Maho no Star Miracle Emmy TV series. This is Laputa. I reviewed Laputa. Go watch my review of Laputa. Creedence Clearwater. I know of the band, but know little of them. Two pairs of young lovers become embroiled in a war between two rival kingdoms, the primitive but resplendent Issa and the militaristic but undisciplined Paro. How are you both militaristic and undisciplined? Izu and his young wife, Marin, are simple farmers who live in an unassuming village of Saki. Excuse me. Under 3 minutes. I love it. I was going to say I'll probably, all things considered, listen to maybe 20 seconds and go, yeah, I can't make it through this. Which lies directly between Issa and Paro. While Saki does not have the beauty of Issa, nor the war machines of Paro, they do possess the magnificent tree known as Windaria, to which the villagers give their prayers in return for good memories. When the war erupts, Izu decides to join Paro's army, enthralled by the fantastic motorbike given to him as a bribe. Before he departs, they each take a vow. He will definitely return to her, and until he does, she will wait for him. The other two lovers are Jill, the prince of Paro, and Ahanis, princess of Issa. They eventually want nothing to do with the rapidly escalating conflict, but after Jill's father, Paro's king, dies by his son's hand in an altercation over the war, Jill has little choice but to realize his father's final wish, the taking of Issa. The only problem is that he'd promised his beloved, Ahanis, that he would not become involved. Windaria is a parable set in a fantasy land of unicorns and ghost ships. Honestly, it sounds like it'd end in tragedy, but I'm kind of on board for this. Doesn't that sound kind of interesting? That sounds kind of interesting. Bum, 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 bum. Call Force 1 Eternal Story. You'll probably find it dated. I find everything dated, including the date. Two advanced civilizations, the Paranoids, a race of alien humanoids, and the Selenoids, who are all women, fuck yeah, are waging a war that has gone on for centuries. When the Solenoid fleet leaves a battle to defend an experimentally terraformed world from the Paranoids, one damaged Selenoid ship, the Starleaf, is separated from the fleet. Only 7 women remain alive on the only 7 women remain alive on the sheep. Eluza, the captain, Rabbi, the solid or more or less main character, Luffy, the brash pilot, Caddy, the mysterious science officer, and Pony, the pink-haired ditzy tech, Patty, a solid crew member, and Remy, the cute one. Sounds like a fucking rock band. After narrowly escaping the battle, the crew of the Starleaf decides to continue with their orders and rendezvous at Planet Chaos to defend it. It turns out, however, that their ship is the subject of a paranoid experiment. In the end, it is up to the remaining Starleaf to defend the artificial paradise of Chaos from the paranoid fleet and the plans of the Selenoid leaders. So, like, if they're all female, how do they make babies? Is it cloning? Do they spawn by budding? Do they lay eggs? How does this work? Acoustic guitars, twangy vocals. It's from 1970. Honestly, it sounds kind of interesting. I'll give this a flippy flip. I'll give this a witchy wash. Dun, 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 dun. iCity I've already reviewed. Go watch my review of iCity if you want to know what iCity is about. I'm thirsty. It's not to get the booze out of my system. I'm just thirsty. This is Captain Tsubasa Sekai Daikessen Junior World Cup. In the In the fourth movie, the classical Japan-Europe match becomes intercontinental. This time, they arrange a World Cup with 4 teams: Japan, USA, all Europe, and all South America. In the first match, Japan easily defeats the USA. Boo! 3-0. In the second match, Europe loses 2-3 against South America. Excuse me. In the final round, SA shows their soccer cyborg, Carlos Santana, a more than supreme player who seems to be undefeatable. All their classic tricks like Hyuga's Tiger Shot or Tsubasa's Top Spin seem to be totally worthless, but in a hard and spectacular match, the Japanese learn more and more to play in unison, and finally, they get the win. Well, then I don't need to watch it, because I already know who wins. Yeah, fuck off, movie. I already know who won. This is Super Mario Brothers Peach Hime Kyoshutsu Daisakusen. In the film, Mario and Luigi are the owners of a grocery store. Because why not? One night, Mario was engrossed in his Famicom game. Suddenly, the picture goes out, and Princess Peach appears on the TV screen, calling for help from the enemies attacking her, and jumps out of the TV. Mario falls in love with her and vows to protect her. Soon after, Koopa appears on the screen and starts to come out of the TV. He grabs Princess Peach and takes her into the TV. Mario discovers a small brooch that Peach left on the floor. The next day, the brooch that Peach dropped becomes a matter of concern for Mario. Luigi immediately notices the brooch and regards it as the visionary jewel from the Country of Treasure. Soon, Kabidongo, a small dog-like being, wanders into the store and notices that Mario has Peach's brooch. He takes it away from Mario, enraging him, thus beginning his and Luigi's chase with Kabidongo into the Mushroom Kingdom. What the fuck did I just read? This is Metanatai Holmes, Mrs. Hudson, Hitojichi, Jikan no Maki, Dover Kaikyo no Daikuchusen no Maki. Makai. The second Matai Natai Holmes movie featuring 2 episodes from the anime series. This is High School Kimenugumi movie. 3 additional adventures for the Kimengumi and his friends. In the first episode, the boys fail their exams right before summer vacation and have to take supplementary lessons. The second episode is a mandatory school trip on the beach during summer vacation for a swimming competition. In the third episode, school is back in session. The karate club is in danger when a new opponent appears. Ge no Kitaru Saikyo Yokai Gundan Nippon Jorikyu. This is a movie based on the 1985 TV anime with the original plot. This is just spooky Kitara, the strongest ghost army landing in Japan. It almost looks like a Chinese ghost army is attacking Japan. This is Atoshi no Betty Momonogatari. A devil girl with the face of an angel and a heart of gold, blonde Betty falls in love with an earthbound gangster, Denpai Kimogawa. When they meet in a rainstorm, they end up living together in Tokyo high-rise apartment. Though Denpai has trouble coping with his new witch and demon in-laws dropping in at inopportune moments, Betty has actually been sent to the human world on a mission to defeat the demon Luton. While Betty continues her task, her skeletal grandmother sends nubile nymphs to tempt Denpai to see if he's suitable husband material. That sounds totally watchable. There's like no listings for this, so I don't know if I could find this if I wanted to. But maybe I'll find like a VHS tape or something. I don't know. That sounds like a thing I would watch if I could watch it. 458 people have apparently added this to their list at some point. 8 people have it on hold. 42 people have dropped it. 137 people have completed it. 23 people are watching it. And 248 plan to watch it. The average scores are 5, 3, and 1. But you tend to get lower average scores with more obscure anime because the only people that watch obscure anime are people who've been around the block enough times to rate things low enough because they already know what the heights are. This is Mapletown Monogatari movie. This is a movie based on Mapletown Monogatari, which we read earlier this stream. This is Running Boy, Star Soldier, no Himitsu. This anime was made by Hudson Soft, which created the Star Soldier game. Its designer, Yuichi Takahashi, appeared in a cameo and sang the theme songs. By coincidence, the film was released the same day as the Super Mario Bros., also based on a video game. The film was a box office failure in Japan. Yeah, probably because it released the same day as Super Mario Bros. It's probably a bad matchup. Dokabe Bangmang Ai, a 1986 Korean film about ancient demons and a brave boy. Excuse me. Ganbare Swimmy. Ganbare is a blackfish born into a shoal of redfish. Tries to fit in mid-adventures as he's chased by tuna and must evade the great octopus. Sounds like this is for kids. Yeah, it's rated G. Ginga Tensa, 2100 Nen Border Planet. This work was produced as the 9th special animated piece for the 24-hour television program Tezuka Production, which took full charge of the original story, screenplay, and director. Tezuka Osamu crafts a love story in the time when humans are expanding into space at the end of the 21st century, employing an omnibus from similar to Bradbury's Martian's Chronicles. The storyline is similar to Phoenix Nostalgia. Leaving Earth after marriage, a woman is left behind in space with her husband, suddenly dies of a cosmic disease. These background details were used in the Phoenix as well. This time, her friends on Earth head for space to save the woman who was once everyone's ideal lady. In the special animated piece, Tezuka Osamu emphasizes his basic concepts that love can save the Earth, and only love can save humans. This sounds like this could have been an interesting movie, tezuka, but like so much of this description is just talking about Tezuka Osamu and not the fucking movie. Like, I know more about Tezuka Osamu's like additions to the movie than the actual film. Sangokushi 2 Amakakeru Otoko Tachi, the sequel to Sangokushi 1985. We've made it to fall of 86. Saint Seiya, anime classic shonen series Saint Seiya. It has always looked so fucking stupid to me. Has anyone I know ever seen Saint Seiya? No. It just looks so stupid. But like, part of me is like, maybe it's just the art style of Saint Seiya that's really bad. Maybe I hear Saint Seiya's really good. So maybe it's just the art style that's fucking abysmal. But I'm gonna say this again, the art style of Saint Seiya is fucking abysmal. In ancient times, a group of young men devoted their lives to protecting Athena, goddess of wisdom and war. These men are capable of fighting without weapons. A swing of their fist alone was powerful enough to rip the very sky apart and shatter the earth beneath them. These brave heroes became known as saints, as they could summon up the power of the cosmos from within themselves. Now in present day, a new generation of saints is about to come forward. The young and spirited Seiya is fighting a tough battle for the sacred armor of Pegasus, and he isn't about to let anyone get in the way of him and his prize. 6 years of hard work and training pay off with his victory, and the new title of one of Athena's saints, but Seiya's endeavor doesn't end there. In fact, plenty of perils and dangerous enemies face him and the rest of the saints throughout the series. What new quests await the leader of the epic Saint Seiya saga? The Zodiac thing? Yeah, the Zodiac thing. All I know about Saint Seiya is Artemis' design in SMT5 was based on it. It's one of the like best-selling manga of all time. It's supposed to be really good. It is a absolute classic shonen series. I think it originally ran in Shonen Jump. I think it might even still be. Yeah, it's a Shonen Jump weekly series. Supposedly it's really good. It's a classic. It's like it has a lot in common with Fist of the North Star, in that it's one of those like classic shonen series that everyone's like, yeah, Saint Seiya is really great, Fist of the North Star is really great, and I always look at it and I'm always like, God, nothing about this appeals to me in any conceivable way. And so I think for the same reason, I'll add it to the list of things I'll plan to watch, but like Fist of the North Star, nothing about it sounds actually interesting. Like, I always hear it and I'm like, ugh, Saint Seiya. Watch it because it's a classic, though. You know what I'm saying? Heart Cocktail. Chalk-Colored People creator Seizo Watase's 1983 series of short manga in Comic Morning is adapted into a dozen of romantic vignettes. Each designed to... I'm falling. Think you confused it with Ronin Warriors at one point? I don't think I've ever heard of Ronin Warriors. Romantic vignettes, each designed to tell a simple love story, no more time than it would take to smoke a cigarette, which often means that there is little time for even revealing people's names. Many tales simply star me and her. Stories include Emblem of My Father, Two in the Beer Garden, Old Hawaii Corner, My Brother Zippo, Takara's Love of Two, and Half a Millennium. The tobacco analogy may sound strange in these politically correct times, but it's better than the alternative, remembering that such a short manga stories are actually designed to take no longer to read than the average dump. Who wrote that description? Who wrote that? There isn't even a source. It's not like we got this from the DVD box. Who wrote that? I actually vaguely know what this is, by the way. Are you talking about Eurodyne Samurai Troopers, MacTier? Which is something apparently we'll be talking about later on in the stream, so I won't read it. Oh, fuck it, I'll read it now. We'll get it done with. Thousands of years ago, the evil Emperor Tulpa attempted to conquer Earth. Defeated, he was banished to the Netherrealm, and his armor was divided into 9 separate suits. Now he has returned to conquer Earth, having reclaimed 4 of the suits. The other 5 are in possession of those who are the only hope of stopping him, the Ronin warriors. Yeah, that sounds super bad. Oh, family. I know the very rare DVD of Midori has been a really weird description of Utena in the insert. This story takes place in Florida. The main characters are the lovable members of the Andersons. Each one has his or her own different characteristics, which conflict and support the others. By going through many events, meaningful ones as well as weird ones, together the bond between them grows stronger and tighter. That doesn't tell me enough about it to be interesting. It's just like, it's a family that lives in Florida. I'm like, okay. Cool, I guess. I don't know. Anmitsu Hime. Based on a manga by Kurakane Shosuke, serialized in the Shoujo magazine. Anemitsu is a tomboy princess living happily in the Amakura castle. Our story begins when she turns 10 years old and gets a home tutor. Castella from the Pudding Kingdom as a present from her parents. But they were very wrong when they thought Mitsu will finally start studying seriously, because she'll frequently escape from the castle looking for some fun. In the process, she will learn a lot about the outside world, make numerous friends, and cause endless trouble for the inhabitants of the castle who are supposed to take care of her. She falls in love with a transsexual. I don't think that's what happened in Utena. Yeah, I haven't seen Utena, so I wouldn't know, but I'm pretty sure that's not the plot of Utena. Bug Te Honey. A unique program which adopts the Toy-Com games, which are loved by children all over the world. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Official site into animation. The story starts off by the kidnapping Genjin Takahashi, a superstar in the world of Toy-Com games. He's escaped by Kira the Great, who plots evil in order to rule this game world and become the star himself. Honeybee, living in this game world and also the girlfriend of Genjin, learns of this and sets out to save him. She goes to the actual world to seek the help of 3 game geniuses and bring these 3 Toy-Com buddies to the game world. With their help and desperate struggles, they try to overthrow Kira the Great and rescue Genjin. Can they overcome the numerous roadblocks of the hidden tricks and riddles? That didn't sound like English when I heard it back after I spoke it. Doterman. Doterman. Gotta doter all. Doterman. Doterman. In a small town of Tokyo, there lives a middle-aged man, Suzuki, who spends commonplace days conducting a small business. He is ambitious to become such a celebrity as to appear on the cover page of a popular magazine. One day, he happens to discover a mysterious entrance that leads to an alien space. Though he reaches the world of goblins and attaches control devices to goblins, they are to make them act as his free command. Capitalizing on those zombies, he grows... Why did they change to zombies? He grows outrageous and notoriously sets his hand to evil things. Meanwhile, 2 witty pupils, Hajime and his girlfriend Mariko, come across strange alien detective who presents strength. Then they challenge the wicked ruler and successfully liberate the poor goblins. They continue to fight in the cause of justice, creating excitement and entertainment full of pleasure. That Midori DVD is super strange. Like, it only released in Europe. It has a soundtrack CD, which is weird because the OTST for that movie is not available like anywhere, and it's like impossible to find. What a delightfully nonsensical description for anything I've read. Wannabes. I don't know if I've talked about wannabes before, but we'll talk about wannabes. I know someone who was super dedicated to finding copies just because he wants something so obscure. Last I saw him, he had no such luck. I know I read this at one point, didn't I? I read this. OVA begins a tag battle between the elegant girls of the Dream Team and the heavy-faced printed woman and Foxy's ladies. Naturally, the Dream Team gets crap kicked out, but not before one of them makes one strong attempt to lift a 200-pound Foxy lady overhead. The ones who take place are Eri, Miki, the wannabes, Tammy, Eri, the girls who want to have fun with, but once they discover the new training, the mysterious Gato Corporation, the same corporation that trained the Dream Team, they discover there's something deeper in their training. Done. I feel like I talked about that, so I just read it really fast. Kat, Sugi, Shoujo, Pentaidan. Da 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 da. Oh, this is Girl Detective Club. Kenny Lauderdale also talked about this and said it was an absolutely joyless watch and he hated it. Our heroine has been kidnapped and her 2 friends, somewhat ditzy friends, decide to save her in a war machine they found in her house. Unfortunately, they have little idea of how it works, so let the random destruction begin. Excuse me. Urban Square, Kohaku no Sugigaki. Ryo Matsumoto is a screenplay writer that runs into a man and witnesses his murder. Unknown to him, he gets caught up in an illegal antique ring, along with a girl he meets named Yuki. In order to survive, he ends up acting out the action hero role that he writes in his screenplays. So this is a writer guy who writes action movies who has to be an action movie. I like that idea, actually. That sounds kind of cool. I'll watch that. If I can find that, I'll watch that. I know, I minimized my page. No. This is Del Power X Bakuhatsu Miracle Genki. Minami is your typical schoolgirl. Despite the odd machine her grandfather is always building, one day, through an odd evil robot comes to attack Minami's school and commits the ultimate offense of threatening her friends and ruining her lunch. Now she will stop at nothing to return order to the world in her grandpa's newest creation, the Mechadel Power X. That sounds kind of cute, but I probably won't watch it. You know what? I have a good feeling about this. This is a gem. This is a hidden gem. I'm telling you right now. Hidden gem. Del Power X Bakuhatsu Miracle Genki. Hidden gem. Y'all don't know. Y'all are sleeping on Del Power X Bakuhatsu Miracle Genki. But I know. I can look at it. I'm like, that's going to be a pretty... That's going to be an anime. That's going to be an anime that was made in the 1986. Twinkleheart Gingaki Made Toda Kanai. Love. Heaven's greatest treasure went missing, and to get it back, the great god decides to send two daughters, Lemon and Cherry, as well as their governess, Berry, to find it. However, their search doesn't go well, mainly because they decide they like it at Earth and prefer to work in a hamburger shop. Sick. In the one episode OVA, the girls end up searching for love treasure on an exotic planet. However, they find magical living plushies instead, having to fight their way through them to uncover the essence of life, which an evil organization wants to use for their nefarious purposes. This, I know for a fact, was actually talked about by Kenny Lauderdale. He said it was good enough. He said that, but that this was like a pilot and they never made more of this. So, there you go. I'll probably skip it. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. I like how every anime Kenny Lauderdale ever talked about came out in 1986 for some reason. Junseki Algaim I, Pentagoria, Window, plus Lady Galvet. A recap OVA that portrays the first half of the series, Heavy Metal Algaim. After credits, there's a short clip animated for the OVA entitled Lady Galvet, which is intended to be comic relief. We've done it, everyone. We've made it to 1987. We've made it 1 year through anime. I know Wakusa Monogatari, Tales of Little Women. This is, I think, the third Little Women adaptation we've seen in animated form. I skipped movies? No, I didn't. I did. Oh, fuck. Alright, we'll read Little Women and then we'll get down to it. Thanks, Maid. Meg, faithful and gentle. Joe, independent and energetic. Beth, quiet and shy. Amy, amiable and precocious. The four sisters live vicariously and happily at home with their gentle mother while waiting for her father to return from the Civil War. Helping each other, they challenge their fates and grow to become wonderful women. Except for Amy, who fucking drowns. Dragon Ball Movie 1, Shenlong no Densetsu. A retelling of Dragon Ball's origins. This is a different version of the meeting of Goku, Bulma, Oolong, and Yamcha. They're all looking for the Dragon Balls for different reasons when they cross paths with the evil King Gormeth, who is looking for the Dragon Balls. I've seen one of these movies. Guess which one? Is it the first one? I actually hear that the Dragon Ball recap movies are actually better than Dragon Ball. Bum 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 bum. But the less Dragon Ball I can watch, the better. 11 Nin Iru. They were 11. After the Interstellar Alliance established peace among most of the planets in the universe, they created the Cosmo Academy. Oh, you mean one of these movies? It's this one. I don't know what this is, but it's this one. Um, the Academy is renowned as the most elite school in existence, with its graduates guaranteed virtually any job in the desire. However, one can become a student if they pass the entrance examinations held every 3 years, making the competition for admission extremely fierce. Lane Tadotos is a Terran who has managed to reach the final stage of examinations placed in a group of 10. He is sent to Esperanza, a ship stranded in orbit. Their final test is to survive 53 days in the ship without any means of communication with the outside other than an emergency forfeit button. But a serious problem emerges for the examinees when they perform a head count. There are 11 people aboard the Esperanza, meaning that one of them is an impostor. That sounds pretty cool. It looks like a thing you'd watch. Like, the art style just says, I bet Maid's seen that one. It wasn't there 11. We'll get you, Maid. We'll figure it out. This is Kyoshoku Soko Guyver. Well, I think you've mentioned Guyver, haven't you? Hey! Pew, 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 pew. Even when drunk, Sack's always right. The plot of this OVA is a rough adaptation of the first 4 chapters of the Guyver manga. It covers the same basic elements of these chapters. Genesis of the Guyver, fight with the Vemur, fight with Guyver 2, and the introduction Guyver 3. Main differences are the exclusion of Tetsuro and his replacement by Mizuki, the replacement of Lisker with a female agent Valkyria, and thus a female Guyver 2. There is also a look at Shio's psychology of how he deals with his situation, including a very harsh moment where his friends are assassinated in cold blood. One night, high school student Sho Fukumichi discovers a mysterious metal object. Then, in a blinding flash of light, Sho finds that he's accidentally fused with Guyver, a mecha of mysterious alien design. Now, to save his girlfriend Mizuki Sagawa, along with the entire world, Sho must become the Guyver to fight the Kronos Corporation and their bio creatures called Zoanoids, who are hell-bent on world domination. This doesn't sound that good. I'm not gonna lie. This does not sound that good. This sounds like hold on. Is this rated R? Rated R, mild nudity. Is this the same? This sounds like. This sounds sort of like an Excelian kind of thing. Like, this was very common in like the mid to late 80s. Where they would have like alien creature comes down from Earth, random high school student chosen as the chosen one, and then like the following like 1 hour OVA is just blood and tits everywhere, right? That's what this sounds like. This sounds like a mid 80s early 90s kind of OVA, like, ah, I'm an alien overlord, man, look at my boobies, and then the main character's like, I'ma punch you, and then it explodes, and then you just see blood and organs go, bloosh. That's what that sounds like. That's what that sounds like to me. Pretty good description of Guyver. Yeah! Yeah, it doesn't sound good. Do you recommend I watch this? Should I throw it on? Or is there a better version I should watch? It's fun. Fuck it. Why not? I'll watch it. Most recommended the OVA series from 89. Okay, then I will delete this and then add the 89 one. Kyoshoko Soko Guyver 1989. Even more violent, of course it is. Also better rated. Sho and his friend Tetsuro stumble upon a strange orb-like mechanism, the Guyver unit. In the world, physically bonds with Sho and turns him into an alien soldier Guyver. His mission is to protect the Guyver unit from the Japanese corporation known as Kronos. They are after it, and two other units just like it to retrieve the object. They send out vicious monsters known as Zoonoids, so no one is safe in Sho's life, not even himself. We'll throw this on then. Bum ba da bum 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 da dum bum. Bum, 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 bum. If I don't hear this fucking Persona 4 song, I'm gonna go goddamn crazy. Toki no Tabibito, Time Stranger, based on the novel trilogy of the same name by Miya Muratako. Miya Muratako. Time Stranger is the story of a bunch of teenagers getting transported back in time through Japan's history and getting mixed up with samurai shenanigans. Are we sure I didn't write this? Are we sure I didn't write this subscription? Samurai shenanigans sounds like a sack word. Hey, we're wearing the same shirt. Are we fucking really? I just saw this at Target like 3 days ago and I bought it and I'm like, yo, I'll get that for like 13 bucks. Hey, John, are you streaming? I saw you were streaming Lost Ark, but I'm like, well, I'm going live right now. We're going live at the same time. What is this? Guyver the Director's Cut from producer of Reanimator, Mark Hamill. Nice, Mark Hamill. Are you live right now? Oh shit! What are you doing in chat, John? I thought you were lost arcing. I thought you were lost in your arc. You named your stream like Raiders of the Lost Ark. I thought. Welcome to SACing MAL, the worst show I make. Pew 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 pew. The movie is terrible. Saying hi. Hi. I'm drinking Screwdriver. I'm fucked up. Bump, 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 bump. Check Discord. For what? What am I doing? This is the Creedence Clearwater Survival song. Nice! Nice! Yes! Nice. I literally just saw... I was just at a Target for whatever reason because I was in the area because I had to print out tax information for my taxes, and I just like saw this shirt randomly for like 13 bucks, and I was just like, I'll get that. That's a cool shirt. Hell yeah, Sailor Moon buddies. Fuck yeah. I also got some yogurt that I thought was vanilla flavored, but it was plain flavored. And plain Greek yogurt sucks. Plain Greek yogurt sucks. Hold on. I have an idea. Am I on... Super Shirt Bros? Fuck yeah. Am I on your stream right now? Can people see me? Hi, John Stream, if you can see me. Is that a thing that's happening? Is that what's going on right now? Fuck the Greeks. I'm audible? Oh, that's fucking... That's cuckoo. That's cuckoo. Hi, John Stream. How are you doing, y'all? How's y'all going? I have a surprise for you. Here's my surprise for you. Are you ready? Here's my surprise for you. Boom! Now you're on my stream while on your stream while on my stream. Haha. I'm drunk. You can't blame me for my actions. I loudly hear metal music. I actually should probably mute you. I didn't realize there'd be so much loud metal music going on right now. Oh, there we go. Conquer the jaw, the streamer streams and watch the streamers. Oh, how's things going? It's safe, is it? I don't want to risk it. I gotta upload this to YouTube. I'm out of alcohol. I made that screwdriver way too strong, in case anyone was wondering. Um, where did I leave off? I left off on Hino Tori Howenhin. Greek. Grecha. Greece. I must say it was a joke. I'm sorry, Grace. Do not take it seriously. Fuck the Greeks. Why are we fucking the Greeks? I don't understand. My brain turned into Hachima. I try to not make the Hachima brain joke. What? Oh shit! John with the raid. Oh, are you ending your stream? Is that what's going on? That explains it. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the worst show I make. I'm drunk. I went on a rant earlier about fucking dolphins and drinking piss. That's what you've missed. Quite frankly, you've missed 2 rants about drinking piss and fucking dolphins. No flavored Greek yogurt sucks. Yeah, it's just like sour cream. We went live at the same time. Yeah, I noticed. You put yourself in promotion like a couple minutes before, and I'm like, but I'm ready. I gotta start. I gotta start. Zach educated me why it's healthy for me to drink semen. Oh yeah, I forgot. I was talking about why you should drink semen. Yeah, it's good for you, actually. There's a lot of benefits for semen. Hang on, let's see. Health benefits of semen. Here we go. Here's according to exposedstdcheck.com blog. Here's 9 benefits of drinking semen. Getting healthy while sucking dick. Fuck yeah. It works as an antidepressant. It works as an anti-anxiety. Mood enhancement. This woman's drinking milk, so that's okay. I was really worried when I saw white shit going all over her. It says it helps in ingestion. Longevity. It apparently helps you live longer. It helps your brain. And there's some nutritional benefits. Oh, yeah, that is actually true. Semen is good for your skin, for the record. So it's not wasteful if you just get like a facial and you rub it in. It's actually a really good moisturizer. Keeps your skin healthy. Apparently it's good for your teeth. That's cool. It's good for your hair. There you go. Semen, man. Just drink it. Put it all over you. Fucking... There you go. Apparently when you're anxious, suck a dick. That's what I do. Akenemaru, a skill. Oh, by the way, thanks for the raid, John. I don't know if I said that. I don't know what I said this stream. I'm drunk. Akenemaru, a skilled sculptor, sets out to find the muse for his masterpiece, the legendary immortal bird phoenix. Now I know why witches thought cum was magic. Cum is magic. It makes babies. It makes you live longer. It makes you healthier. It's nutritional. It is worth noting that people say that semen is a good source of protein. There is protein in semen, but unfortunately for you, if you're hoping to supplement protein powder with cum, it will not work because unfortunately there's just simply not enough protein in your man's dick. Unfortunately, you can't supplement your protein intake with dick sucking. I know, we all wish you could, but it doesn't work. That's just how the world be sometime. You can rub it on your skin for a lovely facial moisturizer, though. Akane is a skilled sculptor, sets out to find the muse for his masterpiece, the legendary immortal bird Phoenix. However, on his journey, he encounters unexpected trouble when he runs into Gao, a one-eyed, one-armed bandit. Despite Akane friendly demeanor, Gao, who harbors animosity toward the world as a ruthless man, attacks and robs him. As they go their separate ways, the unfortunate incident fades into oblivion. Years later, Akane is forced to accept a new assignment and abandon his dream. While Gao is stricken with sudden misfortune, a twist of fate that will change both of their lives forever. But little do they know that these circumstances will eventually lead to them to cross paths once more, this time as rivals. Set in Japan's Nara period, Hi no Tori Hao Hen explores the fragile balance between action and consequence, and it follows the lives of two men who must inevitably confront the responsibilities of their choices. This is amazing. This is what you get. See, this is what a just chatting stream with me is like, because I'm well aware that me reading random anime descriptions is not interesting. So I have to spice it up somehow. Sometimes we talk about why you shouldn't drink piss. Sometimes we talk about why you should drink semen. Assuming that your partner is healthy and has an adequately no STD semen dispensary. You wouldn't drink ketchup from a dirty bottle. Released in 1986, Hino no Tori Ho Hen is an anime adaptation of the fifth volume of the Hino no Tori manga series, written and illustrated by Osamu Tezuka. The fifth volume is widely considered the masterpiece of the manga series. The anime is not officially available in the USA. It is usually shown as part of a double bill with Toki no Tabibito, Time Stranger, also produced by Madhouse. Boom. By the way, John, how was Lost Ark treating you? I don't know anything about that game. And I feel like if I knew about it, I wouldn't care. So just, how is it? How are you enjoying it? Is it fun? Gray Digital Target. Gray is a laconic trooper in a rough, futuristic military system which rewards success in battle with high pay and promotions, but only 3% of troopers live long enough for the final goal, citizenship and the chance for a life above the misery of most of the populace. Excuse me. Gray has managed to keep coming back alive, even earning the nickname Gray Death. But is the society he's fought for worth it? This doesn't look good. Am I wrong? Am I crazy? Am I the only one that looks at this and was like, this looks bad? This looks bad. This is directed by Satoshi Dezaki, who did Mad Bull 34, 11 Nin Iru, Uritsu Yatsura Movie 5, Uritsu Yatsura OVA, I think I'm gonna skip this one. I think I can't add everything I've ever thought about to the list or I'll go crazy. This is Tobira wo Akate. That's a cute girl. In modern-day Tokyo, 3 university students, Nageshi Miyoko, Neko-chan, Saki Haruka, and Yamagishi Kichiro, have magical powers that make them feel like outcasts. They come together one night and are transported to another world. They open a massive door, and Neko finds that she is Princess Nereyula, who must defeat the evil Duran III to free her people. There's so much magic bus shit. I'll check that out. I didn't drop it. Don't you lie to me, Mal. You dropped it. You're a dropper. I'll drop you on your ass. Let's go. Let's fight, you and me. I'll fight a whole website. I'll have you know I fight dirty website. I'll punch you in the dick. I'll punch you in your digital penis. This is Touch 2 Sayonara no Okurimono. Compilation movie of the second year of the Touch timeline. Plot wise, movie doesn't have much to do with the series' second year. Fair enough. This movie has nothing to do with anything. They just made a movie for some reason. No Kitaru, Geki Tosu, Ijegon, Yokai, no Daihanran. This is a movie based on the 1985 TV anime with the original plot. Ba 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Oh my god, we missed so. Oh my god, thanks, Maid. We missed a lot in 1986, apparently. Lost Ark is sweet, still playing with Pache. Woo! What is this? This is an MMO? It looks like an MMO. The UI looks very distinctly MMO. Like no single player game in the world would ever have an UI that terrible. Kinnikuman, Seigi Chojin versus Senshi Chojin. Meat Kun has been kidnapped by Iron Mask. In order to save Meat Kun, the treasure of Inamura Island is needed. Furthermore, the treasure is hidden in the 7-story tower, which is guarded by the brutal Senshi Chojins. When Kinnikuman asks Terryman and Seigi Chojins to help him, for some reason they all refuse. Alone, Kinnikuman heads to Inamura Island to fight Senshi Chojin, and overwhelmed by their great numbers. The UI is pretty trash, but it's a solid game to fuck around in. I gotcha. I never... Wow, I have 7 viewers watching this. Hey everyone. I'm sorry. Yeah, the only MMO I ever got into was World of Warcraft, and it was terrible. But I made it to level 120. And now they're level 60 is the max, and quite frankly, I think I feel even less interested now that level 60 is the max, because it's like, well, now there's no sense of accomplishment. It's like the game is over in like 5 seconds. You know what I'm saying? Like, getting to level 60 isn't hard in World of Warcraft, and it kind of never was, especially now that you can go wherever you want. So it's like, well, who cares? And I think the idea is, it's like, oh wow, World of Warcraft is so big that they needed a way to get people into Shadow Hunter or whatever, Shadowlands. But now they have an option to skip Shadowlands because apparently people don't like fucking Shadowlands. So it's like, cool, I can start World of Warcraft and I'll get to level 60 in 5 minutes because the game lets me skip literally every part of it. And then I tried to play Terra, and that game was okay, but the UI was just trash. And then I tried to play Mabinogi, and Mabinogi was okay, but I didn't give a shit about it. And I tried to play Black Desert, and it was really interesting at the start, and then it turned into a generic MMO. And like, every MMO is just like the same fucking thing. Like, it always gets to a point where you're talking to someone and it's like, hey, my name is Checkman Jingle. I need you to kill 15 wolves and bring me their hides. And then you do that, and then he's like, fuck yeah. These hides that we've acquired has told us that the main villain... And then they try to make it interesting. They're like, the main villain is going to use wolves to summon G-Gargoob, the evil spirit slime. We need you to go stop him by killing 47 Niggle slimes. And then you go kill the 47 Niggle slimes, and then... you're like, I've done it. And then it's like, you did it. You stop. Oh no! Boss time! He summoned Jigaru, the slime! And then you fight Jigaru, the slime. And then you come back and you're like, you did it. You saved the world. Now go talk to McManson in the next city over. And then McManson's like, welcome. I heard you killed Jigaru, the evil slime. You're a world-saving hero. Now I need you to deliver my mail. And that's every MMO ever. That's every MMO ever. Seigi Chojin. Seigi Chojin versus Senshi Chojin is the seventh and final theatrical film based off the anime series Kinnikuman. It was released in Japan on December 20th, 1986, alongside Gegege Kitoru Crash, The Great Rebellion of the Multidimensional Yokai, and Dragon Ball The Legend of Shenlong. This movie was loosely based on Yute Tebago's manga Death Game, which itself was based on Bruce Lee's movie Game of Death. The character Toon Man appeared in the original manga and the anime as the main antagonist of the Dream Chojin tag arc. Seiyu Chiko Utsuka returns as one of the main antagonists of this film, having previously played the role of the stolen championship belt. That's on point. Yup. I mean, that's, in my experience, that's every MMO. That's why I never got into MMOs. It's like, oh, I did play the Star Wars MMO, but it felt exactly like that. That's, I see. It's like like, I always say story is more important than gameplay, but I think the crux of the point is that the gameplay has to be at least kind of interesting, and what you're doing in the game has to at least sort of kind of be interesting, right? Like, kill X amount of monsters is never great. Like, even in Nep Nep, they have occasional missions like that, and it's like the worst missions in the game. Kamen Senshi Lavin Thunder is an intended anime that was never released. However, this EP and what would be the theme songs of the anime, both performed by Mitsuko Hori, was able to get a release. Cancelled planned anime created by Pan Media, likely OVA, from December 1986, whose CM was broadcast on TV Tokyo alongside O Family, which ran from October 6, 1986 to March 30th, 1987 on Mondays, 1930 JST, as documented by Out Magazine, January 1987. Joshiji Kigami is credited as character designer and animation director. So this anime is unwatchable. It's literally unwatchable. Well, then I can go ahead and safely move on to now we've made it to 1987, baby. Yeah, fuck yeah, 1987. We're doing it in the 80s, girl. Bam, bam. I'm drunk. Hiko Senkai Dragonar. AD 2087, the United Lunar Empire Giganos wages war on the Earth Federation military to take control of the planet and establish a rebirth. Hey, Ursik, drunk as fun. The human race during the invasion of a colony by Giganos forces. 3 civilian men stumble upon a trio of top secret metal armor units called Dragonairs and pilot them into combat the enemy forces. How are you doing tonight, Arsik? Welcome to the worst show I make. Shin Mapletown Monogatari Palmtown Hen. The story takes place in a new town called Palmtown, which is the new town that Patty and her Aunt Jane moved to since Jane's husband, George, run a medical center there. However, Patty faces some troubles because she doesn't get used to the new town and misses her hometown and also her friends. Nevertheless, she meets up with Alice and gets along with her. Soon they become best friends and are hanging out together every day, experience new things and enjoying their time. They meet a lot of different people in order to make many friends and unforgettable memories full of fun. Doing good, been busy AF, missed half of John's stream and most of yours cause cooking. Oh, don't worry, Arsik. You have absolutely not missed most of this stream. My goal is to get through the 1990s, and we have just now made it to 87. So, technically, you have missed a fifth of this stream. I think this is my first episode of SACing MAL. Well, let me tell you, they are all of this quality. And which is to say terrible. Anime classic Bubblegum Crisis is one of the first anime I ever watched. And quite frankly, I haven't rewatched it yet, but I am planning to rewatch it for Water. So I will not review Bubblegum Crisis right now. I'm not even going to read it. Get fucked, anyone who wanted me to talk about Bubblegum Crisis. High quality H2O. Nice. I actually have drank in a completed screwdriver. That is where this is coming from. Digital Devil Story Megami Tensei I already reviewed on an episode of Water that may or may not have come out. So Twilight Q. A Knot in Time. High school student Mayumi Kiwako are relishing their summer vacation at the beach. However, when Mayumi discovers a presumably lost camera while scuba diving, she cannot help but feel an insatiable curiosity. Upon developing the camera's film, she is shocked to find herself photographed alongside an unknown man. Enlisting the help of Kiwako's older brother, the three find something even more troubling. The camera model has yet to be released. In turn, Mayumi becomes obsessed with discovering the origin of the peculiar camera and its mysterious photograph. Screwdriver's nice. I feel like I should drink. You in chill zone. Hop in cord. I was just about to. Lol. I would hop in if I didn't have to read shit regularly. File 538. Airplanes have been vanishing from the sky. Even stranger, rumor has it that disappearing aircraft have been turning into giant carp. Meanwhile, a freelance detective investigates a rundown apartment on the outskirts of town, where he finds a middle-aged man and a young girl with a penchant for fish. Unable to identify the two, the investigator enters their room, only to find it empty, save for a document that reads, "This story has been prepared for you, my successor, who should be visiting this room in due time." I was just about to LOL. I like how you pronounce LOL. Yeah. Twilight Q aired on Animax in August 2007, 20 years after its original release. Initially a means of showcasing young directors in anime, the series was canceled after only 2 episodes. Both episodes had entirely different staffs and were produced separately from one another. Nevertheless, some of the staff, including Kizunori Ito, Akemi Takada, and Mamoru Oshii, Mamoru Oshii on this shit, would go on to form Headgear, a group of writers and artists that would ultimately create the wildly successful Patlabor science fiction franchise. Mamoru Oshii was on this shit. I mean, I'm not gonna fucking watch it, but Dirty Pair, Lovely Angels, Yori I wo Komete, released direct to video in Japan after the original TV series was canceled. This OVA is actually the final 2 episodes of the series. Oh, so I'm probably going to want to watch this at some point. If I can get a hold of it. Laughing Target I've already reviewed at some point, or I will review it. There will be an episode of Water where I talk about Laughing Target. Maryu Senki. Once upon a time, there was a certain family having strong influence on the rule of the imperial court. Laughing Target or Maryu Senki? I think everyone knows you've seen Laughing Target. They had their... Laughing Target, not this. Oh, okay, gotcha. They had their own mite called Kido, and yet got hated because of the mite itself. At last, the patriarch of the family was entrapped to his death, and all family was doomed to ruin. The present day, the survived descendants of the family is now calling themselves Kido Suyu, scheme to resurrect their murdered patriarch once again, and the ferocious evil spell went into action. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, Laughing Target was alright. Bum 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 bum. This is a horror series. That girl ain't wearing a shirt. That's pretty cool. I like that. So this is about a family curse. This is somehow related to, like, a bunch of bullshit. For some reason. Campus Special Investigator, Call Me Tonight, and Body Jack? Why is this related to this? This seems like one of those, like, dumb 80s OVAs that are, like, super nudie and super violent and, like, where it's like, look at my tits! Oh, God, my spine exploded! And then you see their organs go... That's what that looks like. Sure. Why not? What's the world without tits and guts? Bloody tit guts. Guts coming out of your tits. Bum 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 bum. Body Jack Tenoshi Yutai Ridatsu. Dr. Toyama takes control of the body of a beautiful girl with a strange invention. He lets young don't do that. He lets young Asegandani slip into her body so he can see how it feels to be a girl. Then Komba's classmate, the equally beautiful Nakana, surprises him and mistakes his activities for sexual advance from her friends. I feel like I've seen this. No. You know what I've seen? You know what I've seen? I've seen a Go Nagai anime where something similar happens. Yeah, I'm thinking of a Go Nagai thing. He doesn't swap bodies with a girl. His mom forces him to dress as a girl and then go to school, and then that kind of occurs. Maid probably knows what I'm talking about because Maid's the Go Nagai expert. Oria Sukeban. Yes, yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Yeah, I was getting confused with that. Um, Bum ba da bum 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 bum. Gakuen Tokuso Hikaron. Hikaru is at first sight a student like others, but actually is a superhero defending Earth of the demons. He has a powerful super bike and a combat suit, inspired by inspired by the classic Space Sheriff Uchu Keiji trilogy of Metal Heroes Tokusatsu franchise, namely Space Sheriffs Gavan and Sharivan. This is Mina Agachao. A beautiful day, Rokuru, a student, was to masturbate when a beautiful girl knocks on his door. You need a virgin? And so begins the story. Rokuru did not know what it was that this beautiful girl was a millionaire family. Yeah, I remember watching that. Yeah. Yeah, his mom is like, we're not that far apart in age. And he's like, oh shit, am I gonna fuck my mom right here? And then they almost fuck, and then the dad comes home, and the dad's like, are you about to fuck my wife, son? And then he's like, oh, and his wife is like, how dare you think I'd fuck my own son? And I'm like, I feel like that's what was about to happen, quite frankly. I'm gonna read this again. A beautiful day, Rokuro, a student, was to masturbate when a beautiful girl knocks on his door. You need a virgin? And so begins the story. Rokuro did not know what it was that this beautiful girl was a millionaire family. This movie was made by J.C. Zapp and produced by Shueisha. This is like a real anime. Who directed this? Who fucking directed this? Osamu Kimura and Hikaru Yuzuki? Who fucking... Okay, it was directed by the original creator. If you're telling me that this plot doesn't have your attention, you're a fucking liar. I need to know what this is. Adding it to the list based on the description alone. Agreed. Yes, absolutely. Hell Target. I'll watch it. Yeah. Probably not. It's probably sub only. We're still in the 80s, John. Um, a spaceship is lost near the forbidden planet of Inferno 2. Some years later, a second ship with a crew of 9 gets there and encounters a monster that rapidly makes mincemeat out of most of them. The sole survivor, Makuro Kitazato, must destroy the monster before it can surprise a third ship that is already en route. This sounds generic and bad. Elf 17. Muscat Tyler is the 108th prince of the Galaxy Empire. It is known as an eccentric person. He travels around the universe accompanying a walking arsenal KK and lieu of the Lightwing race, the strongest creature in the universe. Wherever they go, there is trouble. That's not a very good pitch. Yeah, I didn't think anyone I knew had ever seen that. It sounded like something no one I knew had ever seen. Salamander. 3 tales based on Gradius video game series by Konami. The planet Latius is under attack by Space Dragon Salamander and its war planet, the Bacterian Horde, destroying everything in sight. Their defenses ineffective and losing all hope. 3 heroes from the planet Gradius join Lord British in defense of his beloved planet. Therein, a prequel. A girl from a distant planet brings an ominous warning to the planet Gradius, the Bacterians, and how 3 people become heroes of the galaxy. Then we jump to the future. After signing the peace treaty, one of our heroes gets captured by the Bacterians. Can the military might of Gradius and our remaining heroes save the prisoner from a fate worse than death? Having to watch every episode of Peppa Pig endlessly on loop. Yume Kare Samanai. Student Takeo is inexorably drawn to Seo, despite class rumors that she's appeared in a porno movie. The anime almost came out in English, but then Fox News reported on it and conservatives freaked the fuck out and it was never released. So thanks a lot, Republicans. Fuck you, Republicans, you cheating dick fuckers. You all fuck dicks. Especially the men. Now, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but what I am saying is I'm sure you don't like it when I say that. You're drunk. I want to see a romance where the girl was in a porno. Fuck yeah. Made by Shaft? Bum 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Wouldn't it be hilarious if this is somehow my most political podcast? This isn't a podcast, silly. This is a whatever this is. This is Mugen Shinshi Bokun Katsugeki Hen. When a strange group of men attempt to kidnap Atsuko Fukene. I can't find Mine I get you. Probably because it's spelled really fucking stupid. If you're trying to find it as a mal listing, I did find a thing talking about Republicans being assholes. There you go. If you're trying to find it as a mal listing, you can probably find it off of my recently added. I don't think we've added anything since that. No, we have. We added Yume Kare Shimenai, I think. Yeah, wasn't one of the Republican maps, and I want to say Virginia or something, got thrown out because the gerrymandering was considered super racist. Gerrymandering is sort of racist inherently, but it was so racist that it literally got thrown out by the court. It's you can't do this. You were aware of that. All I could find is the video talking about the Republicans, not the movie never released. Oh, shit. Well, I mean, there are probably things on my list I can't watch. When a strange group of men attempt to kidnap Atsuko Fukune, a dancer at a club, she seeks the help of Mamiya Mugen, a famous detective who also happens to be a child. When it turns out the other girls have gone missing, Mamiya, with the help of his butler, Alucard, spring into action to solve the mystery. Okay, sure. So it's like Detective Conan crossed with Helsing. Came out in Japan, just not the US. Yeah. Interesting plot. This is Jusenki L Gaim 3 Full Metal Soldier. A side story taking place somewhere before the second half of the series, prior to Daba acquiring the El Gaim Mark II. Daiba's comrades, Lishi, is captured by Poseidon's forces, and Daba and his rebels attempt to save her. Apparently, Republicans were mad the movie showed animated panties. I'm so glad we're almost on the other end of that. Maybe. Although there is a bill that's supposed to, like, censor, like, bullshit because Think of the Children that is coming out recently. And I don't remember all the details about it, but it's really fucking stupid. I guarantee these guys never saw Fritz the Cat. This is Jun Senki El Gaim to Farewell, My Lovely Pentagonadals. A recap OVA that portrays the second half of the series Heavy Metal El Gaim. After the credits, there's a short clip animated for the OVA entitled Pentagonadals, which is intended to be comic relief. I feel like I read this already. Am I crazy? I've read that already. Maho no Tenchi Creamy Mommy Perfect Memory. An OVA supercut of Ian No Once More, Long Goodbye, and Curtain Call. One new animated feature is a fake Creamy Mommy commercial for Creamy Soap. The feature then goes on to promote Majoko Club Yonigumi, a Kukan Kara no Alien X release for later that year. This entry will only reflect the new village. Fritz the Cat has cartoon animals fucking and doing drugs, but also because it is also a commentary on racism. I don't think I've ever seen Fritz the Cat. Movies. Movies. Rockin' every movie where. This is Oritsu Uchugun Hone Mai Mise no Subasa, something like that. Shirotsuga Shiro Lahadat may be a cadet in the kingdom of Honomise. Honomise's Royal Space Force, the RSF. Excuse me. What the fuck? Ralph Bakshi was on the side to have Mina Agacho not released. I don't know who that is. Ralph fucking Bakshi, that man put fairy tits in a PG rated movie? Huh. Oh, that guy. But he's never been in space before. In fact, nobody has. The RSF is often regarded as a failure, both by the country's citizens and the government, more interested in precipitating a war with a neighboring country than scientific achievement. Following the funeral of fellow cadet, an unmotivated Shiro is walking in a city one night when he bumps into Requini Nondoraiko, a young, pious woman genuinely enthusiastic about the significance of space exploration. As the two gradually bond, Requini's encouragement inspires Shiro to volunteer as a pilot for the prospective rocket ship, potentially becoming Honomise's first man in space. Shiro and the RSF are soon joined by a team of elderly but eager scientists and engineers, and together they embark on a mission to mold their nation's space program into a success. However, their efforts soon catch the attention of the government, which seems to have a different plan for the RSF in mind. Even as the odds are stacked against them, these men and women continue to stubbornly look to the sky, because somewhere among the frontiers of space may lie humanity's last chance at redemption. Written by Mal Rewrite. This actually sounds terrible. This sounds bad. Dirty Pair, the movie. How did this get a movie if the show got canceled? Did Dirty Pair suddenly blow up out of nowhere for some reason? Argurna is a planet rich in visorium, the one mineral necessary to space travel. So, when a series of mysterious attacks on mining operations has the governments of the world pointing fingers and blaming each other, the World Welfare and Works Association naturally sends in their top agents to investigate. But are the lovely angels up to the task of stopping a mad scientist bent on taking a long dormant alien race to its final evolutionary form? Throw in a thief who's hunting a bottle of World War II vintage wine, and it's safe bet that nobody on the planet is safe. It's more chaos, more mayhem, and even more destruction than ever before as the dirty pair take on their wildest case yet. That's not even a song. I don't even know what that is. I've gone insane. I've become a crazy person. Grim Dua Kin no Tori is an adaptation of the homonymous fairy tale The Golden Bird by Brothers Grimm. A golden apple is stolen from the king's garden. The king orders his three sons to guard the apples in turn to find out who is the thief. When the youngest son, Hansu, presents a feather that he got from the golden bird that stole the apple, the king sends his three sons to bring this bird to him. So Hansu's journey begins. Completed in 1984, this film was shelved for 3 years before being theatrically released. Interesting. Cheers, Sec. Cheers. Cheers. Where no one knows your name. I wonder why it got shelved for 3 years. I'm actually out of alcohol and I've stopped drinking it already, but yay! Batsu and Terry are two tough guys in the school. They don't take crap from anyone, not even teachers. They will fight anyone necessary and will defend strangers, especially pretty girls, from danger. They're good at it too. Some people are in terror of them and some love them. When they rescue one especially pretty girl from a gang, they fight over her, but it's all friendly and they both recognize that she has some scars. The police hassle them and yet admire them when they break up the gang. Oh, and they're the star pitcher and catcher for the high school baseball team. Took a turn at the end there somehow. It sounds like it could be decent. But then it sounded like it turned into a thing about baseball, and I lost interest. This is Shin Mapletown Monogatari Palm Tenhen. Konnichiwa, Atarashi Machi. Ralph Bakshi said hentai disturbed him. I watched a furry dog drug orgy in one of his movies. Look, the man has very specific fetishes. Found an upload of it on some sketchy porn site. Fuck yeah. Do not share that link. I will have to delete it. Diagram versus Round Facer. Flying Dogram battles in space. We've made it to spring 87. I'm going to take a bathroom break on this note, and when I come back, I will be completely 100% sober. See you in a minute, guys. Hello, everyone. I am 100% sober now. How are you all doing? We shall continue with City Hunter. City Hunter. City Hunter is a notorious contractor group with the call sign XYZ. Examine your zipper. No matter the job, they will take it. Cleaning up the scum on the streets of Tokyo. The key member of City Hunter is Ryo Saeba. Armed with his trusty Colt Python and pinpoint accuracy, he works alongside willful tomboy Kaori Makimura. Together, they solve tough cases and tackle the numerous dangers that accompany their trade head on. However, when he's not out hunting crooks and villains, Ryo finds pleasure in chasing beautiful ladies with only Kaori and her 100-ton hammer to keep him in check. From pickpockets and arm dealers to crime syndicates, nothing can stand in the way of Ryo Saeba when he takes aim at his next mission. City Hunter is a bit of a classic anime. I'm surprised no one on my... Wow, no one on my friends list has seen City Hunter? Wow. Interesting. Okay, I'm shocked at that information. City Hunter is something I want to watch. Yeah, I would have thought it would be right up your alley. I was like, I'm sure Maid's seen it, and then it was like, nope. Okay, this is Kimagura Orange Road. Kyosuke Kasuga is no stranger to being the new kid at school. Despite only being a third-year middle schooler, he has spent his entire childhood avoiding those who discover his family's paranormal powers. I was not aware this had anything to do with paranormal powers. Excuse me. And he's had to change school 7 times as a result. Upon catching a beautiful girl's hat, he becomes optimistic and hopes that he and his family have finally moved for the last time. When Kyosuke gets to school, however, he learns a different story. The elegant girl he just met turns out to be none other than Madoka Ayukawa, also known as Madoka the Pick, a delinquent known to smoke, drink, and get into fights. Her best friend is first-year Hikaru Hiyama, a childish and energetic girl who quickly falls in love with Kyosuke. Enamored with both girls, Kyosuke tries to balance a delicate triangle of emotions, all while dealing with the antics brought about by a family with paranormal powers. Kamagura Orange Road has been dubbed by the French SO5 and Italian Coupe Eddie Cortez, and in Spanish by Jonu Media. The series was released 12 individual DVDs and a complete DVD box set by Amiego. Kamagura Orange Road was later remastered and included in a Blu-ray set with extra features, which was released March 26, 2019 by Discotek Media. Honestly, that's not a bad plot. I'll give that a watchy-watch. I know Maid talks about it a bunch. I'm going to guess an 8 out of 10. 9 out of 10. Ooh. Yeah, I'm actually surprised that wasn't already on there. Hokuto no Ken 2. Electric Boogaloo. What was the actual movie with Electric Boogaloo, by the way? Electric Boogie Nights 2, wasn't it? Wasn't it Boogie Nights 2 Electric Boogaloo? Electric Boogaloo. Oh, it was Breakin' 2 Electric Boogaloo. That's what it was. It was Breakin' 2. Breakin' 2 Electric Boogaloo. Alright, fuck off, MGM. Apparently I can't back up from you. In the second series, after Rao has been defeated by Kenshiro, a new rival appears. Gento Kokin Warriors. Falco, the successor of the Gento Kokin, takes orders from the evil ruler by the name of Jacko. Jacko from Guilty Gear? He claims to be the man chosen by Tentai and issues orders to his subordinates to capture anyone living in order to build his imperial capital. Kenshiro once again rises out of the shadows and puts an end to his tyrannical ways. Amidst the mayhem, Lin gets captured and is taken to the land of Shura, where only ruthless fighters exist. Now Kenshiro must pursue the capture and defeat the three Rasho of the land in order to escape with his life and with Lynn, who is the little girl? With the little girl. The little girl. Not as good as season 1. I think season 1 is only like the first 20 chapters of the manga, though, isn't it? This is Akai Kodan Zillion. I think I've actually heard of this. Which would make sense. As we get further and further into it, we would theoretically get into things I've heard more of. She's an adult in season 2. No. Yeah, I thought it ends when like Shin died. Oh no, yeah, they rearranged Chef because I thought the first like 100 episodes end with the death of Shin, which is like really early into the manga. Season 2 is the final arc, which is also widely considered to be not as good. The story takes place on planet Maris in the year 2387. Around this time, the Nauzos have started to genocidally kill all humans in order to lay eggs and reproduce on the planet. You know what? There are worse reasons. 3 mysterious guns dubbed Zillion weapon system appear, and 3 teens, JJ, Champ, and Apple, are chosen to wield them as White Knights in order to fight back against the Nauzos. The first season ends with Rao's death. Oh, okay. This sounds familiar. Like, this sounds so familiar, I'm not sure I haven't seen this. I mean, I'll add this to list, but this sounds like something I think I've actually legitimately watched. Oh, 31 episodes? Never mind, I probably have not watched this. Shin dies in like the first 20 episodes. Oh, does he? Oh, okay. Coffee. This is. I think I once said it ends with Shin's death, but ever having rewatched it recently, my memory is better. Oh, yeah. You said the reason I thought it ends with Shin's death is because you mentioned it when we killed Shin at the opening of my Fist of the North Star playthrough. Hitari Ryoko, and I looked up when he died in the manga, and it's like, yeah, it was like almost immediately. Kishimoto Kasumi, a 15-year-old girl, was supposed to live at her auntie's house in order to go to high school since April. However, when she moved to the house, she was surprised with the fact that there were already 4 new male students living in the same house. To make the matter worse, that day, while she was taking a bath, Takusugi Yasuku, one of the boys, came into the bath and saw her naked. This is how Kasumi's troublesome high school day started. This sounds like a 48-episode shoujo romance series. He does stick around longer in the anime for a good 25 episodes. Gotcha. Sports series. Can I be honest? Something about... I bet this is made by the same lady who made Touch. Mitsuru Adachi. Yup. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I know my old ass anime. Honestly, I give it a shot. What is it? 48 episodes? I can watch that in 20 minutes. Esper Mommy. Now, what I'm going to bring up to you about Esper Mommy is I don't know if you saw this coming in. This is called Esper Mommy, right? Esper Mommy. I want you to look at this art style. Okay? I want you to really look at this art style. All right? Look how cute this is. It's young. It's fresh. Clearly made for young children. Okay? Ecchi. This is an ecchi series. Just thought I was going to put that out there. This has 119 episodes. Nami Sakura used to be a normal junior high student, but happened to acquire supernatural powers. Using her powers, and with the help of her best friend, Mr. Takahata, she solves mysterious occurrences. When she senses someone needs help, she uses teleportation gun and transports herself there. She then saves the world in trouble with her psychic powers, such as telekinesis and telepathy. Interesting. There's a lot of things with this plot now. What I will say is teleportation gun was also used in the Magical Girl Sight anime, and the main character straight up murders her bully with it because she teleports her directly into a train. Spoilers? For Magical Girl Sight, a show so bad no one should ever watch it. Ultra B. Ultra B is a small child from outer space who wears red sunglasses and a star-shaped mole on his cheek. Oh shit, he's a JoJo! JoJo! Golden Wind! It all began when UB's spaceship made an emergency landing in the forest. Lost and alone, UB was found by a young schoolboy named Michio. He was kind enough to take UB home for shelter, but only to learn he was no ordinary child. He has a stand. Oh, shit. But with supernatural powers, thankfully UB tries to use his special power to help Michio in trouble, but doesn't mean it'll always work, especially when UB sees a scary black cat. He loses control, and ... Oh shit, I wonder what his stand is. Kotowaza House. A public service proverb of the week anime. Peter the Salaryman. This has 773 episodes and ran from 87 to 94. Peter the Salaryman lives a very unhealthy lifestyle, starving then binging until he feels sick, or slobbering around the house until badgered into taking up exercise, during which he inevitably pulls a muscle. Black Magic M66. This looks kind of interesting. When Sybil, a freelance reporter, discovers a military plane crash, she's thrilled by the prospect of getting her hands on the latest inside scoop. However, she is unaware that the plane was carrying two top-secret prototype android assassins who will stop at nothing to destroy their target. As the military frantically tries to clean up its mess, Sybil races against time to find and protect the robot's targeted victim, all while documenting the military's misconduct before it's too late. That doesn't sound bad. A lot of early anime reviews are kind of racist. Are you mean like early anime reviews, or like anime reviews on early anime? Honestly, this sounds kind of cool. Who made this? Who's behind this? Who is the director of this? Director of this is Masume Shirao. Oh, this is the creator of Ghost in the Shell. Oh, shit. Like the creator of Ghost in the Shell and Appleseed. Holy shit. Okay, actually, you know what? I was gonna say I wasn't that interested, and then I saw who made this. I was gonna be like, I don't know how I feel about this, and then I'm like, oh boy, oh, okay. Macross Flashback 2012. Flashback 2012 is Minmay's farewell concert featuring some of her best songs. The music is performed over various scenes and events taken from Macross TV, as well as Macross Do You Remember Love. Also included a newly animated closing sequence showing the launch of Misa's colony vessel, the Mega Road 01, into space. Shout out to Macross. Genuinely underrated anime. Macross. Bum 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 bum. Project Echo 2. Daitokuji Zaibatsu no Inbo. 3 weeks after the incident that left Captain Neopolita's ship balancing on top of the Graviton City, Eiko and the gang go on a summer vacation while Eiko ponders losing some weight and Biko devises... That's fucking Nep school of naming right there. Devises another plan to defeat her red-headed rival to win. Siko... Interesting. Neapolita and Spy D experience severe homesickness, begging for a way to return to their planet. Meanwhile, Hikari Daitukuji, Biko's father and CEO of Daitukuji Financial Group, arms the local military with a new mecha to attack Neapolita's ship and obtain its advanced technology. Both kind of... I once read a review of Wicked City from the 80s, and the guy was really hammering the fact that the movie was Japanese. I think he said Wicked City is full of the sick gore and sexual violence that the Japanese are so into. Like, a lot of them come off as like, oh, look at this disgusting stuff the Japanese that we civilized Americans are above. Gotcha. I will say that there was a lot of... I guess it is racism. In a regard, like there's sort of like a stereotype back in the old days, probably still persistent, that like Japan was like a country of like sexual fetishism and stuff like that. Like even now, you still get like the tentacle porn memes, even though tentacles have long since fallen out of Gojin hentai. Plenty of American movies from the same weren't just as graphic. Since it was animated, it could exaggerate it. Yeah, no, I'm not discounting that. I'm just saying. Yeah, there was like a lot of like stereotypical stuff at the time. Not necessarily defending it or anything, but which is funny because Japan has a lot of laws around sexual content. They actually have very similar laws that America does around sexual content. It's actually really unclear because it's basically just obscenity laws, which America also has obscenity laws. But the worry is that Japan will be more likely to enforce their obscenity laws harsher, and their free speech isn't as liberal as American free speech is, for example. So you can get away with things in America you can't in Japan. You know what they call in Japan and South Korea? I do not. But yeah, there's actually no specific law that you have to censor genitals. Fun fact. They call Japan and South Korea American Light. I disagree, but I understand it. Space Fantasia 2001 Nights. Based on Yukinobu Hoshino's 1984 manga in Action Comics. What? Shot in super perspective technique, it is the 21st century. 2 young people were chosen. Adam was sent off into a spaceship and was sent off into outer space. Hold up. No. Hold up. Hold the fuck up. What does it mean, 1984 manga in Action Comics? What the fuck does that mean? What? What? That can't be... That has to be some Japanese thing called Action Comics. That cannot be Action Comics. I fucking refuse. My brain would explode if this is true. What the fuck? Akira's released by Marvel? What the fuck? This can't be true. This could not have run in Action Comics. Are you fucking kidding me? Did this really? No, it ran in monthly Super Action. Oh my god. Holy shit, my brain was going to explode. I was going to be like, are you fucking kidding? What? Holy shit. Okay, this ran in something called Monthly Super Action, which was a Futabasha published manga that started in 1983. This did not run in Action Comics. Oh my god, I was like so fucking confused. Um Apparently, Monkey Punch, creator of Lupin, has 9 credits in whatever the hell this is. And then Super Action what ran monthly Super Action ran, and it was a spin-off of Manga Action, which has way too many girls in swimsuits for us to continue to look at that page. um Looking at Marvel's print of Akira is crazy. They had updates in the development of the Akira movies, and the fan letters were full of people like, I hope it comes to America, but it probably won't. Then, like, a few years later, they have a list in theater saying it's playing in. Okay, yeah, so this didn't run in Action Comics. Yeah, okay. Well, then I don't care. My ability to care about Space Fantasia 2001 Nights was dependent purely on whether it had ran in Action Comics or not. Sengoku Kitan Yotu Den. In the year 1580, a man named Lord Nobunaga Oda sends hordes of unholy armies across Japan, slaying all who stand in their way. A young ninja escapes her village's destruction with short sword, one of the 3 mystical weapons that can end Oda's rule. During her quest, she's joined by 2 other ninjas who wield other 2 weapons of legend, the sacred sword and spear. Oda Nobunaga may have been incredibly violent and dangerous, but if I had to pick someone who would have won that time period, I honestly think Nobunaga would have been the guy to go. Like, he didn't super care about the differences between people born nobles and people born peasants. It was all about, like, like, Nobunaga basically ran a meritocracy. He didn't care about your gender, your race, your sexuality. He didn't give a shit about whether you were a peasant or you were like a noble or anything. Nobunaga cared, can you do your fucking job? Like, Nobunaga had working for him like women. He had like a famous like black samurai working for him. Nobunaga didn't give a fuck, dog. All I'm saying is Nobunaga was really progressive for his time period. Made an African missionary. Yep, Yosuke. Or Yasuke. Is it Yasuke or Yusuke? I always get those names mixed up. I blame Persona. Yeah. Yeah, he like saw him and it was like, hey, I want to talk to you. Hey, where are you from? He's like, I don't know, I'm from like Nigeria. I think he was from Nigeria. There's no official record of where he's from, but it's suspected I think he's from Nigeria. And he's like, that's really cool. You're fucking huge, dude. You want to like use a sword for me? And the guy's like, yeah? And he's like, sick. Like, Nobunaga was like a weirdly cool dude. Super fucking vicious though. Super vicious and brutal. Don't get me wrong. Do not fuck with Nobunaga is the thing. Like, he had like an enemy commander buried, and he had like wire wrapped around the dude's neck. And like buried like head first, and he was like, all right guys, this dude's still alive. Whenever you pass by him, just go ahead and give it a little squeeze, you know, it'll cut slightly more into his neck. And eventually, like, people would pass by enough, they'd all like give it a little squeeze, and eventually guy's fucking head came off, because Nobunaga don't fuck around. She just got to sleep. We need to let her sleep. Honestly, the colors do a lot for this image. That's some good coloration. Nobunaga was a villain in a movie I saw. Yeah, Nobunaga's often portrayed as a villain. Maybe this is just like Like Nobunaga was fucking violent for sure. He was like a vicious, violent, like crazy person. But I honestly believe like a lot of Nobunaga's ideas probably would have greatly benefited Japan at the time. Marvel colored. They did a good ass job. That's a really good color work. Marvel's showing why they've been around for a while. Um, Now, are you to ask me, would Nobunaga have invaded Korea like Ieyasu did? Was it no Toku? No, Ieyasu like no. Tokugawa didn't invade Korea. It was God Hideyoshi, wasn't it? It was Hideyoshi that invaded Korea. I don't want to be talking out of my ass. I think it was Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Am I fucking wrong? Great unifier, retainer, most prominent Lord Nobunaga. Please tell me this man invaded Korea or I'm gonna look like a fucking dipshit. Yes, he did. Korean campaign 1592. Fuck yeah, I was right. He invaded Korea. I said Ieyasu, which is of course Tokugawa, who became the shogun. But no, it was Toyotomi Hideyoshi who invaded Korea. I was right. I was fucking right. Yeah. Um, anyway, yeah. Now I don't know whether Nobunaga would have invaded Korea like fucking Hideyoshi did. But I like to assume he wouldn't have. Or at the very least, if Nobunaga invaded Korea, he probably would have fucking won. Fun fact, the translator for Marvel ran out of Akira, also translated a lot of old manga, like early Japanese Prince of Dragon Ball and Shoujo Tsubaki. Anyway, she translated a lot of stuff in the late 80s, early 90s. Speaking of Shoujo Tsubaki, Mama Sack came to me and was like, hey, I want to read a manga about a circus. And I'm like, I know almost no manga about circuses. I have read, I know of like 3 of them. And I only remember what 2 of them are called. And I recommended Karakuri Circus. And then, but I was like, but that's not super about a circus. It's just incidentally a circus. The only thing I can think of about a circus is Shoujo Tsubaki. And she's like, then I'll read Shoujo Tsubaki. So Mama Sack read Shoujo Tsubaki. She did not like it. But there's your Mama Sack Red Shoujo Tsubaki update, I guess. Um, let's see. Choju, Kishin, Don Cougar. God bless Don Cougar. After destroying the Zarbados Empire, the Geo Senkai Tai Cyber Beast Force expanded and are training new recruits. That after failing to stop a monster that seems to be a remnant of Zarbados Empire from destroying a city, the CBF is thrown in jail. Now the CBF have to escape from jail and find out what was behind the monster they fought. Not a fan of trippy horror, I bet. She watches more horror movies than anyone I know. Pants of No Ana, Mambo de Ganbo. And reads more yaoi. That wasn't relevant to Shoujo Tsubaki, however. A collection of short stories, all of which are perverted to a various degree. Oh, really? Interesting. Circuit Angel, Ketsui, no starting grid. One of your characters is a master of hypnotism. You get a lot of weird, trippy visuals, and that book was weird, trippy visuals. I watched the anime. I didn't read it, but I hear the anime adaptation is pretty damn good because I think it was done by the guy who did the manga, but like he did all of it himself or some shit. Like, it has like a crazy animation story. Mariko is a tough yet kind girl who's really into motorcycles. She ends up in a race to settle things between rich son of a bike maker and herself. Honestly, I need to watch more racing shit, and you get me cute 80s girl, and I'm on board. Fuck it. Um, by some guy who really liked the manga. Was it? There you go. Yeah, I remember it was done by like one person, which honestly makes the anime really impressive, even though I think it's really shitty. Like a really shitty story is what I want to say. Honestly, the animation's not that great, but if you were to tell me that one guy made a fucking feature-length movie of goddamn anything, I'd be impressed no matter how shitty it was. If someone with my artistic talent, and I can't draw for shit, made a full fucking movie and it looked as shitty as my art looks like, I would still be impressed by the knowledge that one fucking person did it. That's all it takes. All it takes is like, yeah, one person did this. I'm like, fuck, good job then. Shit. That's all I needed. This is Shin Kabuki Cho Story Hana no Asugakumi. This is based on the popular girls manga Hana no Asukumi, The Glorious Asuka Game by Takaguchi Satsumi. The only reason I read this is because I don't remember if I talked about this on Water. I have seen this, however. As you can see, it was pretty decent. I don't remember a whole lot about it, though. Dun, 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 dun. A guy who apparently had to beg the author because the author got a bunch of requests to make it into a movie or TV drama or an anime, but they wanted to make a bunch of changes, so he refused. This is Wicked City, which I will talk about on Water, so we're moving on from Wicked City. Yoju Toshi. Touch 3, compilation movie of the third year of the Touch timeline. Contained many important plot differences, added scenes, and composite removal of an important, complete removal of a character. Interesting. That guy also made a weird movie called A Death's Lullaby. It's apparently a protest of some airport being built at the time. Huh. That movie is an almost page-for-page adaptation. Yeah, that's what I heard. It's like really faithful. Takarajima movie. An 88-minute theatrical recut of the original Takajima series. Don't strangle yourself from behind. That's my advice to all of you people. Let's see. Takamon. Whoa. I don't know how to make that sound. Oe? D'Artagnan Monogatari Yori. Based on The Three Musketeers by Alexander Dumas. Brave Fire SO.9. I don't know what to say about this image, quite frankly. This work was submitted in a special animation competition as part of PR project for a power company, but was unfortunately not adopted. The reason is very clear. The setting of the story is the exhausted Earth. There couldn't be a more instructive setting for a power company that uses enormous amounts of Earth's resources. Additionally, a girl robot discovered by the main character can store sunlight and convert it into energy. In other words, the robot does not require a power generating company. In addition to this, the robot destroys herself to protect the established solar power generation system in space. The unsuccessful outcome of the competition for Tezuka Osama was only natural, and it's clear he created this piece as it is intentionally, as he managed everything from the original story to the screenplay, animation, narration, all while knowing that the competition was sponsored by a power. The more we get on to like Tezuka Osamu as we go through this, the more I'm like, Tezuka Osama's kind of a fucking badass. He just made an animation specifically, a 6-minute animation to shit on a fucking power company. That's some fucking balls, quite frankly. Anyway, if you want to save the Earth, switch to nuclear. Fuck yeah! Tedori Kachi. Kachi is a young boy who lost his mother at the age of 6 and lives with his father, who has a habit of crossing Korea with his caravan. But they suddenly move to Seoul, where he joins a baseball team at his college, and his father marries a new wife. His father wants to force him to forget about losing his mother and has to learn to live with her father's new wife and daughter of hers, Annie, a young handicapped girl who moves in a wheelchair. It took a while to finally accept his stepmother and his new sister. During this period, he is fully participating in baseball, quickly becoming the star player on his team, and gets to know Julie, whom he gets along with. This sounds like a movie that would have been popular in the 80s for like children. It doesn't sound like it's targeted to me. It doesn't sound interesting to me, but it sounds like if you were a kid in the 80s, this sounds like a movie you would have wanted to watch. Transformers the Headmasters. I've seen a like 15 minutes of a Transformers movie at one point where they're fighting Unicron and then fucking Megatron turns into a gun and Starscream is like pew 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 pew. Some shit like that. Headmaster starts with Galvatron leading in a new batch of Destrons to wage war on Cybertron. The Destron Headmasters. The Cybertrons are rescued by the arrival of Cybertron Headmasters led by Fortress Cerebros. Cerebros? The head of the Fortress Maximus. It is revealed that Fortress Maximus left Cybertron millions of years ago in search for energy and finally managed to come home. Explains the Headmasters are from the planet called Master, a human-sized robot who lived there, built themselves Transformer-sized bodies. They can then transform themselves into the heads of robots and have now joined the Cybertron-Destron war. So I guess in Japan they were called Destrons and not Decepticons. I kind of prefer Decepticons, honestly. Is that weird? I kind of prefer Decepticons. Machine Robo Bachigiri Battle Hackers. A ship crewed by Earthlings crashes on Kronos. Blaming themselves stranded, the crew volunteers to fight along the Machine Robos. I can't believe the year is 1987 and we're still making Super Robo bullshit. God damn. No wonder this genre died. What the fuck? This is the second time we've come across Bubblegum Crisis. I guess because it's still airing. Yeah, because it's an OVA series. Robot Carnival. 9 of Japan's leading animators were asked to create a short segment that followed the theme of robots for their inclusion in this film. Essentially, this movie is 9 short films, all independent of one another. The common element is human interaction with robots, namely the consequences of creating life with one's own hands, played in 9 very different ways. Excuse me. Opening by Atsuko Fukushima and Katsuhiro Otomo. Franken's Gears by Koji Morimoto. Deprive by Hiyotoshi Omori. Presence by Yasuomi Umetsu. Yasuomi Umetsu sounds very familiar. I feel like I know who that guy is. Who is Yasuomi Umetsu and why does he sound so familiar? Yasuomi Umetsu. I know who you are for some reason. Starlight Angel Hiroki Kitazume. Cloud by Mao Lambdo, A Tale of Two Robots by Hiroyuki Kitakubo, Nightmare by Takashi Nakamura, ending by Atsuko Fukushima and Katsuhiro Otomo. Yatsuomi Umetsu is definitely famous for more than just... Maybe he's just famous for being a really good animator. Height. Oh, of course. Kite, Mezzuforte, Ben Meshi Sissel. Of fucking course. I was like, why does this sound so familiar? Of course. Oh, shit. Of course. I knew it. Oh, of course. There we go. Lily Cat. Lily Cat, like Vampire Princess Miyu, is an anime that Mama Sack talked about that I didn't fucking believe was real. Does she have this on her list? Yeah. Um, the deep sleep capsules technology that has allowed men to reach out to the stars. These chambers slow the aging process by 95%. A 20-year trip passes, and the traveler has only aged 1 year. It definitely has its advantages, but after you've been on a few trips, it sure gets very lonely. Right now, parents never You've never met Mama Sack. The year is 2264. The SINCAM Corporation has sent the Solidus and its crew of 13 and one cat out into deep space to explore the potential of a new planet 20 years away. Soon after they awaken from their stasis, however, things are happening one after another. First, the crew learns that the two of the crew are not who they claim to be. Then, one by one, crew members die suddenly. The ship begins to turn against them, and as if it couldn't get any worse, they find another mess on their hands, and it's ugly. What was supposed to be a simple exploratory mission has become a struggle for survival in the depths of space, 20 years from home. They're all alone, and no one can hear them scream. This is basically the plot of Alien, but with a cat. We only stretch the tooth to protect the children. I'm going to watch this just because I'm super petty and I can't allow Mama Sack to have seen something that I haven't that isn't a yaoi. All right. Haji Taisei Dan Gaio. Great Planet Evil Destroyer Dangayo. Four psychic teenagers, Mia, Alice, Roll Cran, Lamba, Nom, and Pi Thunder, are brainwashed by scientist Dr. Tarsan as pilots of his greatest experiment, the giant robot Dangayo. But as their memories slowly return, these pilots use their abilities in the Dangayo to combat the tyranny of Captain Gilmos and the Bunker Space Pirates. Okay, this is going to sound fucking insane, but something about this is speaking to me. Something about this sounds watchable, and it's not the legs on them girls. Something about it. I don't know. I want to watch this. I want to watch this, actually. Oh, by the way, John, just as a heads up, basically everything that we're talking about on this that is dubbed ends up getting added to Anime Dartboard, and that's why Anime Dartboard balloons insanely out of control in the number of entries on it. It's like at 107 right now, and after this podcast, it'll be at like 3,000, I'm sure. Hinotori Yamato Hen. At his father's command, Oguna, the youngest prince of Yamato, well, maybe not super nice because half of these decisions I made while drunk, sets out to kill Takeru Kawakami, the leader of Kumaso. However, upon arriving in Kumaso territory, he's injured by a stray arrow by a young local woman named Kajika, who is hunting game. Eager to compensate for the terrible mistake, she escorts Oguna to her village to treat his wound, but as the two rapidly fall in love, interesting decision that we've taken, the prince makes disturbing discovery. Kijika is Takeru's younger sister. Conflicted between his newfound love and family duty, Oguna seeks advice from the Phoenix, a legendary mortal bird that serves as Kumaso's guardian. Compelled to make a decision, while the Yamato Prince betray his own for the woman he loves, or will he murder Kajika's brother as commissioned? Inspired by Yamato Takeru's Japanese legend, Hinotori Yamato Hen chronicles the tragic story of an ill-fated couple, showing how true love can conquer hate and adversity, even among the greatest of uncertainties. I'm not gonna lie to you, that sounds good, actually. Hinotori Yamato Hen, the second of the three 1980s adaptations of Osamu Tezuka's Hinotori, refers to the manga's third chapter, Yamato Hen. The story is inspired by the 14th century legend of Yamato Takeru, prince of the Yamato dynasty. While unfamiliar in the West, the legend has been described by anthropologist C. Scott Littleton as Arthurian due to some structural similarities with King Arthur's legend. Furthermore, despite the geographical distance, it appears that both Yamato Takeru and King Arthur originate from analogous time periods. I'm going to read the last one on this. This actually sounds really good. That one does. I skipped the first one, but that one sounds pretty good. This is 1987, so we'll be getting to this one pretty soon, I guess. Hinotori Uchuhen. In the deep space, four astronauts discover that their colleague, Mikimura, has mysteriously died shortly, following a cryptic note about his imminent murder. Though horrified by the news, the Inoperable state of their spaceship leaves the crew no time to grieve, and they evacuate via escape pods. Determined to identify the culprit, the survivors begin to suspect fellow crewmate Kizaki on account of the rivalry between himself and Mikamura regarding the only female member, Nana Ichinomiya. However, to their bewilderment, they notice Mikamura's pod following them, yet failing to respond to attempts at contact. As the astronauts try to interpret their perplexing circumstances, they learn there are more inconceivable stories about their lost teammate, one involving the Phoenix, a mysterious bird said to have the ability to grant immortality. It is not until they crash into a seemingly deserted planet that the crew will finally discover the sinister truth behind Mikamura and his suspicious pod. Set in the distant future, Hinotori Uchenhen illustrates the cruelty of human beings passionately in pursuit of their own desires without any regard for consequences. So are these stories independent of each other? The work of Yoshiaki Kawajiri, who had also directed Wicked City and Ninja Scroll, Hinotori Uchenhen is an anime adaptation of Uchenhen, the fourth volume of the Hinotori manga series, written and illustrated by Osamu Tezuka. It is also Madhouse's final production of the 1980s trilogy. Trilogy adaptations of Osamu Tezuka's manga. The serialized character designs add a layer of maturity to Tezuka's originals, and combined with the Madhouse signature of limited color blue for this OVA in the capsule scenes, the stark lighting add to the production's intensity. Interesting. So the movies are actually standalone. Yeah, the movies are definitely standalone. The only through line is the Phoenix itself. All right, I'll add the original. You know what? I'm just gonna add the whole fucking series. Whatever, I don't care. Because the space, only the first one sounds bad. The other two sound good. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Fucking, we'll see. Hidan. No Moku Shiroku Crystal Triangle. In times of old, God gave mankind 10 commandments and a message that has been lost to the centuries. Excuse me. In the present, Koichiro Kamashiro is a modern day Indiana Jones who scours and often destroys ruins for hints of the past, until one day he runs across a box filled with two crystal triangles. Having inadvertently run across the key to God's lost message, Kamashiro suddenly has a lot to deal with, including assassination attempts by the KGB and the CIA, aliens hellbent on destroying the Earth, and the love of several women. Fuck you. This sounds delightful. Hello? Why have I not watched this? Crystal Triangle? Yeah, have you seen it made? Nope. This sounds good. That sounds literally good. Are you kidding me? Indiana Jones and the Crystal Triangle? Hello? I'm on board. I do want to say, I haven't seen Crystal Skull, but this sounds a lot like the plot of Crystal Skull. This sounds like someone took the plot of Crystal Skull and merged it with the plot of like Raiders. Sounds like someone took Raiders of the Lost Ark and mixed it with Crystal Skull. It was in a US Manga Corp ad on a DVD. Huh. Well, you know what? I'm on board. It sounds good. Sounds good to me. Dead Heat. Failed driver Makoto is ready to quit the biz until he's approached by Hayami Go, who offers him a hyper engine to change his fortunes. Claimed to be Japan's first 3D anime, this curio using the VHD 3D system features 21st century youngsters racing FX machines, predictable crosses between motorcycles and mechas. Wow, that sounds really useful for like historical significance and really unwatchable, quite honestly. The question is, how willing am I to allow historical significance influence my watching habits? 3D in 80 sounds awful. Yeah. It's not even good now. I can't imagine 40 years ago. Like, am I willing to be this heavily swayed? Okay, that's straight up not 3D. None of these character designs are 3D either. It's just like this one image that seems 3D. I don't think this is 3D at all. Excuse me. No, this looks very, very 2D. Which means I don't have to watch it because then it's not very historically significant. Here's a music video from the 80s with 3D animation. Oh, okay, it's a screenshot. Yeah, it's not good. Hi, School Agent. Based on a manga by Tanimura Hitoshi serialized in Comic Burger, teenager Kanamori Kosuke is a secret agent for the International VN spy network. Using his computer hacking skills, he tracks international criminals. Later, goes after neo-Nazis to the Arctic, where they try to raise a U-boat with a sinister secret. I like the art, actually. Doesn't that look fucking cool? Look at that. That's pretty good art. Who did the art? 28 minutes. That wouldn't even be that long of a watch, honestly. Oh, 2 minutes. So it's like an hour altogether. I don't know. You know what? I'll watch it. Looks awful. Oh, it doesn't look great. For sure. Majoko Club. Yoni Gumi Kukan Kara no Alien X. Oh, I know what this is. I know what this is. There was this is the fucking this is super weird what this is. You, Persia, Mai, and Yumi are together in a science fiction like adventure. An awful monster assault young and beautiful girls, leaving them transformed into ugly hags. Only our four magical girls with their powers can fly to space and fight for Earth's sake. So you transforms into Creamy Mommy, Mai into Magical Emmy, Persia into a fairy, and little Yumi draws space suits for all of them. This is. I just read about how an anime where a ballet dancer gets injured and has to quit, so they become a motorcycle racer. You probably need a lot less You need a lot less dexterity to race motorcycles than you need to do ballet. To be fair, not to say you don't need dexterity for motorcycles. It's just ballet is an incredibly intensive dance style. This is fucking fascinating what this is. So okay, all right. So here's the deal. Here's the history behind this. This is fucking bonkers. Hear this out, okay? I don't do either. Neither do I. Okay, listen to this bullshit. Okay, so obviously we've gone through. We all know Creamy Mommy, Magical Emmy, and Persia. We know them. We've been there, right? So there was a fan movement in the 80s to create like there was like a fan movement that created a weird like fan canon spin-off where they're like mech fighters in space for some shit. It was like a fan movement, and then a group of people got together based on this like alternate universe. Fandoms and alternate universes, right? Like that kind of shit. A group of fans got together and fucking animated. They created an animated version of the alternate universe crossover for these characters. It's so fucking bonkers that this came about. Revelations Persona, Yukino likes ballet, and when you ask her about it, she tells you to shut up. Yukino. Wait, Yukino? Who the fuck is Yukino in Persona 1? Yukino. My brain said Ellen, but God, fuck. In my defense, I associate Yukino more with Persona 2 than I do with Persona 1. And like she's such a bit part in Persona 1 that I think Yukino, I think Persona 2. This is so fucking weird what this is. I almost want to watch it as an appreciation. Like if I recall, like a lot of people got their start working on this dumb fan animation. I actually don't know what Maho Idol Pastel Yumi is. This started in 86? Yeah, I don't fucking remember this at all. I don't recall reading this. Yumi is a girl who likes flowers and comics. While Kikimaru and Kenshimaru, flower fairies, see Yumi in trouble, they decide to help her. They tell Yumi that flower fairies give magical tools to children who take care of flowers. Kikimaru and Kishimaru see Yumi's pure affection towards flowers, decide to give her a magic cane and pendant. By using the cane, any picture she drew in the air takes form and becomes real. However, once the pendant starts to flash, there are only 30 seconds left before the power of the magic disappears. Yumi always tries to use her magic power in a good manner, but she's hasty and goofy. As a result, her magic often causes big trouble around her. This is the fourth series of Magical Girl series. You're saying this is like, instead of me joking about Demon Slayer and Devil Summoner being in the same universe and went out and made Devil Summoner Raito Kuzunoha versus Demon Slayers, I was gonna add some dumb shit to that, but Raito fights a mech, so yeah. This is like, yeah, it's like, this would be like, I mean, yeah, it kind of would be like that. It would be like if there was a major fan movement where like people created like fanfic about like Raidu Kuzunoha and Demon Slayer, and like they made this like big fandom project, and then a bunch of guys got together and was like, we're making an anime out of that. Like, that's what this is. It's fucking nuts. I can't believe this exists. Fan projects will blow your fucking mind sometimes. Like, it's really, and if I recall, a lot of people got their start making this. Like, a lot more than you think they did. Like, it only lists like 3 people, but it had a huge, like, I think, oh, I want to say Ano might have even started on that. No, I don't think Ano worked on this. He might, no, because Ano worked on the animation for like Deska in like 83, 84 or some bullshit. But yeah, like a lot of famous people got their start, like 6 or so people got their start making this fucking dumb shit fan project. It's crazy. Raito would beat the shit, would beat all their asses. Honestly, I kind of want to watch it just to appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, this was big. What this was. Usually when they do crossovers, he would use his sword is magic. When they do crossovers and one character is like absurdly stronger than all the other characters, the solution is that they usually just like nerf the strong character to be as strong as the weakest character. Like very rarely do crossovers ever happen where they're like, this character is just like keeps their full power. Usually it's like, oh, for some reason, like sometimes they'll come up with like reasons for why a character is weakened, but then sometimes they'll just ignore that and just be like, I was always this weak. Patsoon Make Love, based on a manga by Amamiya June. This was 6 episodes, and there are no, this does not enough people have seen this for there to be a score, so I really don't think I could see this. This girl kind of looks like Bulma, though, and now she doesn't. A lot of people, I have only seen the movie and season 1 of Demon Slayer. So season 2, season 3, later parts of the manga could be different. But if we are talking about, and I'm not saying Demon Slayer is bad because of this, if we are talking about the relative level of power presented by Demon Slayer characters to the relative level of power presented to you by other famous shonen series, Demon Slayer is incredibly weak as a universe. Like, they're just not that strong in Demon Slayer. And I'm not saying that's a problem with Demon Slayer, because wherever you want to draw your line on power is totally acceptable as long as you are consistent. I think Demon Slayer is crappy, and not because they're weak, but because it's not very well developed series. However strong you want to make your characters, as long as everything is in that ballpark, that's totally fine. But the Demon Slayer characters are not that strong, and they wouldn't be able to compete, at least from what I've seen, with most other shonen series. You've read the manga? Do they get strong enough to, like, pose a threat to other major shonen characters? I think Demon Slayer actually takes place before Ride Out. I remember reading into it. I don't remember the exact time frame, but it's like 1910, 1915. No? Yeah, I wouldn't think so. Like, again, my problems with Demon Slayer have nothing to do with, like, how strong they are or anything, but, like, I prefer, like, Naruto to, like, Dragon Ball or some shit, but Naruto would get his shit pushed in by, like, even fucking Krillin, so... Because supposedly Krillin is the same level of power that Frieza was on Namek, so there'd be no way. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if Naruto's like, I'm going into Baryon mode, Krillin be like, okay. Cool, I guess. Like, yeah. But I still prefer Naruto. A recap of the TV series with 6.5 minutes of new footage. This is Maho no Yusei Persia Kitan Mokuba. Anyway, the only reason I bring that up is because I was just saying, like, I want to be clear, my issues with Demon Slayer have nothing to do with how strong the characters are. If anything, I actually almost think there's a lot of benefits to having weaker, more mortal characters. Like, there's a lot more tension that you can have with a character if your character dies when they're stabbed. Rather than someone that can just beast mode through anything, you know what I'm saying? Dragon Ball Movie 2, Mai Jinjo no Naruhime, Sleeping Princess in Devil's Castle. Goku and Kururin are given an assignment by Kame Sennin. Retrieve the sleeping princess from Lucifer, and I will take you as my students, but the mission proves to be more perilous than originally thought. In Demon Slayer, he power breathes a stab wound to heal faster. Fair enough, I guess. This is the best Dragon Ball movie. Interesting. Did you rate this? You didn't rate this. You don't have this on your list, John. Just as a heads up. The best Dragon Ball original movie or the best Dragon Ball franchise movie? I mean, even if you, like, power breathe your wound closed faster, it's worth noting that, like, Naruto got fucking impaled by a sword at one point and just, like, rips the sword out and goes, huh, well, best OG movie. Okay, gotcha. Not much realism to be found there. Motherfucker would need real patchwork, not just steady breathing. Yeah, no, that's true. I'm not saying, like, Demon... I mean, he, like, explodes fire out of his fucking sword. I'm not gonna argue for Demon Slayer realism. Although, I do think there could be a market for a, like, realistic battle manga. Naruto has demon healing. Naruto borders on immortality, quite frankly. I'll always remember the scene in Hot Springs where Sasuke's sword gets impaled through Naruto's stomach, and Naruto, like, rips the sword out just casually and then goes, ow! And then Kurama's like, oh, stop faking it. Because Naruto at that point is so fucking immortal, he has to fake feeling pain when being impaled. It's fucking crazy. He also regenerated his skin. But I do think there is a sort of a market to a battle manga with just human level fighters, just straight up like this is what a normal person can do, like no exaggeration, just a sort of an almost like gritty MMA kind of sports manga or something, or maybe like street fights, maybe a little column A column B, you know. And then if you do it like that, like someone pulls out like a knife, that becomes a fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're like like human level, like a knife comes out, that then people are like, "Oh shit, this is escalating. Oh shit." Now people are gonna, and then you can have like a character get stabbed. Character gets stabbed in fucking Bleach. They're like, I can stab myself 6 more times. Character gets stabbed in this hypothetical, like realistic shonen battle manga. People are like, oh my god, is fucking Kyosuke gonna live this shit? Oh my god, he's just straight up. And then you could like decide whether to kill Kyosuke or not. Ooh, Kyosuke could be the main character in the situation. You could pull a fucking Suzuka. Spoiler for Suzuka, I guess. You could fucking kill Kyosuke like 30 chapters in, and then the story will just keep going. How crazy would that be? A spoiler for Suzuka. Suzuka fucking dies. No, Suzuka? Is it Suzuka? No, it's Fuka. It's Fuka that dies, not Suzuka. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I talking out my ass here? It's Fuka. Suzuka is the prequel to Fuka. It's Fuka that dies. Suzuka survives to the end. Yeah, like the titular character Fuka straight up gets hit with a fucking truck like 30 chapters in. Just straight up fucking dies. So, and I always appreciated that part about Fuka because it's like this idea where it's like they can't kill the main character, and everyone always says that. And then, you know, there are things where they kill the main character, but there's this like level of like plot armor that they give to the titular character where it's like they can't kill Naruto. The show's called Naruto, and Fuka's like, you can't kill Fuka. The fucking manga's called Fuka. Oh my god, you killed Fuka. And then like 30 chapters in, she fucking dies, and then for the rest of the fucking series, it's still called Fuka, but she's just fucking dead. Oh, you gotta appreciate the balls on that. And it's worth like the craziest thing about fucking Fuka is that the previous series Suzuka was a romance series with like for that went on for 171 chapters. Think about this for a second, right? 171 chapters of this fucking romance series. The main couple gets together, they have a kid. The kid's name is the name of the sequel. This is literally analogous to fucking Naruto. This is literally Boruto, right? Like Naruto and Hinata get together after like 200 chapters in this romance series. Their kid is Boruto. They just fucking murder Boruto 30 chapters in, and they'll call it Boruto, and it just keeps going. That's what they did in Fuka. The fucking balls on a fucking Koji Seo to fucking straight up kill the title character, who's also the child of the previous main characters. I guess spoilers for Fuka? I don't. Holy shit. Why did I talk about that? Oh, yeah. I was talking about, like, realistic shonen. Um. Mani Mani Maikyo Monogatari. Mani Mani Maikyo Monogatari is an anthology film comprised of 3 short films by acclaimed directors Rintaro Yoshiaki Kawajiri and Katsuhiro Otomo. Labyrinthos. While Saichi is searching for her cat, Kikorone, they both fall through a mirror and become trapped in a mysterious mind-bending labyrinth. They follow a clown's shadow, well, that's terrifying, into the distance, not knowing where it'll lead them. Running Man. Bob Stone is a reporter working for an article about racer Zach Hugh, the 10-year-old reigning champ on an extremely popular and deadly automobile race. By the time the two meet, Zach's body and mind are shells of what they used to be. When the next race starts, Bob observes what happens when both man and machine are pushed to the breaking point and what it takes to be an enduring champion. The order to stop construction. Salaryman Tatsumo Sugaoka is dispatched into the heart of a dangerous jungle in order to halt construction project after the foreman's mysterious disappearance. There he discovers the deadly and uncontrollable world created by the automobile construction robots. When the chief robot is resistant to his orders, Tetsumo must figure out another way to stop the project before his company's financial losses become too great. Excuse me. This is apparently 16 minutes per episode. So that's 48 minutes. That's actually not that bad. Studio Madhouse, but it's pretty decent. I know anyone who's seen this? Sparkster plans to watch this, but has not. Saint Seiya Jashin Eris. Eris is the goddess of chaos and uses the body of Eileen, who is a friend of Hyoga, to revive herself. She obtains the golden apple to drain Athena's life energy to make her resurrection complete, and to be able to turn the world in a place filled with chaos. To be able to attack Eris, Seiya and his friends will first have to defeat the Ghost Knights. That didn't sound grammatically correct. Fun fact, the inscription on the golden apple of discord was Te Calliste, which means to the most beautiful. So that's that apple started the Trojan War. Fun fact. And by fun fact, I mean fun mythological fact, and also probably the Trojan War most certainly did not start because a goddess apple. It probably started for a much more realistic reason, but there's a little mythological factoid for you. Marumasa, a man with arms which can kill people like puppets, is not aware that he himself has already become a puppet. In this short, hand-drawn, silent animation, a wandering samurai learns this lesson firsthand. Along his travels, the samurai comes across a straw dummy at the base of the tree with a sword lodged in its body. Upon drawing it out, the samurai learns that the blade is imbued with magic and is immensely powerful. The power comes at a price, though, and wielding the blade begins to slowly drive the warrior mad. He now has a choice to make: remain himself or sacrifice his sanity for ultimate power. Okay, but ultimate power is not worth anything if you can't fucking enjoy it. So you always... Here's my advice to all of you. If it's between using... Oh, Tezuka Osoma. Oh, I bet this is pretty interesting then. If it's between ultimate power and your sanity, 99% of the time, it's better to pick sanity. Because if you're not conscious and lucid with the ultimate power, there's no fucking point in having it. Power is only worth it if you can fucking do something with it. Bari Bari Densetsu 1987. This film is about 4 high schoolers who are bike racers and illegally partake in races at night on public roads. They sound like menaces. Max Densetsu no Sameyoru Saijin Tachi. While looking for the legendary Map Man, the last surviving member of the nomad star tribe, Lipimura, finds him in Tokyo. His name is Gen Tokishima, and he is the only one able to get one part of the star map hidden from Earth. After retrieving the piece, Gen must make a decision to follow Lipimura in her foolhardy search to find the remaining pieces of star map or stay on Earth. He makes his decision only to find his girlfriend has beaten him to the spaceship, and she wants to come as well. Unfortunately, as Gen learns the secret of the star map, Lipimura's sisters have plans to stop her and will stop at any cost. This is an alternate universe version of something called Maps, which I feel like I've talked about before. It was a 4-episode 1994 OVA series. Interesting. So would I rather watch a 52-minute movie or a 4-minute or a 28-minute OVA from the 90s? Well, okay. Let's think about this for a second. The internal mechanism in my brain said, the one from the 80s probably has more tits in it. But fun fact, the one from the 80s is actually rated PG-13. Whereas the one from the 90s is actually rated R, which I find fucking fascinating and counterintuitive because the one from the 90s is normally the lower rated one. Now, on the other hand, 700 people have seen the 90s one, and only 200 people have seen the 80s one, which is also interesting because it means it's probably a lot easier to get your hands on the 90s one than it is the 80s one. ANN's description of the 1994 remake, which shares the same manga story. Another part of it is that this is very like 70s art style, and I'm much more fond of the 90s art style. Yeah, I'm a lot more fond of the 90s art style, although I wonder who the character designer on this is, because that art looks very familiar. Who did the character designs on this? Character designs was Masahiko Okura, who did... I'm trying to see if anything stands out to me from what he's done. No, it seems to just be a general... Did some key animation from Across and for JoJo, but 93 JoJo. Seems to be just generally like a competent animator then. Um, the only thing is that the 90s one is longer because it's 28 minutes an episode. So 48, 80, 96. So hour 36 for the OVA as opposed to 58 minutes. Even so, I think I'm actually leaning towards the 90s OVA. This is, I think, the exact same description. Yeah, it is. Let's see. Kaironup no Kitsune. Foxes, Ken, and Shin. Fun fact about looking at tits, by the way. When you look at tits, your lifespan increases by about 5 minutes. Even if you're a woman, and even if you are unattracted, like, even if you are not sexually attracted to women, just generally looking at tits extends your life. Like, even gay men extend their lifespan by looking at boobs. So, look at more boobs and drink more semen. That's the moral of this stream, for some reason. I'll never die. Foxes and Ken and Shin become the proud parents of cubs, Koro and Kan, who enjoy a carefree life on northern Japanese island of Chironup. They befriend a fisherman and his wife, but are forced to run for their lives when soldiers on a military exercise decide to take home some fox pelts as souvenirs. A sweet little film that obliquely symbolizes the plight of Japanese as Aboriginal Anu people and the northern islands that have been contested with Russia since they were occupied by Stalin soldiers in 1945. I wasn't aware that there was a Russian occupation of the northern Japanese islands. I guess it makes sense. I just wasn't aware of it. This is Aitsu to Lullaby, Soyobi no Cinderella. This is based on a shonen manga by Kusunoki Machiharu, serialized in Weekly Shonen Magazine. So this is a cute little romance movie done by Studio Pierrot from 1950. That's fun. I wish there was more about it. What if I read... Can I read the manga? No! Fuck me! Here's Churn Up in SMT. Is Churn Up an actual, like, Anu and mythological figure? I wasn't aware of that. I don't know too much about the Anu. That's kind of cute. I like the little dance, the little jig. Got some fucking moves. Honestly, this kind of sounds cute. If I can watch the, I like it sounds cute. This looks cute. The two images I can see about this look cute. That's how he buffs. There also aren't a lot of shonen romance series. That's a very I can think of very few shonen romances. So, EWD Express Rolling Takeoff, manga based by Hijari Yuki, serialized in comic Nora. Note shown in theaters as a double bill with the animation feature Maps Densetsu no Sameyoru Seijin Tachi. Well, how long have I been going? I'm going to say 4 hours. Oh my god, I was right on the dot. Bugtae Honey, Magaram Shoujo Mai 462. I want to be clear. Excuse me. Once we get to the 90s, I will not be doing 5 years at a time because as we get up in years, it will become progressively more impossible. I'm not even sure if I'm going to be able to do 5 years at a time now. My voice might give out. This is a movie of Bug Tea Honey. Push. In a convenient world where vending machines offer just about everything, the hero procures whatever he needs from machines on his journey to see the creator. He tries to make a replacement purchase of the Earth, but the creator declines his request, saying simply that there is no such thing as a brand new Earth. The simplicity of the story illustrates the depths of Tezuka Osamu's despair at Earth's degradation, forming the gist of this 4-minute work. Went on a real save the Earth kick in the 80s, didn't he? Akai Kodan Zillion recaps. Do I have to read this? I think the title says everything about what this is. Number 1, Aikai Kodan Zillion, Emmy's Penguin's Diary, Emmy Penguin's Diary, musical retrospective of the TV series with circumstantial commentaries by Emmy and JJ. Number 2, Akai Kodan Zillion, JJ versus Rix, Predestined Confrontation, JJ Tai Rix, Shuki Mei, no Taiketsu. Number 3, Akai Kodan Zillion, Champ and Apple, Fantastic Memories, Fantastic Memories. I'm gonna go pee real quick. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. I was thinking whether it's actually a good idea to go all the way to the 90s. I don't know if I'll be able to make it to the 90s. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm thinking maybe we'll get through 88 and then stop at 99, because that'll be 66 or 86, 87, and 88. That'll be 3 years. So what if we do 3 years? Because I don't know if you've noticed, a lot of anime came out in the 80s. This isn't like the 70s or anything. Running to the 90s. Yeah, there's a lot at this point. So I was thinking, instead of going to the 90s like originally planned, maybe we'll only do like 3 years, because we're already 4 hours into the stream at this point. Like, I'm gonna blow my voice out if I try to make it all the way to the 90s. I think that's part of what SACing MAL Eternal is trying to go all the way through in one run and then realizing just how much anime came out whenever you enter a new area. Like, I've said it before, but once we get into the 2000s, there's a good chance that a stream is just straight up 1 year. Like, keep in mind, like, a regular episode of SACing MAL in the 2010s will be like 2 hours for like 2 seasons. Like, it's like an hour a season, right? So we've gone for 4 hours and we've already done like almost 2 years at this point. And we'll, like, at this rate, so we're basically doing a year every half hour. Nope, that's wrong. We're doing a year every 2 hours, basically. And so it stands to reason that, like, when we get to the 2010s, we'll be able to do a year in one stream. Like, and we're getting close to the point where it seems like reading the entire, like, I don't think we can do 5 years, is what I'm saying. Like, if we do 5 years, I'll be here till fucking, like, 3 in the morning, is what I'm saying. So, let's try to get past to 88, and I think we're going to call it at 88. Is that what I'm saying? I think we're not, I don't think I'll make it through the 90s. Also, I'm really hungry. I think I only ate once today, and it's very late, and I'm starving, and my tummy's upset now. So, yeah, I think we're going to stop at the end of 88. Which is 3 years, which is good. And then, eventually we'll get into, like, 2 years. And then, inevitably, it'll be 1 year per stream, because it'll take 4 fucking hours to get through a single year. Lady. Lynn lost her mother at the age of 5 and lives with her father in England. Lynn's father is not able to be by her side all the time because of her busy schedule. Lynn is often left on her own. Despite having to endure the harsh loneliness, Lynn strives to protect her promise with her mother to become a strong and elegant lady. That looks cute, but I'm not going to watch it. Anime Sanjushi. In the year 1625, the young D'Artagnan leaves his village in Gascony to embark for Paris with his grandparents' blessing, taking only his father's sword and a letter of introduction, seeking audience with Traville, captain of the Musketeers of the Guard, and his late father's comrade, the poor nobleman, aims to become a great hero in service of King Louis XIII. The young adventurer is astonished by the massive size of Paris, but is also overwhelmed. He wanders the city streets, befriending a young orphan named Jean. However, he also ends up offending 3 of the musketeers of the guard, Parthos, Aramis, and Athos. Confronted by the Parisian guards over illegal dueling, D'Artagnan and the musketeers fend off 5 of the Cardinal Richelieu's soldiers, and 4 of them quickly become friends. The 4 new comrades set off to stop Cardinal from starting a war between England and France and protect the image of Queen Anne d'Artech, wife of Louis XIII. But what cost? But what will be the cost of their efforts? This is just straight up an adaptation of the 3 Musketeers. It'll take like an hour to get through 88. We're gonna be here forever. It'll probably take an hour to get through 88. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like a 4 hour stream once we get to like 2010s is gonna be a year, is what I'm saying. Like, it's very slow, really. We're just gonna have to wean ourselves through, like wean ourselves off, basically. I think an anime adaptation of the Three Musketeers sounds interesting. Honestly, I kind of do. I wouldn't mind watching this at some point. Mr. Ajiko. Let's see. Ajiyoshi Yoichi is a culinary prodigy who manages the eating house together with his mother. One day, Murata Genjiro appears in the eating house and is surprised at the delicious taste and delicate culinary skills of katsudon prepared by Yoichi. Subsequently, Yuichi is being invited to the Agio building, in which he is involved in a spaghetti match with the in-house Italian chef Marui. Yoichi's novel culinary ideas, coupled with his enthusiasm of serving the best for his guests, allow him to defeat Marui in a match. From then on, Yoichi begins to compete with other rivals in a race for the best tastes and dishes. This is like the original cooking anime, the original cooking battle anime. This is OG Food Wars. It ran in Shonen Magazine Weekly for 167 chapters, then got a sequel series for 117 chapters, running an evening up until 2012. What the fuck? What am I looking at? It's a Dr. Stone Snickers commercial. Obviously. Look, the only way to cure people who have been petrified is eat your Snickers. You're not yourself when you're hungry. You're a rock person. And Sakishita Kusanagi, Senku discovers an alternative way. Oh my god, I was joking! I was fucking joking! I was fucking joking! No! No, I was kidding! I was kidding, Snickers commercial! You don't get to be literal. No! Discovers an alternative way to revive petrified people. Using Snickers. By feeding this chocolate to someone who's been petrified, that person will instantly revive just to have a taste of Snickers bar. With this discovery, Senku uses Snickers to revive the famous comedian Koki Kusanagi. So as a reminder, the two ways to revive people in Dr. Stone are number 1, bat guano. Number 2, Snickers. Is this what this is? Did you find it? I'm watching this live. Hold up. Hold up. We're watching. I'm doing this live. Oh boy. Well, fuck. I've watched that now. And you know what that means. I get to add it to my list. Dun 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 dun. It was honestly kind of amusing. Dun 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 dun. Fuck yeah! Make sure that's all in. Yep, that is. Stupid. Fucking Jesus Christ. I can't believe it. What does it say about Snickers that bat poop and Snickers like revives people from the petrification process? Like what does that tell you about Snickers? Like, don't get me wrong, I like Snickers. I just, if I were to pick an anime to advertise my fucking candy bar, Snickers would be like Dr. Stone would be literally the last thing I would choose. I would not want any association with Dr. Stone. I would want Food Wars. I would do a Food Wars commercial where they eat a Snickers and then their fucking clothes blow off. And then people are like, well, shit, Snickers is so good, it makes me orgasm. That's what I'd do. Put that on a fucking. Put that on a fucking Snickers bar. Just literally print it on the side of a Snickers bar. Snickers is so good, it makes me orgasm. If I saw that on a Snickers bar, I'd buy that Snickers bar. So would you. And then you'd have an orgasm from eating Snickers. Alright. Cream Lemon Lemon Angel, franchise combining real-life idol trio, limited edition short stories with their cartoon alter egos thrown into various bizarre, generally sexual situations. Ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba. This is 37 episodes. That was deaf an ad. Oh, it was for sure an ad. That was for sure an ad. I just want to say real quick how disappointing I am that was not quoted. I'm just gonna say it. I'm disappointed in you all. That deserved a quote. How did this turn into a sword fight? I don't know why I'm thinking about this so hard. I think it's because it's short. Its theme is music, but that's because they're an idol trio. You know what? Let's give it a little shot. Let's give it a little watch. I'll watch Cream Lemon. Fuck it. Gonna watch some Cream. I was thinking about it. I'll watch Cream Lemon. Fuck it. Don't judge me. Dun, 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 dun. I have to do something to take away my disappointment that didn't get quoted. Red Shadow, created by Mitsuteru Yokoyama, is a ninja who wears a red and black costume. And that's not the porn one? No, it isn't. I actually don't have hentai turned on, actually. We can't even get hentai. I had an idea that I should write down the name for, because it was for my daily walk. I'm going to call it SACing MAL Pink. And we'll just go through all of the hentai ever released. And I'll get banned on Twitch. It'll be a fun time. It'll be a good time. Kamen no Ninja Akekage. Red Shadow, created by Mitsuru Yokoyama, is a ninja who wears a red and black costume and a stylized red mask. His adventures take place in feudal Japan. He and his ninja sidekicks, Akoge and Shirokage, fight evil warlords, wizards, Daikoju using modern high-tech gadgetry. Blatant oddity in period setting. You know what? I'm quoting it myself. Fuck y'all. That's funny. Mel does censor the artwork. No, it's this is listed as an ecchi series. I don't think this is the hentai version. It's probably this one. No, it just says sexual situations rated R. Probably none of them are hentai. I'm quoting this. I don't give a shit. That's fucking funny, and I want to see that quote again. I just need to remember how to do this. Because I actually don't remember how this works. There we go. Fuck it. I added it myself. I don't even give a shit. It's gonna be so great out of context. That's the thing. Cream Lemon started as hentai. I could link you the listing, but I can't. Yeah, don't. It just says ecchi. It might be. Wait, I found it. I found it. I found the hentai. 38 episodes at 28-minute length for a hentai series? Holy shit. No. That's so much. That's so much. That's so many. Key animation by Hideaki Anno? What the fuck? No, hold on. Legitimately, hold on. Two episodes, 6 episodes, 6 episodes. Two episodes, 1 episode. Fuck it, add in Starless. 4 episodes. There are more episodes of fucking Cream Lemon than all of Bible Black and Starless combined. How do you make how do you make 38 episodes? A collection of short stories ranging from soap opera, the Ami series, to fantasy, Raw series, to horror, Cream Lemon Dark, to parody Pop Chaser. It does deal with a lot of heavy perversions ranging from S&M, male rape by a bunch of females, that is, bondage, torture, Yuri, lesbian love, and incest. How the fuck do you make 38 episodes? I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm interested in watching this just to know how they did it. Although, I will say that usually, whenever you're like, how did they make this so long? The answer is they did it poorly. That's usually the answer. Usually, whenever you look at an anime and you're like, how the fuck did they manage to stretch that out for that amount of time? The answer is usually they did a really bad job of it. Which is why I think I'm going to pass. But worth noting that that's not so many episodes. It was popular enough to spawn a bunch of non-hentai. I guess. Fuck, that's crazy. His adventures take place in feudal Japan, and he has a ninja sidekick Okoge and Shirakoge who fight evil warlords, wizards, and daikaiju using modern high-tech gadgetry, a blatantly oddity in the setting. I'm just like, I'm blown away. Like, what really got me was like, even if the episodes were shorter, I could see 38 episodes. Fucking 28 minutes, 38 episodes. That's nuts. What more could you do? What more could you do? That's like every fetish. In a world divided between angels and evil creatures, only the young hero Yamato Shinte has the power to defeat the demons. I defy you to name 38 fetishes. Sui Deni Ton Shinkan. Based on the same name gag manga by Endo Koichi, a gang decides to play at burglary without the knowledge of their schoolmates, each masquerading at different times as the master thief Ton Shinkan. Nora Kuro-kun. October 8, 1987, autumn. In Sagunami, Tokyo, there lives the Kinoshita family, whereby the father draws very little pay out of his job as an ordinary salaryman. In order to cover expenses, he decides to let out the second floor of their apartment to earn additional rental income. One day, an obstinate-looking elderly dog, accompanied by a younger boy dog, come knocking on their door. The elderly dog addresses himself as Noriyama Kuroyoshi and introduces his grandson as Norakuro. The former wants to open a detective agency and intends to rent the unit for their office. He will be the president of the investigative bureau, while Norakura will be the director. He will also recruit one of Kinoshita's sons, Keita-kun, as his employee, and their advisor will be the girl next door, a high school student by name of Rika Sawaguchi. On the third day since the official opening of the office, the telephone rang, a signal of a new case. Wait, this is Nurakuro. Yeah, this is fucking Nurakuro. From like the 40s, right? The like the like the wasn't Nurakuro the one that was used for like a pro imperial Japanese World War II propaganda? And then they just redid him as a detective in the 80s. That's weird. This is why this show is worthwhile. You get crazy shit like that. Manga Nihon Kaizai Newmon. This is a depiction of Japan's economy based on Shotaro Ishii no Mori's eponymous manga. This is 87. Did the bubble burst in 87? When did the bubble burst? The bubble burst in 91. Excuse me. For propaganda to detective, apparently. So I guess this is a manga about Japan's economy during the bubble. Fun, I guess. I like how it says its theme is historical. Still bubblegum crisis. Devilman Tanjo Hen. Just gonna guess. Maid gave this a 9. All right. Let's see. Akira Fudo leads the life of a typical high school student. After a chance encounter with school bullies, he's rescued by his childhood friend Ryo Asuka. Ryo and Akira catch up over the course of an afternoon that ends with them crashing a party at a nightclub. Initially uncomfortable with the environment, Akira is shocked when violence provokes some of the club's partygoers to transform into demonic monsters. He and Ryo are only saved from the encounter thanks to the intervention of a great demon known as Amon. Amon possesses Akira, and the two together form the powerful Devil Man, a being that, due to the influence of Akira's strong empathy for his fellow man, is resolved to keep the human race safe from the threats of demonkind. I hear that if you want the original story of Devilman and you don't want to read a manga, I have heard that the 80s OVA is the way to go, unless they made a 90s OVA. But I have heard the OVA is the way to do it. Although I also, if I recall, didn't the OVA not actually finish the Devilman story? Didn't they not finish it? Why not? I'll give it a try. Crybaby was pretty good. I'll watch a more faithful adaptation. The OVA only adapts half the story. That's what I thought. Yeah. Kaze to ki no uta sanctus sai naru kana. I've never heard of this in my life. 1887, at a remote elite boarding school in France, Sergei Bator returns after his graduation and remembers the days of his youth. Recession fucked them over before they could make a third. I gotcha. 1880, at the same school, son of Viscount and Roma prostitute, both deceased, Sergei is intelligent, sweet, talented, and alienated by his family due to his heritage. Upon being sent to a new school, he rooms with Gilbert Cocteau, a gorgeous loner of a boy who sells his body for reasons unknown. Sergei's attempts to reach out to Gilbert fail spectacularly, and yet there is something both of them attracts them to each other. So this is like an old school 80s yaoi. Interesting. Fun. It actually doesn't sound like a terrible plot. Huh. Wow. That is fucking over the top. They like, they put. That's like someone. That's like there was like a Bishonen slider and someone just jacked it all the way to the top. There's an Amon Apocalypse of Doubleman, which adapts part of the second half, but is an adaptation of a light novel reimagining. Gotcha. Um, yeah, I don't know. I think I'm gonna pass just because I know this isn't really targeted to me. I mean, it sounds interesting, but it also doesn't sound like this is something that I should be watching, if that makes any sense. Junk Boy. Like, it's not something I would typically go out of my way to watch, even though the plot does sound vaguely interesting, so. Junk Boy. 23-year-old Rohei Yamazaki has just one thing in his mind. Fucking. With his sweet talking, honey voiced ways, Rio has no trouble finding interested ladies, but none of them is just what he wants. None of them is perfect. Dog, if you are looking for perfect, you gonna be fucking looking, my dog. Then he charms the beautiful editor of a hot magazine into hiring him. Journalism will never be the same again. It sounds interesting. I like comedy, and I like romance, and I like that Maid immediately went, ugh. Two. Wow. Okay. I'm interested in elaboration. What's your problem with Junk Boy? What's wrong with Junk Boy? That's a low score. Honestly, it sounds kind of interesting. It was terrible. It sounds interesting. I actually think I'd like to give it a shot. It's probably terrible, but I'd like to give it a shot. I want to just. Oh, I thought that was a dress. What the fuck is she wearing? I thought that was a dress. I'm like, that's a really good cut on the dress. Nope. It's like Golden Boy if the main character was a piece of shit. Fair enough. Battle Royal High School. I've already reviewed Battle Royal High School. Go check out my March 2019 review of Battle Royal High School. Organ Sphere, I think, is a term I use in the middle of it. Go watch Golden Boy instead. I already have Golden Boy on the list. Dirty Pair OVA, set in the future. Kay and Yuri are trouble consultants for the 3WA, codenamed Lovely Angels, but they are known throughout the galaxy as the Dirty Pair. They always solve their case, but not without causing collateral damage and mayhem. Obviously, we'll probably check out Dirty Pair OVA at some point. Metal Skin Panic Maddox 1. I've heard of this. I vaguely know what this is. Has someone on my list seen this? Does someone know what the... I know what this is. I know no one else has apparently heard it. I know what this is. I might have even seen it already. This looks very familiar to me. This looks so familiar. Have I already watched this? In the first test of revolutionary personal battle system, the Maddox 1 ace female test pilot, Ellie Kosumoto, smashes an attacking tank force and humiliates Lieutenant Kilgore, Japan's most macho tank jockey, in the process. Kilgore swears to get even, and he gets his chance when the prototype Maddox literally falls off the back of a truck in the middle of Tokyo. Meanwhile, the Maddox, which fell off the back of one truck off a bridge and into the back of another truck, has found its way into the hands of college student Koji Sugimoto. Intrigued by the Maddox, Koji makes the big mistake of fooling around with it without reading the manual first, and soon finds himself locked in the suit, zooming around downtown Tokyo. I legitimately think I've seen this already. Key animation by Yano. I'm going to add this to my list. I think I've seen this, though. This sounds very familiar to me. And we have gotten into the time period where it is legitimately possible that I have seen some of this stuff without having remembered I've seen it. Because we're in 87, we're about to hit 88. Like, this is the era of shit I've watched. Ex Densha di Iko. Like, this is the era where in the 90s I could have viably watched some of this. As long as it got a U.S. release. Ishihara Taru is an everyday guy with an on and off again girlfriend and a position working for a train buff. Things become complicated when a ghostly vehicle dubbed the X-Train begins to... Wasn't that a wrestler? No, I'm thinking of X-Pac. Ride on the rails, destroying everything in its path. Somehow it seems Toru is connected with the X-Train by a strange power, which draws the attention of some very dangerous and power-hungry people who would wield it for their own. This I haven't seen. Avant-garde, military, and supernatural are the three weirdest tags I think I have seen on a single film. How does one make an avant-garde military... avant-garde mystery. Oh, that ties it together way better. I was like, avant-garde military supernatural. What? If you were to tell me three genres that don't make sense together, it's those. 2 weeks before a concert at Yaon Hibiya Auditorium... 1987.826. While playing at the club Shinjuku Loft, lead vocalist Toy of the band Gasp is jumped by rival Aikawa Yoji. Gasp is an upcoming band known for its violence. struggling to be noticed against the popularity of Hotshot Ikawa, who's the number one on the charts and beloved by his fans. Yaon Hibiya concert represents Gas's mainstream debut to break out of the small-time club scene, which is threatened by the schemes of Ikawa's manager, Miss Kato of Koyama Productions. Kato wants Toy to leave that bunch of hoodlums and sing independently for a major label, adding to the confusion to an unexplained character who manifests feline traits that took such a weird turn. Named Nia, Nia presents herself to Toy's Aijin, Nia Toy no Aijin Dayo, to the consternation of Koshikawa Hidoro, who has interest in Toy. Koshikawa, also known as Sonoko-chan, is typed as an okama by Nia. A running motif in Gasp is its fans and associates regarded as unusual by the mainstream public, as exemplified by their musical taste, dress, and classic Coke drinking. Hey, fuck you. Classic Coke is goddamn amazing. I'm aware that it is a stereotype in Japan that all Americans drink Coke constantly, and I, as a natural-born American, am okay with that stereotype, because let's be clear, Coke is my favorite beverage, which only contributes to more difficulty in their struggle to be accepted. You just found something interesting. Is it Toy? Because this sounds completely watchable. This is a shonen music. Wow, what a genre combination. How did shonen devolve into just battle manga? It seems to be such. It used to be such a diverse demographic, and now it's just, I'm punching you! I thought you meant the drug. It says classic Coke drinking. To be fair, they could be drinking cocaine, but I imagine it's Coca-Cola. Found something interesting in anime from 93 that's a silent film using English music. What's it called? Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Wait, did I remember to add this? Because this actually sounds watchable. Gall Force 2, Destruction. Dragon Ball and Hunter x Hunter, that's how. A girl. Ah. You okay. I understand. Um check out the February 16th episode that will be released this Wednesday, Water 18 Water Bomb number 3, for my review of A Girl. I've already seen it. Da 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 da. Da 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 done. Gull Force 2 Destruction. Luffy, discovered floating lifeless in space, is brought aboard a. It's actually decent. Bet you hated it. Actually, what did I give it? A 6? I bet I gave it. I think I gave it a 6. 6. Yep. When you said it out loud, I'm like, hey, oh, when you like talked about it, I'm like, that sounds a lot like A Girl. Yeah, I gave it a 6. It's actually not bad. I actually did enjoy it, just a little bit. A little bit enjoyed it. A little confusing at parts, but. Luffy, discovered floating lifeless in space, is brought on board a solenoid cruiser and given another chance at life. Once the hardened warrior, she is shown events that shake her faith. One's own death seems to have a way of changing one's philosophy and lessening her power as a fighter, just as that power is most needed. What the shit is Gall Force? Oh, okay, I already added it. I'm like, this sounds, like, good. Every time we pop by Gall Force, I'm like, why does this sound good? This is Hino Tori Uchenhen. We've already talked about this. This is Daimaju Geto Hagane no Oni. In the year... in the far future of 1990. A team of UN scientists, in an attempt to tap into a new energy resource on a deserted island called Sansara, unknowingly open a portal to another universe, unleashing dormant biomechanical entities. 3 years later, Takuya Goroza returns to the island of Sansara, urged by a mysterious request by college chum Haruka Alford. Little does he know his friend isn't what he appears to be. I thought we were done with super robots. That made me feel old. Oh, the far future of 1999. Okay. Actually, hold on. This art style is sick as fuck, though. Are you seeing this? Look at this. I mean, like, it looks like edgy 80s, like 90s bullshit, but, like, that looks fucking sick. This is a horror sci-fi mech anime. Who made this? Toshiko Hirano? That sounds familiar. What did this guy do? He did Magic Kaito. He's directing Baki. He's still directing Baki. He directed Vampire Princess Miyu. He directed Devilman Lady. Holy shit. We have fucking stumbled on something. Did we hit a hidden gem? Yeah, no one I know has seen this. What is this? Angel Heart? Ray Earth, which I think is terrible from what I've heard. Ixer 1? What the fuck? This man has done some shit. Yeah, this man has done some shit. Holy hell. He also did something called Angel Heart. What is Angel Heart? This has 50 episodes. This is a 50 episode stunning mystery romance series from 2005, and I haven't heard of this? A young Taiwanese assassin codenamed Glassheart committed suicide by jumping off a building, and her heart was pierced by a metal fence. Miraculously, her life was saved by heart transplantation. During her recovery, she began to experience strange dreams, which led her to Japan looking for a donor of her heart, who happens to be Kaori Makimura, former partner of City Hunter. What? What? Ryo Saiba? The author mentioned in the first Tankobon volume that Angel Heart only shares the same characters of City Hunter, but it's not its continuation. The events are all parallel universes, therefore has nothing to do with City Hunter. Ow. I was fucking flipping for a second. Holy shit, what is this? What? How are... What? Oh my god. This right here is what makes this show worthwhile. This is why we do it. This is why we do this show. Okay. The Samurai. I reviewed that on an episode of Water that has either come out or will come out. Go check out my review of The Samurai. Hey, The Samurai, one of your mods made you watch that. What a real bitch, making you watch something you wouldn't like. What a thoughtless bitch they are. Hey, I gave it a shot. I didn't go that far. At least it was short. There are longer things you could have made me watch, so... Makio Gaiden, Le Dios. I'm gonna be honest, something about this is, I find very attractive. I don't know what it is, though. In a post-apocalyptic world, the treasure hunter Riot and his pretty sidekicks are searching for the Eyes of Zelem, which they hope will guide them to Rido, the treasure of the long-lost Quail civilization. A limitless energy source, the Rido has the power to even restore life, but unfortunately for Riot, the evil Demonsters are after it too. I forget what I did give it. I gave it a 5. Actually, that's not that bad. A 5 is like, yeah, it wasn't worth watching, but I didn't dislike it. Didn't receive any negative points at the very least. So, it's a 48-minute mecha anime. Something about this I'm finding very. Why is she just in her underwear on the cover? She's just in her underwear on the cover. What the fuck? This is fucking shameless. This is fucking shameless. And I respect that. Relic armor logicum. Look, let's be clear. We ignored most of the early Super Robo shit. This is the 80s. This is the fucking decade of edge. There's boobs, there's tits, there's tatas, there's titties, and there's explosive organ failure. Just violently erupting blood out of people. I'm gonna remind you that in the fucking Megami Tensei anime, fucking some chick got her pussy bitten off, okay? This is the fucking 80s, alright? Super Robo is a lot more attractive of a genre when it's contracted with the fucking balls to the wall hyper violence of the time period. Relic Armor Lagicom. And she's just in a towel for some reason. That also happens in the book. Is the reason for it explained in the book? I mean, I get that he was getting bullied, but that seems excessive. The planet Libertia was once known as the planet of death until humanity built three giant mirrors and created. Okay, this took a turn. What seemed like an ideal land. It is on the planet that Professor Grace and his daughter Alicia live peacefully until their home is attacked by guild soldiers looking for the professor and for special armor that can resist extreme heat, allowing it to go to areas where humans would not survive. Normally, Alicia, who was at the time piloting Lagic in order to help her grandfather with the test, managed to get away, barely, but the guild is determined to get by any means. Excuse me. It is? Okay. I'm actually gonna be honest with you. The idea of using a mech to go into, like, hot areas totally makes sense. Like, mechs seem more useful as sort of, like, alternative mobility like, devices in inhabitable areas than they kind of make sense as weapons. Like, there's so many better locomotion methods than fucking bipedal robot that, like, explorative vehicles make more sense. Kyoko is in love with Nakajima, but Nakajima is also a bullied nerd with a bad home life, and all he cares about is his computer, so he turns her down. Yeah, why not? Fuck it. I don't care. Maybe we'll find out what's up with these mirrors. I don't know. I'm not picky anymore. The alcohol wore off. Now I can't decide what's a good anime and what's a bad anime. She goes and finds the biggest, baddest guy around and tells Nakajima raped her, so he goes and beats up Nakajima. Oh, okay. Alright. What an interesting cover for this. Good morning, Althea. The story revolves around Nikolai, apparently a part-time cyborg, Gallery, a young boy who apparently is part human, part crest person. Sure. If I just give you Elden Ring, will you play? No. And Althea, who is entirely a Crest person, seems the Earth and the Crest people were at war for 300 years, so there's still a lot of bad feelings present. That ship Galroy and Nikolai and others are on is ambushed, and almost everyone is killed by some kind of automated attack ship from a huge Crest ship that has taken over by an automaton. Gallery, Nikolai, and Althea go to the ship and try to see if there are any survivors of an advanced party from Galroy's ship that can be saved to see if they can destroy the Type 38 automaton in the ship's core. Dun, 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 dun. I like the art style, but I actually, it looks a lot better zoomed in. Nakajima goes home all pissed off and talks to Loki on his computer, and Loki encourages him to kill his classmates. So the next day, he takes his huge 80s laptop to school. The next day, he summons demons to possess the school and tells them to kill Kyoko and the other guy. Okay, I gotcha. Look, I'm going to be totally honest. The funds drive for Elden Ring is just an excuse to not play Elden Ring. That's why I will only do it if it actually makes the goal. Kamagura Orange Road Tanabata Special. Tanabata is approaching, but Kyosuke, being his usual indecisive self, is unable to invite Madoka to a concert and later gets beaten up after making Hikaru cry. In a hospital room, Madoka approaches a sleeping Kyosuke and then... Dun, dun, dun. What about for a smooch? I will... This is weird? What's weird? No. Absolute. I don't, John. No offense, but you're kind of not my type. Flying Luna Clipper, a trip on an uncharted plane with a number of other thrill seekers, most of whom are anthropomorphic fruits and vegetables, and hop from island to island, each of which offer their own unique visual delights. You know what's weird? This fucking image of a character just called Snowman. This is characters from another show commentating over an episode of Orange Road. It was only broadcast once and that's it. It's 'cause I'm fat. Oh, John. I didn't know what to say to that. You're not... I don't think you're fat. Are you fat? You're not fat. Scoopers. That's a title. In 2016, and Shambhala City reporter Yoko and her android boyfriend, bodyguard, cameraman Vito are hunting the enigmatic criminal Mr. X. Their search leads them to Rainbow Tower, where Yoko is taken hostage and Vito must battle to save her by destroying the program of the tower's central computer to prevent X's escape. I got some titties. Doesn't everyone have some titties? I love that this dude isn't just an android, it's her android boyfriend cameraman. Original creator Monkey Punch. Oh, actually, that's interesting then. Monkey Punch. Monkey Punch is the Lupin creator. Lupin, 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 Lupin the Third. Milk House Dreaming. I know Shiki. How much time do we have left anyway? 12 days till Elden Ring. Ooh. An image video setting watercolors from Yumiko Koihara's 1983 manga to a series of 11 pop songs. Interesting. Kate ni Shirokuma. A story about an albino brown bear and his woodland friends as they encounter various human artifacts in the woods and interact with them. This is not the best art style, to be honest with you. I like how the bear's like, ooh. Sennin. Interesting. Not the demographic I would have expected. Kentaros no Densetsu. That's all you get, I guess. That's all you get for free. The title. Kentaros is apparently... If I had to guess what this is, it says action drama by Wako Productions. My guess is this is about either bike. I'm gonna say bike racing. What does Wako do? Literally fucking nothing. They did Cat Eye Boy. That's it. That's the most famous thing they made. Wow. This is... I have nothing to go on. Tai Men Blues, Shimizu Naoto Hen. A tale of rivalry between two gangs, MND and Laku, and the personal vendetta between MND's Naoto and Laku's Yota. So this is like a biker gang kind of thing. Interesting. We don't get a lot of like biker gang anime anymore, do we? That kind of fell into disfavor. Boku no Oldies Wa All Color, a minimalist adaptation of Seizu Watase's manga of the same name. It contains 5 stories of slow-paced vignettes of romance whose only dialogue lies within the oldies being portrayed as background music. got the music in me tonight. Lupin III, Fumin Ichizoku no Inbo. Goemon's wedding to Marusaki Iniba, daughter of samurai clan leader, is interrupted when the Fuma ninjas attack, kidnapping the bride-to-be and demanding her family's ancient treasure as ransom. Lupin, Jigan, Goemon, and Fujiko work together once to try to save Marusaka and get the treasure before Fuma can steal it. I bet what happened was a rise in crime happened, and so they stopped making biker series. Possibly. Yeah, so this is another Lupin movie. I obviously have not seen every Lupin movie. This is Green Jacket Lupin. Green Jacket Lupin is Lupin Gen 1. Interesting. Because this is 87, so we should be past Green Jacket into Red Jacket, right? We might even be into beyond that. Yeah, we should be in Pink Jacket Lupin. Why? Yeah, this is Pink Jacket era, so why is he wearing a green jacket on the movie poster? Weird. Okay. Genji Monogatari. I want you to guess what this is based on. Based on the literary work of Shikibu Marusaki, Genji Monogatari is a story of the emperor's second son, born a courtier, made a commoner. He served as a retainer of the court. Yeah, so this is an adaptation of The Tale of Genji, which is a very famous romance novel written, I believe, during the Heian period. If I recall correctly, and I might not be, The Tale of Genji is the first notable work by a female author in Japan? Is that correct? Am I making this up? Just going to double check real quick. Written in 11th century, Lady-in-Waiting, Marusaki Shinobu, the original manuscript created at the peak of the Heian period no longer exists. It was made in Cortina or in Han style, several sheets of paper, blah, blah, blah. Work was a unique depiction of lifestyles of high courtier in the Heian period, written in archaic language and poetic complex styles of the average Japanese speaker without specialized study. It was not until 20th century Genji was translated into modern Japanese poet Akiko Yasuno. The first translation was 82. It was poor quality and quaint. Let's blah, 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 blah. Genji's. Let's see. It may be the world's first novel, the first psychological novel, and the first novel still considered a classic, particularly in the context of Japanese literature. So, yes, actually, all of above. I was like, I think it was the first notable female Japanese author. Nope, all of it. Possibly the first novel, period, was The Tale of Genji. So, fun little factoid about history. To be fair, as far as like biker gangs causing a rise of crime, this was during the bubble economy, so I'm sure crime was on the rise anyway. Goki Buri Tachi no Tasagare, Twilight of the Cockroaches. Hybrid film with animated cockroaches interacting with live action animators. In a trashy bachelor pad lived a colony of roaches who were able to roam freely for food or for games. Because of the homeowner being gentle with roaches, they have no fear of traps, spray, or being stepped on. However, when the homeowner starts bringing over a woman over, life starts to change for the roaches who are already living an easy life. Dun, 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 dun. Why? I don't know. Can't you say that for all old anime? Mori no Densetsu. This looks like some Disney shit. A tranquil forest and all of its residents must face the destruction of a man. A squirrel born and raised in the forest fights to defend his home and faces trials and adversities along the way. Shaori Toshu. Baseball coach Hoshiyama offers a chance to turn professional to Katsumi Kunimasa, a star member of the student squad that won the summer tournament. The young girl becomes a star pitcher for the Chuchi Dragons, conveniently the team her father owns, and after a year of triumphs, she leads them to victory in the national championships at the legendary Koshin Stadium. Based on the manga by Noriko Umaida, this anime may be compared to the other playing baseball story, Song of the Baseball Enthusiasts. The Dragons team members are all based on real life team, though their opponents are fictional. At the time, the real life Hoshiyama was a commentator, but the fact was eventually true to fiction. He became the manager for the real life Dragons. Thanks, Maid. I did see it, but I was in the middle of reading. Oh my god, we're still in 87. This stream is never gonna fucking end. Holy shit. Holy shit. How long are we going? Fuck. Oh my god, I just realized we're still going. Holy shit, I didn't even realize we were still in the 80s. Hitomi no Naka no Shonen Jugo Shonen Horiyuki. A 2-week summer vacation has turned out to be a long struggle for survival. You could say that about this entire fucking stream, quite frankly. The story of 15 boys is based on Du On's Devil Sense. That was incorrect. That was not how you would say that. And the only novel that Jules Verne wrote especially for children. Now the story has been animated through the use of leading-edge techniques. A drafting sailboat carrying 15 boys is overtaken by a storm and cast ashore on a desert island, where the 15 boys begin their struggle. Their tough days full of danger, thrills, and fear drive the boys to distress at times, but also shape them into strong, independent people. The boys' extraordinary experiences on the island will bring all young viewers the excitement they always dream of experiencing themselves. They get stranded on an island. That actually sounds awful. I would hate to be stranded on an island with 15 boys, frankly. St. Elmo Hikari no Ryosha. Inside Mercury, Japan builds a large-sized solar space power plant. The plant supports Earth with its large solar energy supply, but suddenly there's an abnormality at St. Elmo plant. To pinpoint the problem, Earth sends several technicians to fix it. Honestly, that doesn't sound like a terrible idea. It sounds like a bootleg Dyson sphere. Seishun Anime Zenshu Specials. 2-episode adaptations of Masao Kume's Student Days and Sanetsu Mushi no Koji's The Friend Who Didn't Believe in Friendship were not broadcast in the original run, appearing as 2 specials on TV Aishi the following year. That looks like fucking Boomhauer. That looks like fucking Boomhauer. Look at that. That's just Boomhauer. Okay. Moving on. We finally made it to 88. Sakegake Otokojuku. Otokojuku, a private school for juvenile delinquents that was previously expelled from normal schools. At this school, Japanese chivalry is taught through feudal and military fundamentals. Similar to an action film, the classes are overwhelmed by violence. Only those who survive it become true men. Before King the Hill, he was in... Same actor, different script. Yeah. This is apparently an action comedy. I've actually heard of this. Wait, did this run in Weekly Shonen Jump? It did run in Weekly Shonen Jump. I knew it. You know how I knew this ran in Shonen Jump? Because this makes an appearance in J-Star's Victory vs. Plus. It's a bit of a minor classic. This is apparently the world's manliest school. See, this is why the new J-Stars, whatever bullshit they came out with, is fucking stupid, right? It's like, we got Hunter x Hunter, Dragon Ball, Naruto, One Piece, Bleach. That's it. That's all you get. Like, at least, like, J-Stars Victory versus Plus fucking sucked, but at least it was, like, at least it referenced, it felt more like, it felt like a celebration of Shonen Jump. You know what I'm saying? Like, it had all the big series. It had your JoJo's, your Naruto's, your Dragon Balls, your One Pieces, your Bleaches, obviously. It had all of that, but then it also had series that were popular, but not quite on the same level as, like, the big, like, heavy hitters. Like, it had Medaka, it had, like, Beelzebub, it had it had Assassination Classroom. Like, this is why I didn't get the fucking new J-Stars game. It's like, like, they didn't even reference the longest running manga of all time in the fucking, well, maybe they did, but they didn't have any, like, characters for it. You know what I'm saying? Like, police station, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. It ran for like 10,000 chapters or some shit. Or this, which, you know, had like a 34 episode adaptation and like a few hundred chapters or something in the fucking 80s. Like, it felt like Victor 300 chapters. 300 chapters. It really did feel like they, like, doubled down on, like, the super ultra popular series, even though other incredibly popular series, like, honestly, if you make it past 100 chapters in Shonen Jump, you got fucking something going for you. But they just, like, doubled down so much on the, like, ultra popular series that they left some of their other, albeit still incredibly popular series, to the wayside. What am I ranting about right now? What is this game? Jump Stars, right? Jump Stars? Am I wrong? No, not Jump Stars. What is this? What am I fucking complaining about? Jump Ultimate Stars. Nope. It's... Actually, Jump Ultimate Stars has a really fucking expansive cast, too. Quite frankly. This is like a DS game. It even has fucking Ichigo 100% characters from it. Which... I'm talking about Jump Force. Yeah, this fucking cash grab. Like, looking at the other, like, anime, manga that they addressed in the other game, like, from before, that's fucking crazy cast. Right here on the cover. Luffy, Goku, Naruto. That's it. That's all you need to know. They've Black Clover, one character, Bleach, Boruto, apparently the main character of City Hunter, but just the main character. Dragon Ball, there's a fucking Dragon Quest thing, Hunter x Hunter, JoJo, Hiroaka, Naruto, One Piece, Kenshin, Saint Seiya, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Yu Yu Hakusho. What the fuck, man? Get spicy with it, right? Fucking, go back, you know, look at the fucking Victory Versus cast, right? Beelzebub, Assassination Classroom, Bobobo, Dr. Slump, Gintama. They don't even have fucking Gintama. Gintama ran for, like, what, 500 chapters? How fucking long is Gintama? I'm getting pissed off thinking about Jump Force right now. I don't even think Gintama's that fucking good, but, like, not even an acknowledgement? 700 chapters! And Gintama doesn't appear in Jump Force? No, this is the PS3 one. Hell Teacher Nube, fucking Reborn, Medaka was in this game. Fucking obviously all this. This thing right here that we're talking about, Men's Private School, was in here. Saki K, Lucky Man, Toriko. I hear Toriko has issues with the creator, but so does Kenshin, and that's fucking in it, right? And then we're talking about, like, support characters, D. Grayman, Haikyuu, fucking Karko Basket, Nero Supernatural Detective, Nisekoi, whatever Jaguar is, I don't know what that is, Sket Dance, like, and then you look at this right here. We'll go to Jump Ultimate Stars. Why not? Because this is the point I'm trying to make. Black Cat, Bobobo, Basu Renkan, Captain Tsubasa, Cobra, D. Greyman, Death Note, Dr. Slump. It's even more characters. Ice Shield, Gintama, Hoshinagi, Eyes, Ichigo 100%, Jigoku Sensei Nube, Jungle King Tarchan, Reborn, fucking Kiniku Man, Kochikame, Detective Naru, Midori no Ma, I don't know what that is actually. Mahoroji's Bureau of Supernatural Investigation, that's actually not a very good show. Niku, Jaguar, Rokudashi Blues, Kenshin, Men's Academy, Shaman King, Slam Dunk, Prince of Tennis, Taizo Mote King Saga, whatever that is, Lucky Man, fucking, like, look at this. You look at the previous crossover games. This is a fucking cast of characters. And then you look at Jump Force. No, you know what? Fuck it. You look at Junk Force. I'll say it. And you've got, like, what, 5 series? Let's actually count here. 1 character from Black Clover. Fucking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Bleach characters. Fucking 1 Boruto character. And we'll just throw that in with Naruto. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Naruto characters, basically. Because Boruto is in Naruto. Fucking 1 City Hunter character. Fucking Dragon Ball. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Dragon Ball characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Hunter x Hunter characters. Only 3 fucking JoJo characters. That series has gone on forever. Fucking 4 Hiroaka characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 One Piece characters. I think there's as many One Piece characters as Bleach characters, which I think is really weird, honestly, because One Piece is so much more popular than Bleach. But, like, what is this shit? Look at this. No wonder I didn't fucking buy this game. It's just like the same goddamn... It's literally only the most popular series. It's fucking ridiculous. Where's the spice in your life? Jump. Fuck Jump Force. Where's Madaka? That's the moral of this story. Where's Madaka? Can't buy it anymore? Oh, the DS. Osamatsu-kun 98. Meet the Osamatsu boys, sextuplets who look, speak, dress, and talk exactly the same. The only add to the hyper-eccentric residents of town who easily break any boundaries defined by common sense. Check your local thinking and reason at the door and immerse yourself in every day in the lives of unique characters who are both wild in appearance and temperament. If I remember, they made a version of this in like 2016 and all of the girls splooshed their fucking pants. Yeah, they did. This, like, weird anime from, like, the 60s. It's so weird. Shoko Koshi Kedi. Let's see. After his father's sudden death, Kedi moves to England as an heir to his grandfather, the Earl of Dorincourt. The Earl is a stubborn and selfish old man. Gradually, however, Kedi's innocent love opens the Earl's heart and changes him into a caring, generous person. This is based on Little Lord Fauntleroy by F.H. Burnett. Lemon Angel 1998. The sequel of Cream Lemon Angel. Oh, shit, I missed a thing from John. Jump Force sucks. Also, one of the only games I've played through all the way in sub. Is that the DS1? Can't buy it anywhere. I splooshed my pants for what now? The Oshimatsu-kun, but not the 88 one or the 66 one. The fucking 2015 one. Like, I remember at the time, a whole bunch of girls were super into this anime for some reason. Yeah, anyway, we'll check out Lemon Angel. Never bothered watching it, looked dumb. Yeah, no, it didn't seem to really appeal to me either. Tatekai Ramen Man. Yo, Ramen Man? Hell yeah. Set in a land where several martial arts styles collide, including, but not limited to, Chinese Kung Fu, Japanese Karate, South Korean Taekwondo. Yet among these Shaolin-trained fighters and men are powerful enough to cut the face of a mountain. Victory, Ramen Man, is said to be the strongest of them all. At a young age, he witnessed his father, Salmon Man, being murdered by members of the Cobra Gang, who are still running rampant to this day. Found and taken by the wise old Chen Xiaomei, Ramen Man trains for 12 years under his master and learns the great essential battle dragon, Toryu Gokue Sho, style of Chojin martial arts. Now with his young sidekick, Xiaomei, Ramen Man travels the land to seek vengeance for his father, fighting several villains along the way. When I'm done with this, I'm probably going to eat ramen. I'm not going to be... I'm in a ramen mood. Great, another Naruto character shakes my head. Yeah, I mean... Ramen Man. 2015, I was too busy watching Evangelion for the first time. I'm sure a lot of shit came out. No, wait, I didn't watch anime in 2015. Yeah, because I stopped watching anime in early 2013, I think. Like, I stopped watching anime in 2012, and then I think I watched like one or two anime in 2013, and then I just completely stopped watching anime until like late game 2016. Something like that. Like for 3 years, I just didn't watch anime. Gagege no Kitaru Jigokuhen. The Origins of Kitaru. Yo! Legend of the Galactic Heroes. The 150-year-long stalemate between the two interstellar superpowers of the Galactic Empire and the Free Planets Alliance comes to an end when a new generation of leaders arises. The idealistic military genius Reinhard von Longengram and the FPA's reserved historian Yang Wen-li. While Reinhard climbs to the ranks of the Empire with the aid of his childhood friend Siegfried Kirchhies, he must fight not only the war, but also the remnants of the crumbling Goldenbaum dynasty in order to free his sister from the Kaiser and unify humanity under one genuine ruler. Meanwhile, of the other side of the galaxy, Yang, a strong supporter of democratic ideals, has to stand firm in his beliefs despite the struggles of the FPA and show his pupil, Julian Mintz, that autocracy is not the solution. As ideologies clash among the war's many casualties, the two strategic masterminds must ask themselves what the real reason behind their battle is. Legend of the Galactic Heroes was adapted from a series of 10 novels published in 1982 to 1987 by Yoshiki Tanaka. The novels won the Seiun Award for Best Long-Form Japanese Science Fiction in 1988. At the start of production, the anime was distributed through a subscription system, in which episodes were mailed to the existing fans of the novels. It was made in 4 separate trenches over nearly a decade, with production of side stories continuing for several further years. The main series has the largest voice cast of any anime, with well over 300 voice actors, and it is the longest OVA series ever made. The novels have been adapted into a manga, a stage musical by Tarahazuka Revue, and a number of games. It also has an average mouse score of 9.03 and is regarded by many to be the greatest anime ever made. I've never actually seen it, but it is on my list of things to check out. It is worth noting that, by the way, this could... Too long, we'll probably never watch. It is worth noting that that this is... often regarded as one of the greatest animes ever made, and if you look at the stats, you will notice that 4% of the votes from 2,746 people are ones, and that is because Full Metal Alchemist fans will downvote literally anything that approaches Full Metal Alchemist. Period. They did it to, here, let's look at top anime. I'll fucking go down the line of things they done it to. They did it to Attack on Titan. I think they did it to Gintama. I genuinely wouldn't be shocked if they did it to Steins Gate. Let's find out right now. Actually, only by 6,000 votes. You can only do so much damage. Fruits Basket, the final season, I know they did it too. I think they did it to Hunter x Hunter. Yep, they did it to Hunter x Hunter, about 5,000 votes. Dun, 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 dun. You know, another one that got really fucked over the coals is, I know Owari Monogatari was up there for quite some time. Is Chihaya Furu Chihaya Furu got fucked real hard because I know it was in the nines, and once something gets in the nines, it gets hate mobbed by the fucking FMA people, and now it's like dropped all the way to like 8.5. And it, like, a similar fucking battle happens on like IMDb where people will like downvote like Breaking Bad, and then Breaking Bad fans like counterattack by downvoting the other anime. Yeah, man, wow, fucking Chihaya Furu got fucked super hard because it was just a really yeah, Chihaya Furu 3. Yeah, this was a fucking top contender for like best anime, and then it got fucking hate mobbed. Okay, apparently it got on-hate mobbed because there was an influx of negative votes. Maybe it wasn't Chihaya Furu 3, but yeah, it was one of the Chihaya Furu seasons. Maybe Mal removed them. I know Mal created an anti-hate mob system, so maybe this drained itself naturally. But I do know that for a time this got really fucked by hate mobs. I know now Mal removes votes ever since the Nuxtoxu incident, where they fucking tried to make interspecies reviewers #1, and Mal had to create fucking spam filters for that shit. So... Premium box set, only $800, but it's also currently unavailable. Anyway, yeah, fucking FMA fans are petulant children. There we go. I should say, I should take that back, because I actually do like FMA. Some FMA fans are petulant children. I'm almost out of bevs, everyone. Dragon's Heaven. To my knowledge, that's the only time it came out in English. In the year 3195, there was a war between an army of robots and humans. When Xian, a sentient combat armor, lost his companion in battle, he shut down until his internal system spotted a new human. It's now almost 1,000 years later, and Xian's greatest enemy is still alive and doing battle in Brazil. With a new friend's help, Xian may be able to stop this evil force before another war rages over the continent. Interesting. I like the art style, honestly. This, like, gritty, like, metallic shit? Wait, is this the fucking anime? Yeah, I think Kenny Lauderdale talked about this. Yes, he did talk about this. He said this is worth watching just for the visuals. Yeah. All right, I'll give this a shot. I think the video was something like they drew every grain of sand or some shit, which they actually didn't, but they definitely did go all out on the animation for Dragon's Heaven. Let's see. Soko Kaihei Vatom's Red Shoulder document Yobo no Roots. After armed trooper pilot Chiriko Kuvi is given orders to transfer to planet Udon, he and all the other new recruits are sent into simulated battle to test their abilities. However, the simulated battle turns out to be a serious fight to eliminate those without the necessary skills. Chiriko survives along with just 3 others. Despite the fact that he fought while injured, it soon has become apparent that this is not the first time he survived against incredible odds, a fact that Colonel Perzin wishes to exploit. But is Chiriko truly immortal? Isn't he the main character of Atoms? What is this? Is this like a alternate version of Atoms? What is happening? Oh, it's a prequel to Atoms. Interesting. Kyofu no Bioningen Saishu Kyoshi. What? That's not what that says. Ultimate Teacher? Fearsome Biohuman, the Last Teacher. There we go. I was like, what, excuse me? At a rundown school, the ultimate teacher, Genpachi, is sent to get things back on track and prepare the delinquent students for the real world. But the students don't want Genpachi ruining the gang they got going. So their boss, Hinako, fights back Genpachi, aided by her secret power, her lucky kitty underwear. Things get more interesting when we find out Genpachi is the result of genetic. What a fucking turn that made at the end there. What the shit? I like how she's just like wearing a gym uniform that, let's be clear, no one has ever worn in the history of Japan. And he looks like he's like perving on her. But this isn't listed as an ecchi series. Okay, you know what? I'll bite. Why not? I'm down. I want to know what's going on with this. This is Sei Senshi Dunbin OVA. Taking place 700 years after the Dunbin TV series, the tale of Neo Byston Well revolves around Shionzaba, the reincarnation of the series protagonist Shozama, together with my eyeball just malfunctioned. Um um I'm sorry, hold on. The reincarnation of protagonist Shozama, together with Silky Mayu, Remil Gilfried, the reincarnation of Remil Loft, and Aura Battler Silbane. Shion must stop a twisted shot weapon from launching a custom-made nuclear ICBM missile that's poised to wipe out the realm. The tale of Neo Biostin Well gained praise not only for its upgraded animation, but also for using B Club magazine popular Aura Phantasm series as the basis for the Aura new battle designs. Didn't we talk about this at one time? We did, yeah. This is on the list of things to check out from 83. Yeah, this is the weird fantasy world thing. That's right. And then this takes place 700 years later. Interesting. Madonna. Mako is a sexy young teacher who comes to Gayunube High School to enlighten young minds. What she wasn't counting on was a class full of misfits led by delinquent Obayashi. If their never-ending quest to see her underwear and embarrass her in front of the whole school doesn't force her to quit, then her principal's brilliant idea of making her the new rugby coach will. That took a turn somewhere around there. Interesting. Okay, why not? What is it, 2 hours? Whatever, who cares? I don't fucking know. I'm distraught now. I think I kind of want to stop early. I'm kind of done. And there's so many movies from this time period. Look at all of this left. Oh my god, there's so much anime. There's Vampire Princess Mio. I have no idea how I'm going to get to 99. My legs are going to give out. I would have thought we'd hit like strides where I've seen everything by now, but we're kind of not. Apparently, there was so much anime in the 80s. Harbor Light Monogatari Fashion Lala Yori. A Cinderella story of sorts. Fashion Lala starts as a young girl, Miho, who doesn't get along with her family. Miho loves to design clothing, but her aunt and 3 cousins don't believe that such a young girl is capable and mock her designs. Meanwhile, a contest for the new disco queen is coming up. Miho wants nothing more than to be able to design a dress for someone to wear in competition, since she's too young to enter herself. With determination and a little bit of magic, Miho's dreams might just come true. Probably not going to do Bloodborne tomorrow. Probably not. Maybe we'll do it Monday. I don't know. I can't promise. Zach, this is the year when Akira comes out. There's going to be even more anime after Akira. Forget mech. You're never going to want to see Cyberpunk again. Fair enough. Um, yeah, I should probably take a break tomorrow. And then I don't know if I'll be able to stream Monday. Monday's Valentine's Day. I might be able to stream Valentine's Day. Yeah, definitely probably get ready for lighter stream loads coming up, though. Xanadu Dragon Slayer Densetsu. Based on the role-playing game Legend of Xanadu, the evil magician Reikswar has killed the king to gain possession of a magic crystal. Now he means to use its power to rule the whole of Xanadu. Then the widowed queen Reru is kidnapped. One brave young warrior wielding the magic blade Dragon Slayer goes to her rescue. Okay, interesting. This is based on a game. It almost sounds like I should play the game instead, right? Am I wrong? Legend of Xanadu? No, Dragon Slayer 2. This is Dragon Slayer 2. Yeah, I've heard of this. I know what this is. Dragon Slayer 2, followed by Dragon Slayer Junior Romantica. Dragon Slayer 4. The Falcom Dragon Slayer series. Yeah, I am familiar with this. Yeah, because this spins into Legend of Heroes, which spins into Tales of the Sky. Yeah, this is... Yeah, that's why I know what Dragon Slayer is. Dragon Slayer spins into the Tale series, which spins into the Trials of the Sky, which spins into Trials of Cold Steel. Yes, fuck. I knew this sounded familiar. I knew this was like striking a chord. I'm like, why does this sound like a thing I've heard of? Machine Robo Liana, The Legend of Wolfblade. When Revenge of Kronos left, Rom and Lena had crossed a dimension barrier. Their physical forms changed from robot to human, and they were separated with blurred memories. Lena Stoll is now incarnated as Lena Haruka, a Japanese schoolgirl. As the story progresses, she meets up with Rod, Drill, Blue Jet, Triple Jim. Triple Jim is my favorite. And Rom, all of whom are human now. Yeah, so this is Machine Robo Kronos. God, I can't believe I know what this shit is. I can't believe we've gotten to a point where I know what this crap is that's coming out. Mobile Suit Gundam Char's Counterattack. We're still doing this. In the year's Universal Century 0093, Char Aznable is taking command of Neo Zeon. Char Aznable is still alive? How have he... This man has been alive for 3 fucking shows already. Kill him or something. Has taken command of Neo Zeon, the rebels of Outer... At this point, honestly, whatever resources you need to kill Char Aznable should probably be invested to kill Char Aznable. The rebels of outer space. He firmly believes that humankind can only achieve peace by relocating to space. Thus, he plans to crash the giant asteroid Axis into Earth and plunge the planet into an uninhabitable winter. Char also eagerly anticipates this opportunity to settle a 14-year-old rivalry with Amaru Ray. The two have been reluctant allies at times, but Char has never forgiven Amaru for causing the death of one of his comrades during the One-Year War. Only the Earth Federation Londal Bell unit has the power to stop Char from fulfilling his dangerous goal. Leading to the defense of Earth is a veteran captain pilot Bright Noah Noah and Amaru Ray with the latest new Gundam mobile suit. In the thrilling conclusion to the original Gundam series, Londo Bell engages in the final conflict with Neo Zeon that will decide the fate of the Earth and end this long-standing rivalry once and for all. Oh, is this an adaptation of Mobile Suit Gundam? No, it is not. Then why the fuck? Just kill Char... No, yeah, this is like 8 series ahead from Mobile Suit Gundam. There's like Mobile Suit Gundam, right? Watch this. Mobile Suit Gundam, Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam, Mobile Suit Gundam ZZ. How many episodes are this? Look at this. 43 episodes, 50 episodes, 47 episodes. Char's counterattack movie. Why the fuck? Just invest the resources to kill Char. At this point, this man is so much fucking trouble that even if you have to send a goddamn armada, it's probably worth it so he stops trying to crash things into the planet. One could say the same about Magneto. Fair enough, I guess. It's just like, if this many problems come out for one guy, maybe you should stop him. Maybe there comes a point where a villain is reoccurring to the point where it becomes an issue you haven't dealt with by now. Let's see. Legend of the Galactic Heroes, Wagu wa Hoshi no Takai, or whatever. 4 months before Count von Lingram of the Galactic Empire faced Yang Wenli of the Free Planets Alliance at the end of the Battle of Astarte, he was still just Reinhard von Musel, the youngest admiral in the Empire's history. Reinhard was disdained and dismissed by his peers as the brother of the Kaiser's concubine. Upon arriving at Iserlohn fortress with his expeditionary fleet, Reinhard immediately receives an order from the ambitious and cunning fleet admiral Gregor von Muckenberger to intercept an alliance fleet in a neighboring star zone. Despite recognizing this as a veiled attempt to get him killed in combat, Reinhard nevertheless orders his tired and weary men to engage the enemy in the atmosphere of the gas giant Legnica, but unknowns to him, this will mark the first of his many historic encounters with the hero of El Facil. Interesting. This is sort of like a movie adaptation of Legend of the Galactic Heroes, I think. Saint Seiya Kamigami no Atsuki Tatakai. In Northern Europe, the reincarnation of Odin Dolbar. Why the fuck is Odin involved in Saint Seiya all of a sudden? Dolbar reigns supreme. One day, Hyoga rescues a man in Siberia, so warns him about the trouble in Asgard. Athena goes to investigate and sends Hyoga in advance, but when she and the others arrive in Asgard, Hyoga is nowhere to be found. When Dolbar captures Athena to take control of the sanctuary, the Bronze Saints try to help her, but are attacked by god warriors. Whoops. Meisani Kaku Kanketsu Hen. Meisani Kaku tenants throw a party to celebrate the marriage of Yusaku and Kyoko. However, during the party, Yusaku hears that Kyoko is waiting for a letter. He becomes jealous and begins to doubt Kyoko, worrying that she still loves someone else. When the morning arrives, the answer to his worries is revealed. So this is like a sequel to the original Meisani Kaku. Well, now I know how that ends. Great. Now I can just never watch it. No, I'll probably still watch it at some point. This is apparently an 8 out of 10 according to Made. Fun fact. Fun fact. Uritsi Yutsura Movie 5. The Uritsi Yutsura story comes to a climax in this animated retelling of the final manga story, although not the final movie. Lupa, yet another one of Lum's fiancés, arrives on the scene, and Lum and Ataru have to repeat their game of tag in order to prevent Earth from being destroyed. All Ataru has to do to win is say, "I love you," the 3 words he has steadfastly refused to say to Lum. Will he admit his true failings and save the Earth, or will his pride doom him to destruction? Is To Love Ru just a ripoff of Uritsi Yutsura? Because that's kind of what it sounds like. It's not canon, though? Oh. Whoops. Just realized this is the same, like, from what I heard, he gets, like, engaged. No, that is kind of the plot of To Love Ru. Yeah, To Love Ru is kind of an Uritsi Yutsura ripoff, isn't it? You know what, I don't want to go so far as to say it's a ripoff, because it probably isn't. It was probably heavily inspired by it. Because I've actually read all of To Love Ru, and I really, really, really don't think they go in the same direction. Lady in 1988. When Rin's mother dies, she makes the promise that someday she will become a lady and travels to England to meet the rest of the family. She's not very welcome, especially at the start from her sister Sarah, but after some time, they're all happy family. Lynn, is also very interested in horses and racing. She wins a nice share of contests. This series is divided into two parts. First, with Rin being really a child, and the second with her being around 13. I don't know, never seen To Love Ru, but I've seen Urusei Yatsura. I've read To Love Ru, and there is no, because To Love Urusei Yatsura is like Takashi Rumiko. There's zero way this goes in the same fucking direction as To Love Ru. Zero way. They might have the same general plot of like alien princess comes down and then they get engaged, but there is absolutely no way it heads in the same ending. Esper Mommy Hoshizora no dancing doll. Schoolgirl Mommy Sakura discovers that she has superpowers. She can sense other people in trouble and teleport to help them, but she keeps her secret double life hidden from her parents with the help of her school friend Kazuo Takahata. In this short film, Mommy uses her powers to make a puppet show for deprived children. Ultra B Black Hole Kara no Doku Saisha BB. All I know about To Love Ru is when the guy wakes up with a bunch of naked demon girls in his bed, he's like, what the fuck happened? Okay, I'm gonna be very clear. They're not demons, they are aliens. And they orgasm when you touch their tails. There is no update for what this is, but you can probably pretty guess if you know what Ultra B is, which I now do because I've done this show, unfortunately. Mobile Suit SD Gundam Mark 1. Collection of short parodies of the Mobile Suit Gundam saga. Episode 1 pokes fun at key events that occurred during the 1-year war. In Episode 2, Amoru, Kamile, and Judo fight over who runs the better pension when Char comes to crash the party. Episode 3 is SD Olympics, an array of athletic events pitting man with mobile suit. They look like demons, like generic Sekibai bitches. Nope, they're aliens. They are aliens. It's like... how do I explain To Love Ru? Let's see. Kakashi Ae Nalga. Show spoiler. What? The story takes a darker turn. Kakaichi's father steals from his company funds to get Annie's surgery. She dies on the operating table, leaving both her father and son heartbroken, even more, as Annie's mother herself died sometime between this special and the last special. Kakaichi's father goes to jail for theft. Kakaichi falls into depression. They slowly heal alongside magpies, and Kakaichi's father remarries again after he's released from prison. This time, Kakaichi's female mentor helped him overcome his depression. What the fuck? What the fuck? This is the fucking baseball thing? I I just got crippling tonal whiplash from reading this. Anyway, it's like, so Lala is like an inventor princess from space, and the main character ends up becoming her fiance, because I think he, like, accidentally beats the shit out of her other fiance or something. It's been a while since I read it. And so they end up getting engaged, and he has to stay engaged with her, even though he doesn't super like her, because I think he, like, if I recall, he prefers his childhood friend or some shit. I might be conflating harem manga with each other. I think he prefers his childhood friend, but he has to get engaged to her and defeat her other fiancés because otherwise Earth will be wiped out. It's something like that. Anyway, a lot of episodes dedicated to Lala's inventions going, like, a lot of chapters are dedicated like Lala's inventions going fucking crazy and, you know, fucking everything up, you know. So it's kind of like a comedy series. You killed my fiance, so you have to marry me. I think it's her dad that says that. But she does like him. Like, she does like him, that he had a sort of like has a thing for his like childhood friend, and then they fuck around for like 200 goddamn chapters, and then the conclusion is that he likes both of them. And then the little sister of Lala comes up and he's like, "Why don't you fuck everyone?" And that's how you get to Televeru Darkness, where like it goes the harem route, so it just fucks everyone, including his sister and the assassin that was sent to kill him, Darkness, whose mentor ends up showing up and trying to kill her slash him or some shit like that. I don't know. I only made it like 10 chapters into Delivery Darkness. I'm going to be totally honest. I don't mind fan service, but it turned into like softcore porn, basically. Like it was so much. It was so much like sex and nudity into Delivery Darkness that I'm like, can we get on with the fucking plot, please? Anyway, yeah, no fucking way Takashi Rumiko ends up going harem route. Um, okay, we have made it to spring of 1988. No plot, more boobs. There's too many boobs. I have heard that there's supposedly Televery Darkness has a great plot, which I will believe if I could ever make it through all the fucking tits. Urusei Yatsura is about a guy who has to win a challenge against an alien princess who Earth doesn't get conquered. His childhood friend says she'll marry him if he wins. Problem is, Lum is falling in love with him as well, and she wants to marry him. And no, Urusei does not end like that. Like I said, the only way I cannot possibly imagine that it goes in the same direction. Like, no fucking such thing. Maybe try reading To Love Ru then, John. Read To Love Ru Darkness and tell me that there aren't too many tits in that. But what the fuck was I gonna say? Yeah, it sounds like To Love Ru took a lot of inspiration from the start of Urusei Yatsura, and then they went in completely different directions. Like, that's what it sounds like. Because the opening plot of both series is very similar, and Urusei Yatsura is way older. He does win against Lum in one game because he stole her pro. That's actually pretty sick. I'm going to go to the bathroom, get some more water. We'll be back. We're on spring of 1988. Spring is a pretty heavy season, but summer's a pretty short season. And then we just have to suffer through fall. Hopefully, my voice doesn't explode blood everywhere. See you soon. Bump, ba, bump, bump, bum, 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 bum. Nope, wrong one. Bump, bum, 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 bum. Okay, I am back. Let's see. Lum like joins his school and shit, and she gets a fan club of guys, but they're all scared to try and get rid of Ataru because Lum is an alien princess and can probably kill them. Yeah, it really does because obviously they joined the school in Deliveroo. It sounds like they started similarly and then they diverged. So honestly, it sounds like the idea was Deliveroo started as a ripoff of Urusei Yatsura and then was like, we should stop ripping off Urusei Yatsura. It really does like make a weird because it starts off with him having to take out her other fiancés, and then about midway through, they're like, "You did it! You took out all the fiancés," and then it completely changes tone. City Hunter 2. Seen two of them? Oh, I would have thought you've seen all of them. Ooh, that's higher score than City Hunter 1. What the fuck? Yeah, wow. Apparently, this is where it's out for City Hunter. This is 63 episodes. Ryo Saiba is a sweeper known as the City Hunter. He and his sidekick Kaori Mikamura are hired to solve problems that the police can't or won't handle. When he's not keeping the streets of Tokyo clean, Ryo is chasing the ladies, and Kaori chases after him with a giant anti-ecchi hammer. Oh, is City Hunter where the fucking is City Hunter is what created Mallet Space? Is that true? City Hunter is the creator of Mallet Space? Hammer Space? My bad. No, it dates back to Warner Brothers Looney Tunes MGM cartoon from 1943. Interesting. Okay, fair enough. But I'm wondering if it's where it came from as far as anime goes. Da, 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 I'm just gonna read this real quick. City Hunter 357 Magnum. A beautiful pianist comes to Tokyo for a charity concert, and City Hunter is there, but music isn't his forte. He wants his lesson. I thought I saw a cockroach out of the corner of my eye. I thought I fucking panicked. Um, Love, desperation becomes the word of the day. His body starts dropping. Foreign dignitaries assassinated in cold blood. Secret agents, excuse me, tower the streets for a missing microchip. Diplomatic infighting swirls around the upcoming concert, and City Hunter is the only hope. This one is named after a gun. Yoroiden Samurai Troopers. This is what Mac Tier talked about at the beginning of the stream, so we don't need to read it. Hello, goodbye. Usopp has a hammer like that in One Piece, but fun fact, his is actually spring-loaded and really light, and just says 100 ton to make you fucking panic when he tries to hit you with it. And he uses it quite effectively against Perona, who gets so fucking terrified that she's about to be hit with a 100 ton hammer that she just straight up passes out. And he's like, "Whoo, that could have been bad." Let's see. Hello, Lady Lynn. Spoilers for, I guess, midway through One Piece. This is the second series of Lady Lynn. Every year at Lynn's school, an honorable Lady Quest is given the most sophisticated lady. Lynn strives to receive this honor. You know One Piece is long when that fight is midway through One Piece. No, it's less than midway. No, because that's fucking Gecko Moria. That's what, like 300, 400 episodes? Oh, that's actually adorable. Hold on. Wait, when's the Perona fight? I'm gonna say 300. That's not midway through One Piece, is it? Debuted in episode 400 and no, chapter 443, episode 338. Holy shit. You don't realize I'm sorry? How much is this? Okay. You had me until I found out you wanted $41 for it. Why is that so expensive? This is a show that only I like. I bet I could find this cheaper somewhere, right? I can find it at $40 at Target. So the answer was yes, I could. I can find all 12 of them available for $16. Economy class shipping, all region factory seal. This is a fucking bootleg, isn't it? Yeah, this is Chinese. That's a bootleg. I know. I was like, there's no way that's not a bootleg. um, yeah. So, okay, so you can get it for about $40, which is still, oh, yeah, $34, which is still a lot cheaper than this, like, $41 Blu ray on Sentai. This is fucking. No one would pay $41 for this. Not even me. And I think this show is legitimately great. That's a bootleg if I've ever seen one. Yeah. Yeah. This here we go. Yeah. So it's like $34. That's more reasonable for Girl in Twilight. Um. Okay. Girl in Twilight is one of the. Here, I'll talk about it real quick. I've actually reviewed this already, but so, Girl in Twilight is basically about a group of girls who end up going between multiple universes which have multiple versions of themselves. Each episode focuses on one of the girls, and what's kind of interesting. Oh, and the main character's little brother disappeared when she was a child, and there's some mysterious entity known as the Twilight King, who's like who's behind everything, right? And like all of the girls' general personalities come off as like stereotypical anime archetypes, but then when you actually get into the episodes pertaining to the girls themselves, they sort of deconstruct their character traits, and like get into the meat of potatoes and like why they became like that, how they became like that, and why they act like that. Like you'd have like the basic like I don't recall if there was a tsundere, but hypothetically, there'd be like, this is the basic tsundere character. And then when you get to her dedicated episode, by the end of the episode, you like understand why she acts like that, how she acts like that. And you also get like a sort of like development from her character where she starts to like slowly open up. It's actually really well done. I'm actually disappointed that most people don't like Girl in Twilight because I think it's a genuinely underappreciated show. When did this come out? 2018. This is one of the best anime in 2018. Just straight up, I'm just willing to say this. Girl in Twilight is one of the best anime that came out that year. And I know that because I put it on my list of best anime that came out that year. Um, $39. Yeah, that's not quite as cheap as that eBay listing, but yeah, even then, that's still cheaper than buying it from Sentai. Yeah, it was like $41. Come on, no one is gonna pay that. No wonder it's on a discount. Nobody fucking cares about Girl in Twilight more than me, and I wouldn't pay that much for Girl in Twilight. Transformers Chojin Master Force. Even though the Decepticons, okay, now they're Decepticons. You can get it for used for $29. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That would be the way to do it. Decepticons have been driven off. I mean, it's a Blu-ray too. If you're buying the Blu-ray, like Blu-rays are like indestructible. As long as you're getting like the real copy of the disc, you're probably fine. Even though the Decepticons have been driven off Earth, a small team of Autobot pretenders have remained behind just in case. Led by Metal Hawk, Hawk in his human identity, the pretenders live among humans, using their pretender shells to assume human size and appearance. The Autobots' caution is rewarded. Decepticon pretenders soon appear, led by a mysterious force called Devil Z. The Autobots and Decepticons soon build up their forces, recruiting humans to become junior headmasters and god masters, also called power masters. Transformers, robots in disguise. F. Gunma Akagi, a teenager from the countryside, frequently causes a ruckus with his turbocharged tractor. Not where I thought this was going. Much to the chagrin of his father, aspiring politician Soichiro Akagi, who urges the family to set a good example to ensure his success. One night, while Gunma is driving his tractor on the highway, again, not where I thought this would be going, his best friend, Tomotsu Oishi, the two are suddenly overtaken by a speeding car. Gunma interprets this as a challenge and tries to outpace his opponent, only to fail in a spectacular fashion because the man is driving a tractor. The defeat sparks a fire within him, and Gunma becomes determined to win against this mysterious foe at all costs. Soon after, he leaves the peaceful countryside behind and moves to the bustling city, aiming to become the next Formula One star. I mean, if he's not driving a tractor on Formula One, then he's not a real racer. This is Shonin Senshi Borgman, which is half of a good name. Sonic Soldier Borgman is a science fiction that combines Super Sentai with non-Gatai. I don't know what that means, honestly. It features a Sentai-like three-member team that fight an organization known as Yoma. Features three characters and with three basic Ranger colors, pink, blue, and green, featuring three main characters, Chuck, Ryo, and Anise. Ryo is the leader. Chuck and Anise are teachers at a public school. Sometimes the students help or make trouble to the Borgman somehow. Some even know the Borgman's secret identities. Ryo has a talking modern blue motorcycle that can upgrade itself. Transform code is Borg. Get on! Each member has personal cannon that matches his or her armor color that appears only to finish the monsters they fight. I don't know what non-Gatai is, but I will say I really like the art style of this. What I will also say is I care negative 3,000% about fucking Super Sentai. But I do appreciate the character designs. This is very sharp-looking anime. I just don't give a fuck. What is non-Gatai? Non-Gatai. Discotheque Sonic Blu-ray? I haven't. What the fuck is non-Gatai? Gatai Ryozen. I should stop clicking random things. Next thing I know, we're gonna fucking accidentally click a porn site, and I'm just gonna have tits on the screen. I still don't know what a non-Gatai is, though, and we never will. Mashin Iodin Wataru. A 9-year-old boy named Wataru Ikusabe is magically transported into a magic realm of the gods called Suikoizan, which he's supposed to save. In his quest to save the realm, he managed to transform a clay sculpture into a somewhat autonomous small super robot. So, this is an isekai series where the boy gets into a clay golem. Sounds cute. Its cover is like a Genesis cover. I don't know how to feel about this, honestly. It's not that bad compared to some of the art I've seen from a Genesis cover. Probably so you would know what it is. Maori Onisan, the Burning Wild Man. This is just cute. I won't watch this probably, but that's a cute cover. Look at that. When Kenichi Kokoho was a small boy, he was lost in the mountains and never found. Excuse me. That's some weird American Sonic cartoon from the 90s. Yeah, the one where he eats all the chili dogs, right? However, unknown to anyone, Kenichi has been brought up by his foster father in the wild. When Kenichi becomes 15 years old, his foster father tells him about the truth of his background, and he finds out Kenichi decides to go to civilized society where his parents live. Yup. Never seen it, just thought making it look like Genesis box was cool. Yeah, I wouldn't. I honestly, I don't care for Sonic. I think I've played a little bit of a Sonic game once. I wasn't super into the idea. I'm not big. I don't traditionally enjoy old school mascot characters, quite frankly. I have no real. I know there's a lot of people that like Sonic. I have nothing against Sonic. I don't have the insatiable desire to punch him in the face like I do with Mario. It's just like I have no attachment to Sonic, and the one Sonic game I played didn't really particularly grab me. It was a 2D Sonic, for the record, not a 3D Sonic. It's just like Sonic, whatever. Everything Kenichi expresses in his town is a series of surprises and wonder. His family is delighted to see their son alive, but shocked at the fact that he has become wild and different from other children. Now his new life is about to begin. His wild attitude and physical toughness cause various problems in the town. Kenichi has his own way to handle things, but it's too different for the most people to understand what he's up to. Can he get used to life in town? This sounds interesting, honestly. Something I told my mom, the most challenging enemy in Half-Life was the platform. Tells me my thoughts on games like Sonic. Yeah, I just have nothing. Honestly, this is gonna sound weird. I know there's nothing here. This sounds completely watchable as a show. I would watch this if I could get my hands on it. I wish I had infinite time to watch infinite anime. That would be great. Just like I'd exist in a time bubble where I could just watch everything. What's Michael TV? Michael is a fat orange cat who lives with a pair of well-meaning but very stupid humans who fondly imagine he is their pet. But Michael's own daily life is rich in all kinds of little incidents and upheavals, avoiding local bad cat Nyazilla, a monster against whom Michael knows he'll always come out worse, scrounging food from local stores, meeting up with his animal friends, and keeping the humans amused as best he can. And Michael also has a fantasy life, even if his fellow feline Garfield would envy, with cat corporations, cat nightclubs, and his own imitation of dancing American megastar, also called Michael. Sonic is hit and miss. Yeah, I have nothing against Sonic. I have nothing against most classic mascots. I just have no attachment to classic mascot characters. Dr. Chichibuyama, based on manga by Tanaka Kichi. Dr. Chichibuyama is a perverse head of a hospital way out in the mountains and terrorist patients with the help of his lover and a sexy young nurse. Professor Koshigaya. This is some clean animation for late 80s. Honestly, because things were still hand-drawn back then. This is fucking clean. Who did this? Who animated this? Who did this? Who did this? Who did this? Who did this? We will never know. Oh, Yutaka Kawasuji. What else have you done, Kutaka Kawasuji? Did key animation in a bunch of shit. You did Scrapped Princess episode 14. You seem to be mostly a key animator. Animation director at one point. Animation director, key animator. Interesting. I think the most relevant thing you've worked on recently is Shiki. Probably a lot of this is uncredited, I'd guess. Because I have trouble believing this man only worked on all of this. This doesn't seem possible. Like, been working from the 80s and this is his only credits. I'm betting this is just I'm betting this guy's underappreciated. Tetsuro Amino directed this. Another thing about that Sonic cartoon is that's where Pingus comes from. Clean? Nah, looks normal. Oh, is this from the anime? Oh, okay. Fair enough then. The profile picture looks super clean. Like this looks super clean. If this is in the anime, then no, that's pretty par for the time. Okay, yeah, it's that's par. Never mind. That's just 80s stuff. That picture comes from the manga cover. Oh, that explains it. That's where. Okay, this doesn't say this came from a manga. Oh yeah, it comes from a 4 comma. This isn't linked back to as yeah, this doesn't link to a manga, which I find interesting. But yeah, that's fucking clean image then. So it's the manga that's well. Okay, well that makes more sense then. Ikinari Dagon. Yeah, I was like, how the hell do you do that in the 80s? Dagon's little rocket crashes into a beautiful blue planet, and I hate it when my little rocket crashes into a big, beautiful blue planet and lands on a bed of green weeds. He quickly becomes friends with all kinds of creatures: Zip Zap Mantis, General Ant Garbaldi, Andy Ant, Dr. Marilyn Wasp, and many more. Needless to say, they're all insects. Insects, yes. Dagon is only 1 centimeter tall. The tiny residents of the land of weeds become curious about the identity of the stranger from another planet, but when Dagon saves them from the danger posed by the ferocious enemies, Gulpole Toad and Godsey Lizard, everyone thinks Stagon is Superbug. This planet is also home to a number of creatures that are very terrifying to these little fellows. They're called Sapiens, or the human beings. Dagon must confront these massive creatures in order to get his rocket back from them. So begins Dagon's funny and thrilling adventure on Earth. TV continuing. Kaido Kaisatsu Patlabor, Appleseed, Dominion. I've definitely reviewed Appleseed before, and if I haven't, it's fucking Appleseed. What do you want me to say about it? Dominion! Leona Ozaki joins Newport City's infamous Tank Police Division with the aid of Al and her newly built mini-tank Bonaparte. She wages war on Baoku and his cohorts, the Puma Sisters. This sounds vaguely related to Patlabor. John, you don't hate Patlabor. You hate Skycrawlers. Doot 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 doot. Massimo Shiroe presents a story about Dominion Tank Police dealing with terrorists, taking over NT building with AI-driven tanks. Okay. It's like every time Patlabor comes up, you're like, fuck Patlabor. I'm like, no, John, you didn't hate Patlabor. You keep getting it mixed up. Dun, 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 dun. Is this done? This looks like the art style the dude that did Appleseed, quite frankly. Musume Shiroa. Is this Appleseed? Yup, Appleseed and Ghost in the Shell. I could just tell. I can just look at it and be like, I knew it. They're like 20 years apart. They are. They're also like 20 years of quality apart, for the record. Like, I'm not a big Patlabor fan, but fucking hell is Skycrawler's bad compared to Patlabor. In the follow-up of Shiro's classic anime, Al, Leona, and their trusty steed Bonaparte continue to fight crime in Newport City alongside the rest of the tank police, but a new threat appears in the form of a series of terrorist attacks using the latest weapons technology. The tank police are outnumbered and outgunned, but Al and Leona set out to discover who is or what is behind these attacks. With massive explosions and high-speed chases, Leona often causes more damage than the criminals she punishes. Interesting. Okay, yeah, I'll give this a shot. I, at the very least, kind of appreciate the art style of Masamune Shiro. I don't know why there's a W in this name. Is there actually a name in Masamune Shiro? Is it... Did someone mistype this? No, there's a W. Okay, so it is a pen name. It's so weird. Why the W? It wouldn't. It would still be pronounced as Shiro. Why the W? Okay, yeah. Masamune Shiro wrote Ghost in the Shell. He also did Appleseed, yes. Project A-ko 3, Cinderella Rasfady. In the middle of another break from school, Eiko dreams of finding the perfect boyfriend. Because of this, she and Seiko get into an argument that leads to Seiko running away and nearly getting hit by a motorcyclist named K. While working part-time at a fast food restaurant to raise money for a party dress, Eiko meets K and immediately falls in love with him. Biko happens to like him as well. However, both Eiko and Biko are unaware that Seiko is the apple of K's eye. And in order to get to Seiko, he decided to run her down with a motorcycle. The only logical way to pick up women. Hit them with your fucking car. Alright, I'm gonna go to bed, but I'll catch you later. Good night. Alright, John, well, thanks for stopping by. Hope you had a time. Hope you also enjoyed your game. Have a great night. Get some good sleep. No nightmares. Nightmares go away. Well, not outright said in every other movie they super gay. Oh, really? Bum, ba, still gave it a 6, though. Now, if this is not a goddamn 80s movie, I don't know what it is. I won't and haven't dreamed in 12 years. That's not good. That sounds like you're not getting enough sleep or you're not getting a good quality of sleep. In that case, go to bed earlier, swap out your pillow for a better pillow, and just like don't drink anything, you know? Like alcohol or anything, just get some nice water, turn in early, get a new pillow, have a nice chill night, you know? I gave it a 6 because it was at least entertaining. Fair enough. Biko specifically calls Siko her one true love. Oh wow, that's a lot. Anyway, Kuja Kuo. Well, what I'm saying is it's not healthy. Is more the problem, not the dream thing. It's more unhealthy that you're not dreaming. Kuja Kuo. Spirit Warrior. A young mystic without a past, Kajuku, was born under a dark omen possessed of the incredible supernatural powers. Raised by priest, he has learned to use these powers for good. Excuse me. But the evil Siegfried von Midgard seeks to steal his birthright and rule the world as the Regent of Darkness. He has dispatched bloodthirsty minions to destroy Kujaku before he can awaken his destiny. Now Kujaku must travel the riddle of his past before the power within consumes him. It's a 3-episode OVA series. It's an action horror series. You know what this is. You can look at this and see this has been censored. I'm actually more surprised someone I know hasn't seen this. I'm sure this is classic 80s trash. Sengoku Tensei. It also spun into other classic 90s trash. And classic 2014 trash. You may not just not remember the dreams. Tokyo Vice. This also seems like classic 80s trash. One night at a rock concert, a mysterious man dies while leaving a floppy disk with a member of Roots Detective Agency. Soon they realize the disk contains information about a deadly new weapon under development. The heroes become involved in a game of political subterfuge and military espionage, hot on the trail of the killer. That doesn't sound bad, actually. No one I know has seen this. That doesn't sound bad. I'd watch that. What image have we got for it? That looks like some fucking Metal Gear shit. Like, specifically Metal Gear. How do you lose a floppy disk? I think it depends on the kind of floppy disk. Those are pretty big. They're not that big. It depends on the kind of floppy disk. Like, yeah, there's. See, when I was a kid, this right here, this was the kind of floppy disk we used. I know there's like. They stopped being floppy at one point, but these right here are not that large. And I'm betting that's the kind of floppy disk. Yeah, the 3.5 inch ones. Like they're big compared to like a thumb drive or something, but I could easily see misplacing a floppy disk. Here's a comparison in size. It's about the size of a disk. Like a 3.5 inch floppy disk is about disk sized. You can lose a disk. Like an original old school floppy disk, probably not. It'd be like losing a record. But old 3.5 inch one, yeah, probably. You could lose that. I could lose that. And there are floppy disks of Doom for only $1,500. I will pass because I'm not a big Doom fan. 8-inch floppy disk, yeah. I was thinking this was the 80s, so I figured a bigger one, like my mom used. Nah, 3.5 inch is probably more likely. 8-inch floppy disks, I think, were like 70s. Yeah, IBM 73. 5-inch floppy disk. Yeah, 3.5 inch floppy disks came into use in the early 80s, so they would definitely be using the more moderate sized floppy disks. These would be the regular sized floppy disks. Like the ones I used as a kid is the kind of floppy disks they'd be using, not the big fuck you floppy disks. Those were like 70s. Yeah, 3.5 was 83. Yeah, 83. Yeah. So you see, this would be a normal sized floppy disk, I would argue. Well after they stopped being floppy. You can get Doom like $5. Yeah. I think I actually own a copy of Doom, frankly. I'm not sure if it still works, but I'm pretty sure I own a copy of Doom. Antique Heart. There's an old decrepit building at the edge of the school grounds that hasn't been used for years. It falls apart a little bit more each day. But the little school holds a secret as Takahiro and his friends are soon to find out. They wind up making contact with a mysterious entity known as Saki. Can Takahiro save Saki's world from destruction? That honestly doesn't sound very entertaining. Guess her school didn't update. Oh, my mom used big ones in the 80s. Granted, all depended on in when you updated. Guess her school didn't update. If it's in the 80s, schools are usually behind on the tech times. Like, we had discs, technically, when I was a kid, but they gave us floppy disks or whatever. Akai, Kodan, Zillion, Urahime, Yakioku. In peaceful aftermath of the Nozasis War, the charismatic heroes known as the White Knights have changed career paths to becoming music-making rock stars. JJ, Dave, Champ, and Apple have formed a rock band called the White Nuts. Their music career would soon be interrupted by the new threat of colonial settlers. Apple kidnapped by the sadistic Odama clan, a family of ruthless killers located in a heavily fortified mountain retreat. JJ and company attempt a rescue mission with their laser weapon Zillion, but the former knights only have a limited supply of Zillium for the Zillion guns. A mysterious stranger named Rick turns out to be an old lover of Apple. You can do it, fucking white nuts. I believe you. Mahjong Hishoden Naki no Ryu. The protagonist of Ryu, or Crying Dragon, is a mysterious man who often plays games with the gang members. He only wins by Ron, a move in which one needs to wait for an opponent's tile to complete the win. Ron is also called Naki in Mahjong, which is the same pronunciation as crying in Japan. We used Windows XP when I was in school and like um by 2007, yes, Vista was a thing. I'm more trying to think what operating system we used when I was in school. I literally didn't pay attention about it. I mean, obviously when I was in like grade school we used XP, but I don't know how. I don't think we used. I don't know what we used when I was in like high school or something. Um, Ryokushin Gatai God Mars Junana Sai Densetsu. Marg was deprived his little brother Mars by Zur and lost his parents. Therefore, he was living alone on the planet Gashin. He became a number of guerrilla to riot against dictator Zur, and he fell in love with Ruru, the daughter of leader Ura. However, the organization was destroyed. He was trapped by Zur, and he was brainwashed to become a soldier. Then his long-cherished wish that he would meet his brother was realized as a duel with him. Gaia, God Mars, and Genshin Robot Zeron receive redesigns, although the OVA mostly focuses on an alternate telling of Marg's life on Gishin up until the events of episode 19. Maybe you used DOS for all I know. You know what? It was probably DOS. This is the stupidest fucking description. I'm not just talking about the fact that it was grammatically broken. I'm talking about all of the names, but all of the names are stupid. This is Abe George, Katobi, Seishun Ki, Shibuya Honky Tonk. Yes. Well, I wouldn't say a million. I would say like 15. This story is based on one of the most famous writers, George Abe's troubled boyhood. Although he was born in a wealthy family, he starts keeping company with Yakuza. It's apparently based off a real dude named George Abe. Hi, George Abe. Oh, you did a rainbow. Huh. Fun. This is Zekoke Sanin Gumi Zekoke Jiku Boken. The Eri reporters from school paper get transported back to the Edo period. Short, sweet, to the point. Love it. If you had a home screen, probably Windows 95 or above. Dun 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 dun. Tonari no Totoro and Hodoro no Haka? You mean to tell me both Totori and Grave of the Fireflies Totoro and Grave of the Fireflies came out in the same season? They came out on the same day? It was. It was released as a double feature. I didn't know that. Jigaozu. This extremely brief film was Osami Tezuka's answer to a challenge presented to the leaders of the international animation community to create animated self-portraits. This is Dragon Ball Specialis. Specials included with the original series Goku no Katsuzanzen. Goku is heading to West City to attend Bulma's birthday party, and on the way, he ends up learning the rules for getting through traffic. The movie was for children to watch, so it would teach them how to get across the pedestrian crossing. Geez, what a double feature. Watch a fun movie about two sisters and then a fucking depressing war film. Yeah, yeah. You know what? I wasn't even thinking. I was more surprised that two full-length movies were released by Ghibli on the same day. I didn't even think about the tonal whiplash it would take to go from fucking Totoro to Grave of the Fireflies. Goku no Shobutai. An episode for kids where Goku and the others work for the fire brigade and explain how to avoid problems with fire. Well, if you're fucking Goku, you can probably just tank through fire. Do they play Grave of the Fireflies and go, all right, man, here's this to cheer you up? You know what? Let's actually see if it says which one went first. It's not listed here. No, yeah, it says double feature. Hang on, let's see if we can't get something from Wiki. Go IMDb and Wiki. Uh, it unfortunately doesn't say. It just says it was a double feature. It doesn't say which one went when. So I guess we'll never know which one came first. The late night double feature picture show. Uh, hey, regardless. Oh, apparently Hideaki Anno worked on this. Interesting. Yeah, regardless, what a trip that must have been. Apparently Grave of the Fireflies didn't do so great because it's Grave of the Fireflies. Let's see. Elements of Bubblegum Crisis series set in an MTV-style rock video. Clips from the series are combined with music of Kinuko Omori and the Night Sabers. Interesting band name. Summer 88. Tenkin Chinmi. Chinmi is a young Chinese boy devoted to martial arts training. Word of his skill reaches kung fu masters at the famous Dailin Temple, who invite him to study with them. Through his dedication and guidance of his teachers, Chinmei becomes one of the top students at the temple. Eventually, the time comes for him to leave Dailin and make a pilgrimage. On his journey, he faces a number of dangers that test his skills, but he also meets many people who inspire him in different ways. A chastened but determined Chinmei returns to Dailin for advanced training, but soon his skills are needed again. The Mongol hordes are nearing the temple. Is this Chinese? This sounds Chinese. Production read. No, I guess this isn't. No, this is full on a Japanese production. It seems so ingrained with China for some reason. That's not very common. Lemon Angel 88, number 2, the sequel of Lemon Angel 88. This is Daliolelahani, whatever that is. Honey is a small tomboy and slightly troublesome teenager who lives the life carelessly on her own since her father lives abroad due to work in the Middle East and her mother died when she was very small. The only thing Honey has is very good at running fast. Hung Du K is a new track and field coach of her school and takes notice of her talent and gets her to train with him. This is Korean, apparently. That's why I couldn't read any of this. I mean, I'm not great at reading Japanese, but I'm even worse at reading Korean. I am probably worse at reading Korean than basically any other language. This is a lot. This is a lot, made. If I try to read this, my fucking voice will fall out of my chest. They started with Grave of the Fireflies, so I guess it went first. Oh, no. Yeah, okay. Watching Double Feature was a fascinating experience. Apparently, when they planned to feature in Japan, they noticed that if they showed Totoro first, people would leave early on in Grave because it was too much to take after the joy of the other film. If they swapped Totoro, it could lighten the mood enough for people to experience both films. I recreated the latter experience, but was weird was watching Grave of the Fireflies first. I changed the way I saw Totoro. Interesting. So, okay, Grave went first because people would just walk out of Grave of the Fireflies after Totoro. You know what? Fair enough. Oh, the title is all that matters? Studio Ghibli's double feature of Grave of the Fireflies and My Neighbor Totoro was a terrible idea. You know what? I agree with that completely. But also, this article directly answers the question of which order they aired in, which I care more about. Okay, Bubblegum Crisis. This is Vampire Princess Miyu. Is this the original Princess Miyu? Yeah, this is the original. We learned which goes first. Yes. A quiet gothic horror story about. Now, is this the one? This is probably the one. Yeah, that's what I thought. It was the TV show. Um, A quiet gothic horror story about vampire girl Miyu, whose destiny it is to hunt down the murderous demons known as Shinma and return them to their life of origin, the dark. Miyu is persuaded by the spiritualist Himiko, determined to find out who Miyu is and stop her from sucking lifeblood from helpless humans. Each of the 4 episodes chronicle one of Miyu's encounters with Shinma and the humans that is affecting from the perspective of Himiko's pursuit of Miyu. Yeah, I'm not a fan of either of those movies, and I cannot imagine watching them back to back. Wait, no, I probably did watch them back to back. Actually, when I did, no, actually, I didn't watch Totoro because I'd already seen it, so it wasn't eligible. Deimos no Hanayome, Ron no Kumikyo, Bride of Demons. 2 siblings were happy on Mount Olympus until they fell in love. Deimos' sister Venus got, not a fan. Imprisoned in the swamp of death to save Venus's life, he must find a human reincarnation so he can continue the love. The very fact that they call her Venus tells me I have no business watching this. I imagine a lot of people walked out of Grave of the Fireflies regardless. Like, you imagine the women who took their small children to see Totoro and got Grave of the Fireflies are expecting what kind of depression? Yeah, fair enough. Ace Wo Nairia. We've talked about this before. Did I read this? I've read the prequel to this for sure. Aim for the top, new Ace. Yeah, whatever. I'll read it. I don't give a shit at this point. Life is pain. 3 years has passed since the events of the first series. Hiromi continued training with her coach and became Japan's junior champion. Their common profits have also contributed to the coach being chosen as the first trainer of the Japanese selection tennis and has arranged head a trip with the youngest members of the team to USA. The relation between Hiromi and his trainer is narrow at personal level, but exceeds the teacher-student bond with great difficulty. That fell apart at the end. Yeah, I would actually argue that Totoro is probably the most lighthearted of all the Ghibli films, except for My Neighbor the Yamadas. But that wasn't out yet, and also was kind of worse than Totoro. It's like having Green Mile play at the Toy Story right after. Because if they put Toy Story first, people would walk out. 10 Little Golfors, a super deformed parody, which depicts the making of Eternal story of destruction, a very humorous behind-the-scenes look if Golf Force were a live-action series instead of being animated. Cast and crew members run into severe and embarrassing difficulties as things do not turn out as they should. For example, Luffy totally drowns in embarrassment as an object of a whole crowd of spectators, while in the nude, the director's obsession with realistic filming causes some real high-voltage friction with Caddy. In the end, after the premiere, the girls end up going on stage, tussle about which one is the most popular character. I honestly would probably, I think, rather watch I might walk out when Toy Story comes on. Toy Story is an okay movie, but I think I vastly prefer Green Mile. Kosuke Sama, Rikumaru Sama, Konpeito no Ryu. That said, if I had to watch a movie, I would probably walk. I really do not like Grave of the Fireflies. I would probably walk out after Totoro. Not that I would want to watch Totoro. I don't really like Totoro either. Totoro is just like nothing. Toy Story is a good movie, though. Don't get me wrong. Quite frankly, if you were to present me with a double feature of Green Mile followed by fucking Toy Story, and then the other option is fucking Grave of the Fireflies followed by Totoro, I would immediately head to Green Mile Toy Story. Like, if I had to pick, I would definitely go that route. Kosuke, whatever, I read this. Kosuke-sama Riku Muramasu Kopeto no Ryu was a 45-minute long anime TV special by J.C. Saft and was broadcast on Japanese television in '88, similar to Dragon Ball. It's a martial arts story featuring villains that could have stepped out of Red Ribbon Army, typical Toriyama mecha, and a clone of Son Gohan's Haya Dragon. Yeah, it looks so fucking much like Dragon Ball. Oh, it was also Toriyama. That explains it. This is Dongari to Yamaneko. Fuck, that's a lot of text. The Acorns and the Wildcat is a unique short film in picture book format from the creator of Night of the Galactic Railroad and Gosh Cellist. Usually for an anime, a narrator reads Kenji's story aloud while the action is played on the screen by a succession of warm and evocative illustrations brought to life by subtle touches of animation. If the film somehow is familiar, yet you can't put your finger on the reason why, it's probably the sumptuously minimalist animation by Yasuhiro Nagura, who was the animation director of Mamoroshi's artsy 1986 feature Angel's Egg. That and Kenji Wildcat is said to have been the inspiration for Miyazaki's Panda slash Totoro creature. The idea of reading Kenji's story aloud instead of playing it out as a drama is quite refreshing, and Kenji's magical language and narrative style are entirely sufficient to sustain interest. Combined with the spacey music and breathtaking art, the result is a pleasantly unassuming little gem of a film, says Pellis.net. Excuse me. Psycho into my hypothetical movie theater. Grave of the Fireflies followed by My Neighbor Totoro. Man, I got better things to do. D. Green Mile at Toy Story signed me the fuck up. Two great movies. Hell yeah. Two great flavors that go great together. Watpo Tobokuro no Ohanashi. Jam lives in a small coastal village that lives off fish that men bring home every day. One day, his grandfather tells him that in recent years, the fishing has been scarce. The steelhawks who live nearby in the mountain have kidnapped the Watpo, a narwhal who is said to be the great protector of the sea, thus depriving the fishermen of his blessing. The boy decides to climb the mountain with the intention of bringing Watpo back to the sea. They're gonna save a narwhal, the Jedi of the sea. This is something that got added to my list before, and it's based on Kimiki's fantasy manga serialized in Princess Magazine. This is Gensei Shugonshin P Hiyoro Ika OVA. I don't know what this is. I don't know why this is on my list. I don't have any clue what's happening here. Do I know someone who's seen it? Where the why does this have 122? What is what? Why is this already on my list? When did I add this? What the fuck? Toyama Sakura Uchocho Yatsu no Na wa Gold. This science fiction anime was inspired somewhat by the life of Kenshiro Toyama, 1793 through 1855, who popularized in the 1893 kabuki play Toyama no Kinsan. Before you ask, no, I have no idea who that is or what that's about. Um, He's got a tattoo, which is around the. I don't remember if the Yakuza existed around that time, but the precursors did. Like the I want to say the Bakuto and stuff. So interesting. What's Michael 2? Michael is the orange tiger cat returns for another series of vignettes. The sketches this time include a three-part send up. The Fugitive, the famous 1960s TV show. Richard Kimball is now a veterinarian on the lam, running from a false conviction for a murder committed by a man with overbite. Despite the omnipresent danger, he must stop and intervene whenever he sees a cat, always Michael, suffering. After treating the patient, he plays a trick on the cat and runs away. He's a fugitive, after all. Another sketch parallels between wandering husbands and wandering house cats, who seem to have similar proclivities. Two more point out what happens when a cat's instincts run up against the requirements of baseball or pro wrestling. Enjoyed Grave of the Fireflies. Not a good word because of what that movie kind of is, but I think Barefoot Gen is better in the horrors of war type. I agree. I don't really like Barefoot Gen either. But Barefoot Gen, I think, at the very least, makes a better anti-war message. Doki Doki Gakuen Kaisen Yokai Dami Shiro. 4 heroes set out to rescue girls taken by Ayakashi. This has something called Dimension God. I don't know how to interpret what I'm looking at. Um, all I can tell is this is probably unfindable. Really nails the fucked up injury. Yes, it does. It does. This is Ken Ritsu Umisora Koku Yakuyubu in Yamashita Taru-kun. Oh, my everything is sore right now. Based on the popular 80s baseball manga by Kosuke Kyoji, Taru Yamashita loves baseball, but he was always the worst player. However, through effort and dedication, he begins to shine in Umisora High Team. This is Nameke Mono ga Miteta, based on a manga by Murakami Takashi that was serialized in Weekly Young Jump. I don't know what that is. Moving on. Akira. What do you want from me? It's Akira. I've already reviewed it. It's not very good. Dragon Ball 3, Maku Fushigi Daikubun. Oh yeah, that speaking of Akira though, that reminds me. I heard a recent Kanye drama about like Kanye West was accused of stealing because when he went to his house to retrieve his copies of the Akira manga, and like his like wife was like, "Are you fucking stealing?" And he got really mad, and then everyone got mad. Basically, he got accused of stealing his own manga. Is the story. I don't know all the details, but that's what I heard. He like went to his house and he like was like trying to get his Akira copies, and then he got accused of stealing them. Um, Anyway, yeah. Dragon Ball Movie 3, whatever, I read that. Mystical Adventure, I've heard of this movie. I mean, I've probably heard of every Dragon Ball movie. They call baseball America's game. I think Japan loves it more than we do. Oh, absolutely. At least he's read the manga. Oh, yeah, his favorite anime is Akira, and probably his favorite manga, too. He has, like, I think, like, the special edition or some shit. Like, he's a big Akira fan. Yeah, I think it's the 35th anniversary box set or some shit like that. Because when you're Kanye rich, you can buy whatever bullshit you want. Um, Emperor Chaozu's wife has gone missing. Chaozu is an emperor? I thought he was just a bomb. And he told by Master Shen that if he collects the 7 Dragon Balls, he can call upon the Eternal Dragon and wish for her return. Meanwhile, Goku and Krillin attend the World Martial Arts Tournament, which is hosted by Emperor. Bora and his son Upa attempt to hide the Dragon Ball they found from the Emperor's forces, which are under control of the evil Shen and General Tao. And Bulma conducts her own search for the Dragon Balls with help of Yamcha, Por, and Oolong. I really like the movie, but the manga is such a better told story because, you know, a 6 phone book sized manga versus a 2-hour sized movie. The movie is just like bullshit being thrown at you constantly. It's. I'm not going to say the manga's not. Like, I don't know if the manga's good or not because I haven't read it, but the anime sucks. I'll throw that out there. The anime's fucking nothing. You could make an argument that the animation is really good in it, and it is, and I won't deny that, but it is incoherent. The manga's on your favorites list with a score of 10 out of 10. All right, that's a pretty high score. Pretty high score. But yeah, the anime is fucking bullshit. Maybe I'd like the manga if I read it, but I'm not really endeared to reading it. So, Sun God Apollo, the brother of Athena, is here to take Athena back to heaven and taking over the sanctuary. He revived the deceased gold saints and used them and a few god saints as bodyguards, but Athena did not obey him. Apollo had no choice but to send her to hell. On the other hand, the bronze statues are on their way to save Athena. I don't like the movie adaptation of Silent Voice, so I guess I get you. Yeah, see? I really like that movie, but I haven't read the manga. I remember when the manga was coming out, and I considered reading it, and then I just didn't. And then I didn't read anything. Sakigake Otoko Juko movie. Otokojuko, a private school for juvenile delinquents that were previously expelled from the normal schools. At this school, Japanese chivalry is taught through feudal and military fundamentals similar to an action film. The classes are overwhelmed by violence. Only those who survive it become true men. Do-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. This looks like a Barefoot Gren rip-off film. I think if I saw the movie first, I'd have liked the movie, but I read the manga first, so in the movie, it cut a bunch of plot points and character development. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? An anti-war anime based on a book containing contemporary accounts of firebombing in the city of Fukuoka in the evening of June 19, 1945. This is directed by Seiji Arihara, who did something called Nagasaki 1945. He's one of those guys that makes a lot of anti-war films, it seems like. But he's also a key animator, so. They don't even mention making a movie in the movie. Tatake Ramen Man movie. Theatrical film release of Tatake Ramen Man based on the manga chapter Strike the Darkness. It was released in Japan on July 9th, 1988, and set sometime after Mongol Tiger two-parter. After Grave of the Fireflies, looks like the anti-war anime started coming out. Barefoot Gen has actually already come out. In fact, isn't this is just one season after Grave. Sorry Hata no Shoujo Ryoko. 45 American troops landing the... Oh my god! Okinawa, the Japanese fight a guerrilla war against the invaders, and little Ryoko is forced to leave her grandparents behind and flee with her mother and the younger sisters, who are eventually killed. Ryoko heads on alone across the war-torn island. Eventually, she reaches safely in Japanese-occupied caves, only to witness the Japanese troops committing suicide with hand grenades. Based on a children's book by Akira Artegawa and Hikuji Norima. Itself inspired by real American footage of an Okinawan girl, Tomika Higa, waving a white flag at the island's surrender? The line that dropped me was based on a children's book. Yeah, my guess is this is around 85, something like that. So kids who grew up during the 40s would be themselves like late 30s. Like this is around the time period and Japan is definitely a culture dominated by elders. This is about the time where they get the abilities to make movies that they want. This is the stride where they've like established themselves up and enough and in the industry, and they're like anti-war shit, and they're like, go for it, whatever. Natsu Fuku. That's my guess. I don't know. Natsu Fuku no Shoujo Tachi. In 45, the second and third year students of Hiroshima Girls' School are taken away to work in war factories. Holy shit. This is gonna become a thing. You predicted a cyberpunk influence from the end of Akira. My new prediction is there's gonna be an anti-war boom. The remaining 220 girls of the first year try to make the best of the newfound status as the only teenagers in an almost deserted town, even amidst the deprivations of wartime. On the 7th of August, an American bomber changed their life forever, broadcast on the 43rd anniversary of Hiroshima in memory of the girls who lost their lives in the atom bomb. Oh, that's why. Oh, it was brought. Well, 43rd doesn't seem like a special year. Why are we prioritizing? I mean, it's not like we haven't had the anniversary of the atom bomb before. Why is everything going fucking nuts? No, yeah, these aren't even being broadcast on the 7th. Yeah, so it's probably closer to what I said because these aren't all being broadcast on the same day. Meanwhile, in America, the baby boomers went from hippies to yippies. That is summer. I actually wonder after 91 if there's going to be a slowdown in anime. Like, do you because like right now this is like bubble economy, right? So once the bubble bursts in 91, do you think we're going to get less anime? I'm interested. I want to know. I wonder if there's going to be more or less anime post bubble. Because right now they have fucking money for days, right? Oshinbo. By the way, this is it. Once we're done with this, we'll be in 89. And I can end the stream. It's only been going for 7 hours. Oshinbo is a drama about a newspaper reporter. The main character is a cynical food critic named Yamaoka. Oshinbo is a popular mainstream comic for adults in Japan. It was even mentioned in an episode of Iron Chef. It's hard because the early 90s, all we got were cheap OVAs. What Japan had is beyond me. I guess we'll find out. Isn't Oshinbo one of the best selling manga of all time? Like, one of the longest running manga of all time? Yeah, it is. Yeah. 1,039 chapters, 111 volumes. Yeah, this is the manga I always forget about as far as like best selling manga. Like this is in like the I think like the top 10. I think it's like number 6 or something. Like it's really high up there, and I always forget about it because it's just about food. 3 Chome no Tama Uchi no Tama Shirimasenka. The characters are Tama, Momo, Wocket, Tiggle, Rockney, Pimmy, Bupkus, Bingpoo, and Chopin. There is no consistent plot. Tama and his friends just have a little family-friendly adventure every episode. The only consistency is when a new friend is made, one episode, and flashbacks. Excuse me. Yes. Flashback. What the fuck is happening in the... What the fuck is happening in these credits right now? Are you meaning to tell me? Plenty of shit is coming out in 91. I'd have to... No, no, no. It would be like 92. Um... You mean to tell me that there is a goddamn anime from 1998 about a bunch of fucking cats fucking around, cats and dogs. They made a movie in 93, and in 2020, they decided to remake it but anthropomorphize all of the cats? Why? Why did they do this? I had to have read the plot of this in 2020, and then I decided not to watch this. I had to have read this back in 2020 and then decided to not watch this, is the thing. So, what this is, has come up before, which is why I won't be reading it. But, like, it didn't hit me until this moment how fucking ridiculous this concept is. This anime is actually stupider now that we've done SACing MAL Eternal. Now they can sell Neko Girls. Could you imagine if a Garfield cartoon came out nowadays, and yet all of the characters are human now? that's I don't even know. I don't even know how to react to this information. The internet has ruined Garfield. It's fair. Himitsu no Ako-chan 2. Ako-chan is a bright and energetic fifth grader in elementary school whose father is a newscaster and her mother is a picture book writer. Ako always cherishes the palm-sized mirror that was given to her by their father and treats it with care. However, the mirror was accidentally broken by her absent-minded mother. On a night where a beautiful full moon hangs in the sky, Ako-chan buries the mirror pieces in the garden and goes to sleep. She's awakened by a soft and kind voice which belongs to the queen of the mirror kingdom. She sends her gratitude to Ako-chan for cherishing the mirror with care and offers her a magical compact mirror. Whenever she sings the magical words, Ako-chan will be able to transform into anything she wants. So this is a sequel to the original Ako-chan, which I believe is what actually created... Yeah, Ako-chan... This is a sequel to Ako-chan from '69, which Ako-chan is famous for one thing and one thing only. It was the first magical girl transformation sequence. It actually predates Cutie Honey. Yeah. Barely, I believe. By like months, but Hi Aku Desu. Story follows the daily life of Ako-chan, who is a new young wife. She's a new young wife and she has 2 kids already. Popping them out, girl, get it. First season 1992 has 30 new things. Fuck. So it actually gets worse post-bubble. They ran out of money and decided, what if we just make more shit? Asunaru is a new student at school with 3 baseball teams. The first is renowned as being one of the best in the prefecture, but the third... Asunaru's team is filled with rejects and unskilled to the baseball world. As the baseball instructor deems them to be nothing but trash, he informs the team that they will disband in 1 month. That is, until one of the players begs him to let them play a single game. They'll be up against the first team, and if they win, they'll take over the title and even work their way towards playing Koshien Stadium. With the help of Kaido, an ex-member of the first team, Asunaru and his friends will do whatever it takes to show that they're more than meets the eye. This is a really stupid plot. Like, even for, like, a sports anime, that's really... really, really stupid, and it went for 40 episodes. Okay, let's get this out of the way. Legend of the Galactic Heroes, we already talked about it. Gunbuster, we already talked about it. Or I reviewed it or some shit, I don't care. Bubblegum Crisis, we already did that. Makai Toshi Shinjuku, this is Demon City Shinjuku. Koyoya's father was a great warrior killed at the hands of the diabolical psychic Rabi Ra, who has now opened a portal to the hell in the city of Shinjuku. Falls to Koyoya to finish what his father started and battle his way through demons while protecting a young woman from harm. The only problem is he's not exactly your classic hero type, and his powers are still latent. I'm not 100% confident I have not already seen this, by the way. Looks like Maid gave it a 7. Kind of a cute design. Daughter of the world president. Hey, we have no money. What should we do? Okay, keep calm, Juichi. Hear me out. We'll make a bunch of news shows because then we'll get all the money from each of them. I mean, hey, if it's a strategy, I guess it's working nowadays. Crying Freeman. It was a late game plan, but it came online at some point. Yo Hinomura was an ordinary Japanese potter when a run-in with Chinese mafia changed his life forever. Now an assassin for the 108 Dragons, Yo is the perfect killing machine. As a sign for remorse over his victims, he sheds tears after eliminating his targets. Because of this, he's infamously known as the Dragons, and every crime syndicate in the world knows him as Crying Freeman. Isn't this the plot of the one manga that Mike adapted into a movie? Am I wrong about that? That's the same concept, basically, as that one thing that Mike did an adaptation of. What am I thinking of? It's like hyper violent and shit. Can I just type in Mike? Kakashi Mike? What? Oh. Um. Ichi the Killer. I'm thinking of Ichi the Killer. This is the same plot as Ichi the Killer. Ichi ran in 93. 98. 93 to 98. Yeah. This just sounds like a. So it sounds like Ichi is a ripoff of Crying Freeman. This is so interesting. There's a live action Crying Freeman movie? Huh. Wow. We really are learning shit. See, this is what makes the show worthwhile. When you go back in time and you learn out that a famous, manga series is a complete fucking ripoff of an earlier manga series. Violence Jack Jigoku Gaihen. The world as we know it has been torn apart and shattered by a series of natural disasters that have turned civilization into a brutish nightmare of survival and has left whole cities buried beneath the earth. It is now a lethal and chaotic place, a place where only the strongest and most savage remain alive. The strongest of all them is a giant warrior known as Violence Jack. Violence Jack tries to avert civil war by brewing among the wretched inhabitants of the subterranean metropolis called Evil Town, based on a character created by the manga horror specialist Go Nagai. Would you call him a horror manga specialist? I would call him an eclectic manga. He makes everything. The dude makes everything. This one is infamous for a very graphic gang rape scene. Fun. The Crying Freeman movie's not very good. Interesting. Have you seen it? This is Kiko Ryohei Mellowlink. As a sole survivor from a squad that was sacrificed and hung out as scapegoats for embezzlement of military resources, at the end of the 100 Years' War, Mellowlink RRT is out for revenge, carrying the dog tags of the deceased comrades and armed with a dated anti-AT rifle. He swears to hunt down the exact revenge on the corrupt officers that betrayed his squad, maybe even uncover the truth behind the plot as well. I actually hear this is pretty good. Kenny Lauderdale talked about this. I will stop mentioning Kenny Lauderdale videos when we get out of the 80s, by the way. It's also one of the best in the trilogy, which is insane because Violence Jack's OVAs suck. Yes, I've seen the live-action Crying Freeman movie. It also sucks. Saw it on TV. It was probably edited. Yeah, apparently this is like a dude taking out mechs. Like, he doesn't get a mech. It's just a guy in a rifle fighting mechs, which sounds kind of interesting. Just know that. Fair enough. This is Ucho no Senshi. Johnny Rico. Isn't that the main character of Starship Troopers? Is Johnny Rico? Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it absolutely is. Johnny Rico, a high school student living in Buenos Aires. Wait a minute. That's also where Starship Trooper. Oh, this actually is Starship Troopers. Okay. Okay. All right. I was like, wait a minute. I probably should have read that this was Starship Troopers before freaking out. Who doesn't know what to do with his future life when his friend Carl and his love Carmen, whom he grew up with, join federal military. He does too enlist in the hope to chase after his love into space. However, war is brewing on the other side of the planets with a strange bug-like alien, and Johnny is thrust into conflict. Starship Troopers is actually a pretty good movie. I have heard the sequels are not good. I once got into an argument about someone about Starship Troopers where their argument was that they believe that you should be required to serve in the military or you shouldn't be allowed to vote, just like in Starship Troopers. And we should organize our society around the military, like in Starship Troopers. And then I pointed out that the exact point of the movie Starship Troopers is why that's a bad idea. Heard the Starship Troopers author was super racist. I have heard similar things. I wouldn't necessarily say racist. I've heard he's not a great dude. Um, I hear I'm not sure if I heard he's racist or he's anti-Semitic. But yeah, basically he hates the film adaptation because it is the exact opposite direction of the book. And the director of the movie basically just made the movie to shit on Starship Troopers. I believe the director actually hates the Starship Troopers book. It's a fun little dichotomy. So, although I hear the book is actually good. Take that how you will. Which means it's better. Yeah, I hear the book is actually good. Um, but so is the movie. So, and also you could make the argument that even as someone who supports the military, I think it would be a terrible idea to completely organize our entire existence around the military. I think that's just a generally a bad idea. Um, anyway, Mayo Project Ziormer. A young man named Akitsu Masato is captured by a secret government project known as Last Guardian. He's told that his life as a normal student was all a lie and that his real destiny is to be the pilot of the great robot Ziormer of the Heavens. The truth is this is hammered in when Masato sees his parents accept payment for raising him. That's fucking dark. The Last Guardian is preparing for the resurrection of the How Dragon, an organization bent on world conquest. 15 years ago, How Dragon built 8 great robots. Each of the mech represents a force of nature. However, before any of the robots could be used, their creator, Kihara Masaki, destroyed the robots except for the leader, Zorimer. He took Zorimer and an embryo to the government. The embryo became the boy Masato. Now How Dragon has rebuilt the other 7 mecha and wants the 8th. It will be up to Masato and Himuro, the pilot of Zorimer, and fight against the How Dragon, but neither Masato or Himuro are all that they seem. This sounds vaguely like the plot of Eternal Punishment. Not one-to-one, but it sounds kind of... This sounds like if Eternal Punishment like fucked Ava, but this is older than eternal punishment. This sounds like if Mayo Project Zormer split into two halves, and one half became eternal punishment and the other half became Ava. Here's a fun fact: Alan Moore wrote Watchmen. Herlin Elson wrote Moore a very angry letter. Harlan Ellison. I don't know who that is actually. Author of Psycho. I don't know who. I actually don't know who this is. He's the guy who did I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, which I think he wrote really upset after going through a divorce. Um. Okay, I actually want to. I'm interested in what sounds like it butted into Ava and EP. It's apparently an adaptation of a manga. Yo, hold up. This is the manga art? This manga art is so much better than the anime art. I mean, the anime art's kind of cool for like an 80s, 90s OVA series, but like, that's fucking good. That's really good. Anyway, it was because Moore used the phrase, "Who watches the Watchmen?" and Ellison was mad because of the history of the phrase and that people who said it in the past were persecuted. He thought Moore used the phrase ignorantly. I will admit, I actually am not sure I am familiar with the history of the phrase, but knowing more, he absolutely used it intentionally. All it directs to is Watchmen. Here, let's learn some shit, I guess. Qui custodiet ipso custodes. Latin phrase found in the Roman poet Juvenal from his satires. It is translated "Who will guard the guards themselves," though it is known by variant translations such as "Who watches the watchers" and "Who will watch the watchmen." The original context deals with the problem of the ensuing martial fidelity, though the phrase is now commonly used more generally to refer to the problem of controlling the actions of persons in positions of power, an issue discussed by Plato in the Republic. It is not clear whether the phrase was written by Juvenal or Juvenal, or whether the passage in which what appears interpolated into his works. Nobody cares about this. Reference to political power. The phrase generally considered to be the embodiment of the philosophical question as to how power can be held to account. It's sometimes incorrectly attributed to as a direct quotation of Plato's Republic in both popular media and academic contexts. There's no exact parallel in Republic, but is used by modern authors to express Socrates' concerns about the guardians and the solution to which properly train their souls. Several 19th century examples of the association with Plato can be found, often dropping ipos. John Stuart Mill quotes it thus in Considerations on Representative Government in 1861, though without reference to Plato. Plato's Republic, though hardly ever referenced by classic Latin authors like Juvenal, and has been noted that it simply disappeared from literary wilderness for 1,000 years, except for traces in the writings of Cicero and St. Augustine. In the Republic, punitively perfect society is described by Socrates, the main character in his Socratic dialogue. More said it's like to get scolded by a sixth philosopher. Socrates proposed a guardian class to protect that society, and the custodes watchmen from satire are often interpreted as being a parallel to the Platonic guardians, phylakes. Philakes. Socrates' answer to the problem is, in essence, that guardians will be manipulated to guard themselves against themselves via deception, often called the noble lie in English. As Leonid Hurwitz pointed out in his 2007 lecture on accepting Nobel Memorial Prize in Economic Sciences, one of Socrates' interlocutors in the Republic, Glaucon, Glaucon even goes so far as to say it would be absurd that a guardian would need a guard should need a guard. The issue of accountability of political power traced back to different passages of the Old and New Testament received great attention in medieval society and early modern Christian thought, especially in a connection in the exercise of authority in the church and church-state relations. In the Protestant tradition, it also animated the debate about who was to be the final arbiter in the interpretations of the scriptures. And I'm not going to read that because it doesn't matter and doesn't pertain to Alan Moore in any way. This doesn't specifically explain what is being talked about by that yelling. Ellison did like Watchmen, though. He said Watchmen was the closest comic book come to literature. Yeah, I have no idea what he is talking about. Honestly, this isn't mentioned anywhere. Here is a Pop Sugar article. No idea. Okay. 1 pound gospel. Hatanaka Kosaku, a hopeful boxer, has a mean KO punch. Unfortunately, his dietary willpower is weak. He eats even greasy hamburgers right before a bout. As a result, he has to compete in a higher weight class. As soon as he takes an abdominal punch, he vomits, which causes him to lose the match in shame. As he tries to grapple with his weak will, he meets Sister Angela, novitiate at a local convent. While Sister Angela strives to help Hatanaka in his endeavor, he seems to make her training to be a nun more difficult. Is this a romance? This sounds like this could be really cute. Yeah, this sounds really cute. I'd like to check this out. Gallup made a lot of cute romances in, like, the 80s, apparently. Mai-san Ikaku Shiki Utsuryuku Kaisetsu no Nakade. A recap of the movie of Mai-san Ikaku series that focuses on the relationship between Godai and Kyoko. The entire special is taken from footage of the TV series. So it's just a recap. Gall Force 3 Stardust War. Viz dubbed this? What, 1 Pound Gospel? The girls are saved by none other than Caddy Nalbert herself. Now the ace is on as Caddy. The race is on as Caddy struggles to complete her crowning achievement, a huge machine that will bring life to a lifeless war. This is Ucho Kazuku Carl Vinson. When a motley band of traveling performers has a deep space collision with another spacecraft, they found that the sole survivor of the other craft is a humanoid infant. They decide to raise the child as their own on the nearest planet as they wait for other members of the girls' race to come and find her. I have heard of this. I am vaguely aware of what this is. So Rumiko Takahashi, which was Viz's moneymaker in the 90s. Huh. The story of a young girl and young girl. She's actually still working, if you can believe that. A young girl and a young dragon. Naturally, they're the best friends, and naturally, the rest of the world is against them both. However, when the dragons decide to trash their world, they side with those who have always been against them. Wow. Dragon Century. I've heard of this before. I don't know why I have heard of this, but I have in fact heard of Dragon Century for some reason. Do I know someone who's seen this? No, I do not. Then I don't know why I know what this is, but I guess if you've been around the block enough times, you just kind of know what everything is. At this point, I should just assume I know what something is. This is Yoseo. Jack has moved to Hokkaido to get treatment for an illness, but he's lonely and unhappy. One night, a man on a horse rides through his window to help him for a reason he doesn't understand. Jack instantly knows the man's name and feels they've met somewhere. The man, Kukulin, tells Jack to open the Moonlight Shadow window, which leads him to Nymphadia, the world of Midsummer Night's Dream, whose inhabitants are waiting for a new fairy king, based on a manga from 1978 by Ryoko Yamagishi. Then Shueisha bought Viz. Now they get every Shonen Jump series. I genuinely actually don't remember much about Midsummer Night's Dream. I've seen an animated movie of it, which is about as close as you can get without watching a stage play. But this is Shinshu Sudama Hen, based on a novel by Tani Kosei. Directed by Satoshi Dazaki. Very good art style of the posters, at least. This is Kaze wo Nuke. In the world of motocross, 16-year-old Satoshi Ichimonji fights his way from novice grade up to junior cross championship. This is just some fucking bike anime. All I remember is Oberon tricks Titania into kissing a donkey. You know what? As you do. This is Chakiro no People. An OVA with 5 short episodes from Sazawa Watase's romantic manga, Building Without Tide, A Brother and Sister, Sometimes I'm Happy, I've Saved the Sidecar for You, and the Santa Quartet. I don't like that one of them is brother and sister. Kamagura Orange Road, Ano Hi ni Karetai. My ability to read is degrading as this continues. After the TV series of Kamagura Orange Road, Kyosuke and Madoka finally arrived at the point where they're close to graduation and have decided where they want to go to college. Naturally, they want to go together, so beside all the studying, they have to look for a proper college where they can both enter. Hikaru, still a year from graduating, wants to support Kyosuke as well and does that in her own way. But while she does that, Madoka feels jealous and tells her feelings to Kyosuke. And then Kyosuke has to take action to finally decide on the girl he loves, thus concluding the story of Kamagura Orange Road, until they apparently make another Kamagura Orange Road after this, so it's fucking lying to you. This is apparently 7 out of 10. The the mangaka hates the movie. Interesting, why? Apparently they made another one in 96, several years, and Kyosuke Kasuga is now 19. A mysterious phone call warns him of the oncoming cars, but he doesn't listen. Ironically, he gets hit by a car, and because of his telepathic abilities, gets sent 3 years into the future. His 22-year-old self is now a photographer who is lost in Bosnia and believed to be dead. Kyosuke must find his 22-year-old future self and restore himself, and the 19-year-old to his correct time. Along the way, he reunites Hikaru, who is now a professional famous dancer, Madoka, who is also there, distraught over both Kyosuke and the 22-year-old going missing in Bosnia, and Kyosuke, the 19-year-old, getting hit by a car. Sure! It deviates hard from the manga, like real hard and not in a good way. Oh, gotcha. This is apparently an 8 out of 10, despite having one of the most batshit plots I've ever heard of. Hiatari Ryoko Yume no Naka ni Kimi ga Ita. The movie starts out with Katsuhiko going to the USA with Kasumi and Yasuko, seeing him off at Narita. 2 years later, Katsuhiko is a professional racer and comes back to Japan to race and marry Kasumi. Yasuko's hobby is photography. I feel like we talked about the son. Oh, yeah. Sunny Ryoko. Yeah, I had a good feeling about this. They fuck at the end of the movie. Yeah! Fuck yeah. You know what else they fuck in? Something I read recently. After all the will they won't they shit, seeing them engaged in fuck makes it an 8. I get that. Cynical Hysteria Hour Trip Coaster. Kitao Jigoma Ongakuhen. Animated musical by Makoto Wada. Okay. There's not a lot of manga / anime where the couple gets together and then fucks. It's very rare. This is Tapwo Nare Kagugaka Kozua. Science lessons are short omake bonus features present on the first two volumes. Each short lasts around 2 minutes and starts super deformed versions of Noriko, Kazumi, and Coach explaining the various scientific aspects of the series. They do the same thing in Die Buster, but it's fucking stupid. But the science in Gunbuster makes fucking sense. Which is why the Gunbuster Science specials are way better than the Die Buster Science specials. And also, Gunbuster is better than Die Buster. So, there you go. Whoever did the science for Gunbuster, knew about science. And I appreciate that. Was it Ano? It wasn't Ano. It was Kazuya Tsurumaki, I think. No, I thought it was Ano who did Gunbuster. Yeah, it was actually Ano. Yeah. Ano did his fucking research when he made Gunbuster because it made fucking sense. There was some science behind it. I really liked the exploration of time dilation. Die Buster is fucking terrible, and I don't know who did Die Buster, but they fucked up. Oh yeah, it was the guy who did Fooly Cooly. Kazuya Tsurumaki. Apparently he did work on the original one, but yeah, he fucking shit. It was shit. Die Buster shit. In the manga, when he officially breaks up with Hikaru to hook up with the girl he was in love with from the start, she's pissed and wants nothing to do with either of them, so she says she hates them both. Although near the end, she starts to be less angry, but it's pretty hostile. That actually sounds terrible. That's like the ending of Ichigo 100%, and I fucking hate it. Osumatsu-kun 1988 Appare Chibita no Onitaiji Zansu. In the movie, she gets really sad and tries to get him back, and the movie kind of treats her like shit, and then it just ends. I'm honestly not a fan with either of those endings. New Year Eve special of Osumatsu-kun 1988. Esper Mommy special, My Angel Mommy. So here's a fun fact. When I do these SACing MAL streams, I end up talking so long, my hearing blows out, and I have not been able to hear anything for several minutes. I remember being like, what the fuck was that? That's why the second movie is a thing? Oh, Shin Whatchamajiggy? Esper Mommy special, My Angel Mommy-chan. Yeah, that's a big issue with Ichigo 100%, and it's why it's the only manga other than Gundam Seed Destiny I gave a fucking 1, which is the whole thing is about this moment of serendipity where he sees the girl's strawberry panties, and it builds up a romance with this girl, and then he ends up dating another girl briefly throughout the thing, but then they broke up, and then the whole thing is leading to the romance between the main couple, and then at the fucking end, they don't get together, and he goes back with the first girl, and I'm like, okay, what the fuck was the point of the last 200 fucking chapters then? Fuck Ichigo 100%, and go die in a fire. The actual ending of the manga is Madoka leaves to the USA and Kyosuke is like, what the fuck, we just hook up. And she kisses him saying she'll come back. That's the actual manga ending. That's not great either. I'm gonna be honest with you. All of this sounds incredibly... I'm actually reconsidering watching this show now. And the end of the year special aired between episodes 84 and 85. This is Ganbare Modokin Serve. The second movie ends with them fucking. Fair enough. TV special from December 1988 about a guide dog for a blind girl, Serve. This dog lived in the real world and died shortly before the anime production. Well, that's fucking awful then, isn't it? Winter 89. We did it. And it only took 8 hours. And for some reason, 5 people are watching this. Hi, everyone. We're done. Next time, there's no way we're doing 3 years next time. There's no fucking way. Next time we're doing like 2 years. Next time I'm gonna go like 89 to 90. We have to take. I can't. That was 3 years and it took 8 hours. I'm in so much pain. Every part of me is in agony. This sucks. This show was a mistake. I regret every decision I made that led to this show. No way I'm streaming tomorrow. I can barely stand. I need to eat. I need to go to bed. It's late. Thanks for stopping by, everyone. I hope you had a lovely time. I did until I suddenly stopped. I've been Sacrobolic, your envoy of hope. This is the worst show I make. Bye bye. What am I looking at? Pain. Yeah, very, very apt right now.